Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know how well everything's going to work because I've been fucking with my stream settings, like my OBS settings, to try and work out like if I can make it not drop out. So I've done things like I've set it to like variable stream stuff. So I've gone back to the primary YouTube ingest server because I assume that the primary server is just like got a better bandwidth, like it can take more traffic because the backup one I feel like is for when the promo is not working, but I'm not entirely sure. Because like whenever I do the speed testy stuff, it seems to put me on the backup one, which makes me think it might just be closer to Australia. But I've gone to variable bitrate with a target quality of 20. Hopefully that doesn't make the stream look like shit. And I've also popped up to best quality, slowest, because my GPU isn't at all like loaded up. Neither is my CPU. Like performance-wise, CPU's barely being touched. GPU's like doing a little bit, but not like it's at like 20%. So it's like barely anything really. And yeah, I mean, in theory, I could put that like 25k or something. I don't remember what my upload speed was. Let me do a speed test. But my biggest issue is that like when I do a speed test, it's like the speed is incredible, but I can't use any of that speed. One of the things that I do know, which is why I do the speed test on the internet. So my up, and that's with this stream going, is 10. So theoretically, if it's splitting at 50-50 with the stream and the thing, I should be getting about 20. But OBS is only saying it's using about 5. So I just up that to 20. Which implies that 5 is all I need, and then YouTube's yelling at me saying that that's not enough data. But it also keeps telling me that it's not missing any encoded frames. Like I've got the stats. It's like there's been 8,000 frames and it's skipped encoding 0 of them. But like these numbers should be the same if it's not skipping anything. So it must be that it's not encoding every single frame. So it's rendering every frame and then it's only encoding 2/3 of them apparently. But now they're going up at the same time. Maybe it's if I see it on like a stationary screen that has nothing changing. So they're not going up by the same amount. 80, 40. One went up by 60, one went up by 20. Yeah. So I think it doesn't encode everything if nothing moves, maybe, which would make sense. But hopefully that means that the stream won't die. It also means that like I can see the bitrate flicking up above 5,000 every now and then, which is hopefully it being like, oh, I need to send a couple of extra things. But yeah, still a bit strange to me, to be honest. Because YouTube says stream rate healthy, the stream current rate is lower for the recommended. They recommend about 13, which I can do, but OBS just isn't sending that much. I don't know if it's because I've basically effectively crowbarred OBS into being extremely compressed. Maybe if I change it down to not using the highest, so we're back to like good quality. 2 passes quarter resolution. Like nothing's making the amount of data it's sending go up. So tuning is high quality. That's fine. If I said 2 passes full resolution, did that make it go up? Make it go down? I think that made it go down actually. Not the quarter resolution thing, but the dropping this. Yeah, I don't know. If nothing changes, it uses about 5,000. But when I'm moving the mouse around, it goes up about 200 bit rate. So it is doing something. But also that kind of ironically being like it's only doing something while I'm. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Weird. So fucking weird. All right. Well, we're continuing on refactoring this code. Honestly, I'm starting to think like this is just a really bad idea and that we should continue doing it the way we're doing it. Mostly because this is just turning into me reinventing the wheel of we have to keep like a shadow copy of everything we're doing. Like all the inventories we spawn and that because Wait to do that. Brand. Yeah, we have to keep a shadow copy of the inventories we spawn, because if we don't keep a shadow copy of the inventories we spawn, then it effectively just like doesn't work. So honestly, I feel like I stashed this onto a separate branch, and then I still want to refactor it because I think it's getting a little bit out of hand. But I think we refactor it in the way that we were doing it, which is that we keep track of the items and that inside of the inventory resource or the asset, and then from there we keep like additional information inside of the entity. So like you can find an item, and we just need to have some kind of back propagation thing that lets an item tell you what inventory it's in. Because that was why I kind of needed the whole. I went, oh, maybe I should do a component system. Is because I kept having this annoying structural thing of being like, when you put an item in an inventory, you have to search every single inventory to work out where that item is. Which was the whole point of this rewrite. But I'm just going like it's untenable that that when you effectively add an inventory, that it just sort of destructs, self-destructs, in that you have to wait until the next frame, because you have to wait for the components to spawn to get the ECS to be able to interact. So it's like it becomes this level of you can't do anything. So I think we're going to go like a new branch and be like ECS based, because I did a bunch of work and it might be good to reference, but we like bring our changes and we're just going to commit this to I don't know. We're just going to commit this to the ECS based one, and then we're going to come back here and all the changes are gone. So I think we're going to refactor this one instead, because and just try and make the structure a little bit more usable, because the ECS one, just that one frame lag is killing me. So we want to go like, I think that idea of a inventory transform is a good idea. Like, so we want to go like there's inventory here, and we're going to be like, I want to call it a shape because the transform just feels wrong. The issue I was running into is that we were effectively keeping the shape on the entity and in the inventory, and the issue is that we kind of needed both, because you needed to be able to look up the shape in the inventory and the shape. So I think this ends up with item, because slots. Okay, so this is the annoying thing of now I just want to refactor the whole thing again. So we have our struct inventory, and then the inventory. So I think an inventory is just going to be a vector of entries. Maybe. Maybe. So it's a vector of slots, and the reason it was a vector of slots is because I wanted to have multiple, like the ability to have like a specific slot type in multiple places. But I feel like that might just be like, that needs to be done under shape. Possibly. Is that we can have like the shape have multiple things. But also, again, the idea is that the inventory itself has items that have inventory. So the backpack only has 2 spots, but those 2 spots are the yeah, okay. So it's interesting. All right, so we need a we need like a mod shape. Okay. The issue is that I want to like delete a bunch of stuff. So we have slot orientation and stuff, which all annoyingly kind of needs to be moved into here, and all that kind of fun stuff. So I guess we're gonna have a pub struct inventory shape. which has a offset, which is an IVEC2, and a orientation, which is going to be done here. So we have to use Bevy prelude. So pub enum orientation. See, my issue with this is that I feel like orientation, like right now I'm doing like, hey, like we have these rotations and then we have rotations and flips. But the issue with this is I feel like rotation and flip, because of the way that like this kind of integer math works, because we're only rotating at 90 degrees, it's actually one of those, we don't have to have custom things for like, oh, if you're rotating and flipping, you can just if you flip invert x and y, or if you flip along one plane, you flip that and then you rotate it, and it's always going to give you the same answer. So I feel like we should actually probably just call this rotation. And then the main reason of orientations is because I feel like rotating and flipping, I want them to just be their own thing, but this might be like need to be a bit flag or something. Because yeah, before rotations. And then there's the 2 flips. So that would only be, no, you need 2 bits for that, because you're either flipping horizontally, flipping vertically, flipping horizontal and vertically, or not flipping any. So yeah, there'd be 2. So you basically need like 4 bits to represent the whole thing, but it would be better to represent it as 4 bits, because then you're not having to have an enum variant of everything, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. So the inventory shape. So we have our orientation, which again, I'm just going to keep as an orientation, but I might turn this into a bit flag instead of an enum, is I think what I'm going to do there. And then annoyingly, we need the shape. Which again just becomes like a pub struct enum. I know pub enum. There's a lot of repeated stuff because I'm trying to work this out in my head about like how to do it without breaking everything. So we have this shape, which is rectangle. The thing with the shape is I keep doing the rectangles that you're like, whenever you have a rectangular shape, it has to be at 0, 0, which I kind of just feel like it's always the case. Because that's like the point of the offset. Otherwise, you may as well not have the offset, because you could put the fucking rectangle anywhere. And so the offset's redundant. Hence, we only have to keep 1 copy, because we don't actually have to keep the bottom right corner. So it's effectively stored here. And this assumes that it's always 0. So this has our inventory shape. I don't even remember where I used that. That's kind of funny. So we have an entry. So what did an entry contain? It contained an entity and its shape. And honestly, an entry could maybe have a I think I already did that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have our cells. Maybe we call it a layout so that we can call it a shape. We have shape. Okay, hey, your shape. And then this is layout. Yeah, okay. So I don't know what is this searchable by. An entry has a shape and an entity. And see, this is where it gets difficult, is that because we want to do sub-inventories, I think I need to store like an option handle to another inventory. The idea being that everything can only have one inventory. But then those inventories can have inventories. So the idea would be that the bag only has the one inventory. I'm still running into that issue of wanting to have so the inventory should be like a hash map of the slot type, the shape, because that's what the size of position is about, and then the entries. Maybe not. Okay, wait a second. So I feel like the slot type doesn't need to be on the shape, because the shape doesn't actually care what the slot type is. And also the slot type feels more like it should only be on the shape kind of thing. We do need it to calculate what the shape would be, but in theory you're testing that before you put the shape in, so you already know what the shape is. So when we go here, so an inventory, it's slots. So we're holding a slot. Entries. So an inventory needs to have, I guess, items. Now, the big issue with items, I feel, is that it would be nice if we could always store the lower left corner of an item. But that could be difficult in that, like, some shapes could run into some issues with that. But I feel like items would just be a vector. Maybe not even a vector. We could do like an entity hash map. Because then it makes it quick and easier to look up a specific entity to get its shape. And then you could also just ask item contain instead of having to iterate through every. Well, so we're running into that same goddamn issue. So we're gonna be like mod entry. Right. So we have our entry, and then we're gonna say your entry like this. So we'll have a vector of entries, because at the moment each slot holds the entries. And that's the thing. At the moment, everything works. So we're going to try and really slowly transition things away. So we're going to go into entry and work out what shape this needs. So we need to use Bevy prelude. We have to use super shape. Right. So we need to be like pub struct entry, which has a shape. An entity. I feel like each entry should probably also keep its item descriptor. but maybe not, because the shape tells you like whether you hit it, and the idea is that the inventory management shit doesn't care what the items are. It's just about working out the shape, because otherwise you might just do everything inside the inventory thing, and then you'd like not ACSing at all. So the idea would be, but this does let you change what an item is not when it's not in the inventory, and then that can fuck up the inventory because it would change the shape. But not entirely sure. So we have the entry, entity, and the shape. Right. What else do we need? We needed the we would need a handle to any potential sub inventory. Right. And the reason we need that is because we can't query the entity if it wasn't added this turn, which my only annoyance with that is it does mean that I'm effectively hard coding in additional data, like that you can't, as a user of the crate, easily modify what data is stored here. But effectively it is the doubly linked list, I guess, because it's I don't think an inventory can look up, but you need to be able to drill down to the bottom of an inventory. So effectively you need to be able to access any sub inventories. So we need to be able to like hub inventory. I guess it's like, we'll call it sub inventory, and that's going to be an option asset ID inventory. Right. So let's name things. So this is represents an item in an inventory, including its shape and any sub inventory. And if it has a sub inventory, the entity the item uses for rendering, no. The entity the item uses to store additional data. The shape of the item used for fitting and rendering. No, used for fitting, not rendering. Okay, the shape of the item used for fitting. The shape of the item in the inventory. It occupies. The idea being that, like, the bags will take up a 1x1 space, but when you render them, they'll actually be bigger than that because the bag like has more inventory slots. So the size that it renders is the inventory slots, not the amount of space it took up in the other bag. This allows you to have single-sized inventory things that still take up more room, like still render bigger than the space that they took up. Because that's part of the whole structure of it, is that you can make like effectively like 1x1 spots that you can put things in, like putting certain items into certain other items will make them bigger or smaller than otherwise would be. Okay, so sub inventory option. Okay, right, and then this is if the item has a sub inventory, this is the asset ID for it. So this allows us to effectively drill into any entry because we can get that entry's inventory and go deeper. Now that is going to make things like you can search infinitely deep, but you can't necessarily modify infinitely deep because you have to keep taking every inventory out as you went deeper. Effectively, that could introduce loops. But yeah, the idea being that, like, because we are owning it mutably, we obviously can't access the assets again mutably again. So you would have to like drop the current inventory to access the next inventory down. So you could search until you found it. Once you found it, you could take it out. Then you could close current inventory, open that new inventory, and actually insert. But you can't have multiple inventories being edited at the same time. You have to drop one inventory to access the next, which is, I guess, Rust's whole thing, isn't it? So the way that a slot currently works is it has a vector of IDs that it can accept, a position, a size, and an entity. So what I like about what I dislike about this is it means that whatever slots you say it take, you say every single cell can take that. Whereas the new way I'm going to change that, which is to go back to inventory here. Annoyingly, we have to like modify this a little bit so that the examples still work. So I have to track down all the things that aren't working. So you are items. So items is just a new empty vector. Q. Well, that makes you pretty easy too. And you. Right. So everything should still just compile, I guess. So if I run my UI example, it should just all still just work. Now the issue is that the shape is a different shape. So that's gonna be fun. So this entry, which has a shape, okay. So this all still works. So next, I guess, is to go into wherever the hell that thing is. So it's probably the manager. We open an inventory. We just extract the inventory and we pass this in with the item descriptors, which is an asset to the item descriptors. Yeah, that works. When we say create an inventory, we just add that inventory. Okay. And when we say find item. Now this I don't like. Anyway, you don't seem to do anything. Inventory commands, this is the one. Okay, so when we add an item, we pass in its entity. Sure. I feel like I need a whole new set of these though. Anyway, so when we add an item, we say handle self item get item else error entity is not an item. Okay. Self descriptor get descriptor item descriptor not found. Okay, yeah, those both work because you're effectively sticking it in. Now we say match. Okay. So match self current inventory add item. So inventory is the thing that has the add item, which takes in an item descriptor and the item. Okay, so you. I think there is a way to reserve an entity, but anyway, add an item to an inventory in the first available space. This returns the position of the item when the item was placed. All right. I feel like add item should actually take in an entry, and that's how you do the add item add. Maybe. So how exactly do you work? You return a whole bunch of stuff because you effectively return what slot you're in. But I'm thinking we don't do that. We need to modify slot. I'm okay. So at the moment, I'm currently just changing how things work. So you tell me what type of slot you put it in. You tell me the shape that you put it in as, and you also tell me like which slot it went into. We could, in theory, make everything reflect and then be able to see it. So for slot type, in slot type, if shape dot size shape else continue, okay. To do, find first entry space that can fit. So we call slot dot fit. Then we say slot add entity, entry, and entry. The entry has that in the shape. So this is why I feel like the shape, you should go somewhere. Anyway, yeah, so we like self dot items dot push. So you need an entry, which is a different entry. So it's going to be entry. I don't know if it'll like that. Okay. So we're going to call you like no. Okay. And we say entry. So you need the entity, which is pretty easy, the entity, and then you need the shape, but we need to somehow convert the two shapes into each other. I mean, it's not going to really be that hard. And then the sub inventory. This is adding an item. You have access to self, which is the inventory itself. So my annoyance with this is this inventory has no idea if this item has a sub inventory, which is why I think you should be passing in the entry here. Because before we get to here, we need to decide if we're passing in a sub inventory. Because this has no way of accessing. Okay, and then I guess sub inventory would be none, because you have literally no way of knowing. At this point, at least. Okay, so new entities. No, this is not the same kind of entry. So then we have our shape. So our shape here is going to be I guess it's shape dot into, and then we can just make the two shapes interchange. Yeah. Okay. So we go back to shape, and we go import from super slot shape for shape, and then we go, hey, so you take in the shape. So then we go let layer equal match value dot cells ambiguous type. What do you mean ambiguous type? All right, we'll do that, and then we'll say let offset equal value dot offset and orientation equals, well, it's not that, but okay. You have to then match value dot offset. What is it? So apparently this shape has something else. Oh, it's called position. So do that. Yeah, you're not done. It's just called rot apparently, which is kind of fun. Rot. Okay, so you do that, and also let's do identity as well. Identity. Okay, so I think you need to do this, maybe. Oh no, because it's not in cells. Right. All right. So that should just let me convert between the two, or like at least in one direction, without having to fuck around. Apparently, somehow. Oh, I need to like dot clone dot into. Yeah. So this returns everything. That returns everything. So now we are like effectively pushing the item on. You have no access to the entity, but you return that it happened. So that's fine, I think. The add item at, I think, is the big annoyance thing. Because like, again, it's doing this like weird okay. Yeah, we're doing this weird, like redundant net weird shit. So pub add item add. So we pass an item descriptor, the entry, the position, the orientation. I'm just trying to like override the ones that I'm currently working on. So you do like this weird thing where you override the shape and the position, and then we have a bunch of errors that are like you're not in bounds. This stuff all just needs to be rewritten at some point. So it's gonna be the same thing, which is like self dot items dot push. Was it super was it just entry? Entry. So then you have entity and then shape.clone.into and sub inventory is none. Right. Okay. So if we go add or like reflect to everything and register some stuff, our entry is going to derive reflect. Shape is going to also derive reflect. Orientation will derive, I guess, debug clone equal par reflect, and same with you, except I don't want you to have copy again, because the idea is that you might provide a vector here, and I don't think having just a vector is going to be the best. So, okay, entry, shape, entry. I guess it would be RC array. Again, still want it to clone. Immutable, on insert, selectable shape. So if we come back up to inventory, we don't add an inventory plugin to it. No, so for now, I guess, because inventory is always done, we're going to, we need to ask that, so when you go app.register type, I'm going to register the type inventory entry. We have to make it public though, so we can access it. See, like pub, because then that'll register everything else. So I'm not entirely sure if the by default. So you have your item. So that should put everything that was going into like slots will now go into items as well. Because like again, I'm trying to make it not break the code. So if I go to the very bottom of this, can I collapse entities? And go assets, resources, assets. So I don't think I know how to do that. So can we be like app dot? No, it's got to be a probably got to be done up here. You're like app dot add plugin, probably plugin, and it would be like Bevy inspector EGUI. What would it be called? Bevy inspector quirk prelude. Maybe reflect. No. Quick asset inspector plugin, which I'm assuming takes in the asset. Something like that, maybe. Asset inspector. Yeah, it takes in A. Okay, so your asset type is going to be poly inventory. Preload inventory. Yeah. Is that how that works? Default. Maybe. What's it complaining about? You don't. Why? Condition optional boxed condition. New none. Why are you not? Asset inspector plugin. Okay. Plugin. It needs to be apparent inventory is not reflect. That's easy enough to fix. Get rid of type path before you reflect then. So you're going to complain about this not being reflect. And honestly, do I want to play whack-a-mole with reflecting everything? Sure, why not? Doesn't, so slot type doesn't, and entry doesn't. Right. I'm gonna go back to slot type and just be like reflect ignore, and also reflect ignore, because I can't be bothered whack-a-moling all the way down. Also, get rid of debug. Whack-a-moling all the way to the bottom. And it also, like, again, doesn't really matter because I'm pulling that code out soon. Hopefully. So the idea is that, like, I just need to be able to see that the items are actually, like, going where I think they're going. Then the next thing, I guess, to do would be to add the two pockets as items, so I can spawn them in. They need to be given some kind of indication of their sub-inventory, so that when I spawn them... What the fuck? Huh. How would you look at that? It has 2 slots, and it has a handful of items in it. Okay. There's an empty bottle and a phone. Right, because it's got 2 slots, but every slot, doesn't matter which slot, puts it in the inventory. And it has 2 slots. Lovely. Huh. Sub-inventory to sum. Oh, look, it just set it to a random UUID. That's dumb. Okay. Oh, we said it's default. Okay. Well, that's fun. I like that. So, I guess next is to, well, as I said, we need to add 2 new items. Well, we need a backpack. Oh, item. I guess we may as well do the code stuff. So first up, disable backpack to item. We're going to commit added new shape struct. So that's that. Then we're going to add the backpack. And the way that the backpack's going to work is we're going to go like honestly, I think we're going to implement the ability to load multiple things. So it's going to be item. And the item's name is going to be backpack. Right? It's going to have a size of pocket 1 by 2. Wait, no. The backpack. This is size. Okay, wait. This is the size of the backpack as an inventory item. It is going to have a size of 5 by 9. Right? and then it's going to have the annoying thing is that like we kind of need to extract the item. It's going to be called like backpack or something. Backpack. No. Alright, let's reveal this in Explorer maybe. No. Reveal it here in Explorer because then its name will be nicer. So reveal in Explorer. We go into here, we go items, and we go. Yeah, it's literally just called backpack. Okay. I actually have no idea how big the backpack actually is as an item, but you know, I'm gonna copy that, and then I guess we paste it here. So I have to control here. Yes. Right. So it's just called backpack.png. Well, I guess it's bbg icons backpack.png. So again, go back to our backpack item. So it's going to be bbg icons backpack.png. Okay. And the image, when you're in an untitled thing, is 5. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just clear my code so I can. So there's this game on Steam called Neo Scavenger, and it's from the title screen says 2017, but I think that's just literally when they did the last update. I think it's from 2012. I want to say is when it first came out. So it's built in Flash, like Flash 13. This is up here, yeah, Adobe Flash 13, and it's like really outdated. So there's a whole bunch of really clunky shit. Like I guess we can just. That doesn't really matter. I came over here because I was doing the map loading stuff. So I'm trying to recreate the game with like more modern, up-to-date systems. But I also want to be able to like open source stuff. So I'm kind of making plugins that I will then use those plugins to make the game so that I can rip the game assets and run the game without having to actually publish any of the game stuff. And I don't know if I'll publish the game code, but it's you'll see in my thing. Got poly inventory is the inventory management crate, which is what I'm working on at the moment. And then up here, I've got the BBG, which is the game company's Blue Bottle Games, and then Neo Scavenger Rewrite. Up here, I've got a crate called Hexagons, which I haven't quite ripped out into its own crate yet, which is the Hexagon map builder. And then up here, we've got the actual game. So if I go to new terminal here, and I say like, I think I just run. Cargo run. Please don't compile anything. Thank you. So when I run the game bit, which this piece of code won't be open source because this is the equivalent me like, you know, reverse engineering their game basically. But the hexagons will, because it's literally just a hexagon map thing. I'm just using the game assets, and so the world generation stuff is written in game, whereas the ability to render the tiles. So we go here, we say new game. I never actually made it possible to get out of the screen. Never mind. Can't show that off then. What do I have to fix to get that to work? Screen. I want to say it's not screen. It'll be like UI menus. Main menu. Former. Yeah, so I'm like making crates for anyone to use, like the inventory system, and then I'm rebuilding the game out of those crates so that I can have an open source like side of things, and also not, you know, be sharing stuff that they probably wouldn't, you know. The idea being that you know, I'm not going to release anything that would stop you from buying the game, because you know, I'm not actually going to release the game unless they give me permission at some point if it gets like to that level. Probably not though. I might send them an email when the game's actually at a level of like it's somewhat on par if they want to make a Steam update or something. But yeah, the idea is to be like I can play the game with modern systems but also release stuff. Whereas if I did it all like just built the game, I wouldn't really be able to release bits and pieces because it would all be so tightly coupled to you. Basically would have to release the game. It's the same as like when I post this stuff to Git, when I do a Git commit, it doesn't publish these assets because this is just my stuff. This is like, you know, there's a text file that describes the shape of something, and this is just a white tile for when you don't have these other assets loaded. But these are their assets, so like I can't release these. But if you have the game, you can just go pull them out of the game. I technically did write a script to do that automatically. I think it's up here. Examples, yeah, load assets. So this automatically rips all the game assets out. Like it checks for like the prefix. They have like all their items have a ITM or 2x ITM prefix. And then so it looks for every item in this assets. This is like just the pure rip of the game assets is in here, the BBG. So this is the game assets. And then in here, it's got these images. So they're all like a model and then button. And so, yeah, like it rips these out, checks them if they start with like item, which means they're an item. And then it doesn't do slots, worn, held, because it's a Flash game. So a lot of the stuff's really weird in that, like if I reveal an Explorer, do we have like extra large icons? So they have like when you equip something, like each button, so there's a normal button and a clicked version of the button, like out of their own textures, which I guess kind of makes sense because it goes down, but like it's more weird when you get to like UI elements. So there's all the UI elements, which are like basically the same but with different text, all have their own button because that's how you have to do it in Flash. Or the quit button where it's got a lit version and like a pressed lit version instead of, you know, a texture. Where's the thing? I was trying to show off. Like, is when you get to like clothes and stuff, like, yeah. So there's like 7 slots of the body. So there's like the shoulder, head, lower arm, neck. I would assume. I don't know. Like these are all the different spots that you can be injured. So they've got an arrow that's in all these different locations as their own image in like a full-sized scaled thing, so that when they load it in, they just load this picture at 0, 0, and it's in the right spot, rather than like positioning the arrow, like flipping and rotating it so that it can be anywhere. I've modded like Minecraft and stuff, but I never really got very far into it because again, I did doing that when I was like 12, been like, oh cool. So this is more like I really enjoy the game, but the game is so clunky. Like for example, we go to the main menu. You can't have multiple saves, so it's really hard for me to have something open and be like, hey, look, this is what I'm trying to do right now, and then also like modify it because if you save and quit, like I can make a new game, which unless I hit I think confirm, it doesn't override my old game, so I can just exit out. But like when I was trying to work this out, I took a screenshot because every time I come back here, I risk forgetting to hit exit instead of like, yeah, and then I'll lose my save. And it took, I think, like an hour on stream to get to where I am in the game because when I was loading the map, the way the map's loaded is it's literally like they've got like a text document. I can actually find it. It's really funny. I like elaborating more, like writing the code, mostly because at the moment I'm rewriting a piece of code that's been doing my head in for like a couple of days. So I'm happy to have the excuse to talk about the map. So we go to assets, go to data, and we go map. This is how they save the map. So this is the default game map. And the way it works is that anywhere there's a 0, that's ocean, and is the ocean. If there's a 3, it randomly picks a tile. If it's a 4, it's a forest. If it's a 33, it's a Native American camp. So like these are like basically the equivalent of, this is how they script where things spawn, is that they have not 3 there. If there's a 3, it's random. If it's not a 3, like this 34 is this a sane asylum. This 26, I'm looking at what else is around it. There's a 5. So this is the hidden lake. So there's a bunch of forest around the 26, which I believe is the hidden lake. And then this 5 is another lake that's just nearby. The 32, I don't remember what that is. Again, I'll see if I can quickly patch the code to not go into that menu, because at the moment I was working on that menu last time I was working in the actual game stuff. But yeah, so this is how they did it. I had to reverse engineer what each of these numbers were. Like this is planes. This is the cryo facility. This is I want to say the isotope mine, but maybe not. Yeah, so like I had to reverse engineer this because it's all written for them to be able to do it in Flash. There's all swamp stuff. I then had to like work out what the percentage chance that a random tile was a certain tile. So that's why I was reverse engineering this. There's a map picture somewhere. I'm just like summing up the last week. So this is like a map of what, like, they're like, hey, we covered, like, we searched every single cell. This is what the map would look like if there was no hidden things. And so I wrote a script that analyzes this pixel by pixel and counts exactly how many of each type of cell there was. But the issue with that is that, as you see, there's a big bunch of trees here. That's scripted. That's always there. This is always here. There's some planes. So like my math was wrong. Like all the water is all scripted. So when I was like looking at it going like, what are the odds that a certain tile spawns, is getting thrown off by the fact that sometimes like trees are going to be disproportionately more represented because they don't get randomed as often technically, because there's like 30 or 40 trees that are scripted versus like there's like 2 planes that are scripted. It's like 2 ruined buildings, 2 ruined cities, 2 towns that are scripted. Like, so the number of trees proportionally are way more scripted than the other stuff. And also, as a percentage chance of something being rolled, you have to also remove all the scripted buildings, like the cryo facility and stuff. What was I doing? So we'd go. No, this is text guns. So we go here. We go. I want to say it's UI. One of these menus. Menu UI. No, menu ID. Menu. When I hit this, it opens the new game, and then it takes us to create characters. When the hell do I trigger? Oh, I can just do something like new commands. And that went on. Yeah, I find it good because I like writing the systems much more flexibly. Like my inventory system is like, yeah, if we go into the inventory here, their inventory system has like some nice quirks. Like, so this box here is always the same size, but like the pants or the jacket, it's this size that if I take all the items out of it, it's actually, nope, apparently backpack doesn't do it. If I put these, why am I not wearing them? Am I at the shop? I think I'm at the shop. Actually, right. I think I have plenty of money. And also, it's one of those, yeah, I'm at the shop. That's why things are costing you to pick up. But you get the money back anyway. So if I put the pants down, they're 3x3. If I put them on, put something in the pocket, and then take them off again. No, there are certain items that get bigger when you put items in them. Apparently, I can't find any of them. They don't exist. But, yeah, the things I want to fix is because like it's written in Flash and they've done certain things. It's like the crafting system is a good example. Apparently, you can't craft in a store. That's kind of funny. We'll go over here, go here. Okay, so there's things like this. So if I right-click this, I can use it, and it spawns a bunch of shit. The fun thing about this is that I can also go craft it, except I can't because I don't have any turns left. But you'll notice that I can still, we go back. I can still right-click use it. So it doesn't take any turns to right-click use it. We end the turn, then we go back, and we go to actually crafting. But if I craft with it over here, I get exactly the same results, but it takes turn units to craft with it. The other one is I've got a sleeping bag in my hand, and you'll notice this is the outdoor temperature. If I put the sleeping bag on the ground, the temperature goes up. But while it's in my hand, it doesn't count, so the temperature doesn't go up. Which means that while I was coming over here for the stream purpose of trying to work out what these buildings were in terms of the map code, like what the number lined up to, because I needed to like see which tiles were there, because I was getting these mixed up, and I didn't know these were down here. Just from memory from being here before. But yeah, so I was coming over here, and I kept dying because it's too cold, like without these clothes. If it's below the blue, you start getting cold and then freezing to death, and I didn't have this either. So it's like, I was freezing to death. But if I put the sleeping bag on the ground, I wouldn't be. So every turn, like when I click end turn, I had to put the sleeping bag on the ground, end the turn, pick the sleeping bag back up, move, put the sleeping bag down, end because the game didn't check to see if I had a sleeping bag in my hand. So the idea is that like I want to modernize the systems but keep the game feel the same, and then once I've got basically like a drop-in replacement for the game that you could like theoretically play the game, that's the level I would probably reach out to the developers, like, hey, do you want to put this on Steam, or like, because theoretically I can also rip the source code, so I could actually make like even the probability, like the random numbers the same, but like that being like I could reach out to them, go, hey, do you want to like update the game to this modern version? But then I'm going to continue going further where I want things like the looting system to go deeper, where can't really see it now because there's nowhere to actually loot around here, and we'd have to sleep until day to show it off. And again, can't have multiple saves, so I can't show it. But like the way the looting works, when you step on a tile that can be looted, you can like click loot. A blue thing over here, scavenge appears, and then it's like, oh, pick the building you want to loot, and then it gives like some probabilities that you loot. I would want to expand to that so that when you go into a town that can be looted, it's like a little map, like a little procedurally generated hexagon map that you can then click on a building and take time units to do things based on their actual distance, whereas this is like every tile you move costs you 1 or 2 turns. The other thing is you can move into a cell even if you don't have enough turns. Like if I crafted something that took half a turn, I would have half the move left. I can still move into a new tile because it's how many moves deducts when you move into it, not how many moves you have to have. So there's a whole bunch of weird things where you can abuse the game if you know about it. Like examples, like at the moment I'm getting nothing because I'm in the dark, so I'm blind. If I turn my torch on, that'll fix that actually. On. I think. No, it has to be on and in my hand. Which, hey, that one actually makes sense. It has to be in your hand is fine. But so now I get 3 turn units when I reset because I'm no longer blind. I'm freezing and barefoot, so I still lose 2. But the idea is that I lost the track, lost the plot. So like you just get a certain number of moves, and it doesn't seem to do any difference to anything. So I was like, I want to like modernize that kind of stuff. But that's again after I've made the game. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, I'm still trying to patch that bit of code so I can show you the map stuff because it's been fun. So we want to go like commands and then like just call like trigger, like map something. We'll go the top down. Create map. World gen plugin? No. Open world request. No. So this is how I spawn a new map, is I request that a new map is generated. The idea being you can request a new map or a seeded map or to load from a file. Again, because I would like to have multiple saves and stuff like that. I would also like, because the game has like a big modding community, which I think is probably why it's still at all popular, is because like a lot of the holes got fixed, but they all run into the same issue of like the only way they can do like interactive stuff is like you right click use something. And another thing that happened like on stream and it pissed me off was there's a place near where you spawn called Zomzom where you have to go to do like a quest line sort of thing to get a perk that makes the game super easy. So I always do that first. But if you go in, they take all your items off you because it's sort of like, you know, you're going inside, you know, like weapons. It goes into a locker. If you accidentally re-enter without emptying the locker, it deletes everything in the locker, which means that if you are skipping through this dialogue and then you, okay, I gotta go, because when you get there, you go through a little storyline and then they kick you out because it's like, oh, we saved you. And it's like, no, but I actually need to do the dangerous thing so I can like complete the hidden quest line. So I go back in and I forgot to empty the locker. And like, I don't think you have to re-equip it. You just have to empty it. But if you don't, it clears the locker and moves everything in your inventory into the locker, which deleted all my shit because, you know, all the stuff they took off me was already in the locker because I'd just come out of the building. And so they deleted all my shit. And it, yeah. So I'd like to fix things like that. Did I just leave my sleeping bag in there? Yeah, same thing like here. This is like a charging port where you can charge like the torch and stuff. I didn't leave behind it. Okay. So yeah, to charge the torch, the batteries have actual items in them, which is fun. My system's going to replicate this. But yeah, so you right click use this and it gets more power put into it because if they didn't make it like automatically gain more power each turn, so you have to like spend a certain number of turns. No, you can just use this indefinitely and then you empty it out to get the electricity and put it in your batteries. It's a little bit weird. But yeah, there's choices. Anyway, we go here, we get a new game. All right, we should probably stop it from spawning the ability thing as well. That would probably help. Just no one calls load game. Yeah, it's also one of those things. I'm really good at like replicating other people's stuff more than I am like coming up with a unique thing. Because I can have really broad ideas, but without something that constrains it, I end up getting really distracted, like trying to make like a really complicated system. Whereas this, I'm copying something directly. So anyway, this is what the map looks like if you could like just automatically generate the whole map. Without having to explore, which has been immensely useful because like when I was trying to check something, it's like, oh, I know it's here. And then I'm like, oh, I know there's other things over here. But like I could actually use this and see that, whereas in the game, you've got to be like, I know it, like they're always in exactly the same place. But in the game, it's really hard to move and sort of like to know that it's here. Because I always feel like I need to go much more up. And then I'm like, oh, I've missed it. And then I sort of get like same with I didn't actually realize this was as close as it was because I always end up going down here because again this is where you spawn, and these 6 hexagons are always hard coded to be forest, town, 3 grass. So this is hard coded this area. So you always go down here, you loot this, and then you head up here. I often miss this because I head here and then I head here because moving into this forest would cost 2 moves, and when you spawn in, you don't have shoes, so you only get 4 moves after. So the first turn you get 5. Then you only get 4. So it's like what you do here, you loot, and depending on how much stuff's looted here, it's like quicker to go here than it is to go into here, unless you have exactly 1 turn left. At which point you move into here because it only takes 1 turn, even though it's into a forest and shouldn't let you move into there unless you have 2, and then you can head up here. But like I actually didn't know it was like this because I've never really paid that much attention to where it was. But yeah, I just like the ability to like generate the entire an entire map and just like have a look around and be like, oh, look over here. But this was fun to do, and theoretically, like a lot of this stuff is like I can just expand upon this now. But that's what I've been doing for the last bit. Now I'm recreating that menu screen that you saw where you could pick skills, and I've already recreated it in that like with buttons in Bevy. So like again, we can just comment this back on, and flip this around, and it lets you pick the skills. Try the same approach on code from Windows. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, like that's the other thing is also like why I'm streaming it as opposed to just doing this in my free time is it's much more motivating for me to be like, hey, I'm going to show people how to do this rather than be like, oh, I'm just going to like rip off this game that I already own. Like showing people and like releasing the plugins when they're done, it will be much more like to me is like I'm giving back to the community as well as showing stuff and motivating myself. But we are here. So I recreated it with buttons. So the idea is you click, but as you say, like they all move. Whereas in the actual game, when you're in that menu, I don't want to restart it, but like they actually like stay in place. Like if you took tough, it would actually leave the tough there. These ones are also generated in that like the game hard codes them so that like each button has an icon. Mine doesn't. Mine has the icon and then the text is rendered on top, which does result in some issues, like but more about me being lazy is there's a metabolism slow and a metabolism fast just because they can't have the same name because of how I've set it up. Technically there's nothing stopping me from giving them different names, but I would have to just like name everything twice, which is annoying, so I just didn't bother because it's an enum, so like strong, and then I just put the name of the enum, which just works. But the issue is that you can't have 2 things with the same name, so instead of having metabolism in the game, it just says metabolism the perk and metabolism the floor. Ironically, the floor is actually also a perk. It's very confusing because metabolism slow means you need less food but heal slower, and metabolism fast means you need more food but you heal faster. So like they're both actually like neutral, which is a bit weird. So this is basically a free perk because it's not exactly like food's hard to come by. But yeah, so I'm trying to recreate this because in the game it's an inventory, and so I'm was like, oh, I'll rework my inventory system to work with this, and it's spiraled. I'm now rewriting like the entire inventory system because it's driving me spare that it's doing certain things a certain way. The idea was to keep everything in the ECS, but that didn't work out primarily because the ECS has like 1 frame lag of spawning entities. I don't know how like into Bevy you are, or whether you just like completely stumbled on me by random programming related stuff on YouTube, but I was going to use the ECS and like stack items because that's how it kind of works at the moment. We go to that terminal. This terminal. We run this example. The way it kind of works at the moment is that we have like sort of a mirror copy, but not quite a mirror copy of the data. In that wait for it to load. Come on. So you have over here like all the items are entities. Things really annoying. So the water bottle, the other water bottle, phone, the empty bottle, they're the items that are you can't see them because they're the actual items. And then you have the test inventory node, which this one's lower numbers. This is the small one. It is actually what's rendering, and then it has like slot 0, which is this slot here, and then inside slot 0 it has node 0, which is the empty water bottle, and then node 1's the phone. So like it renders it independent of this, which is how I can have a second copy of the same inventory. And I think it's working is if I pick up the phone, it disappears from both inventories. It goes over here because this is like where your hand is at the moment, and then you can put it back. The issue is that when you put it back, it doesn't tell the inventories they need to re-render it. So if I close them and reopen them, you would see the phone again. But like, because it's hard-coded at the moment, it doesn't save that. But this works how I want it to work, and it works really well. The issue is that when you add stuff to inventory, there's like a weird intermediate thing that you have to do, which is this is the inventory as it stands of like how to explain this? Look, see, there's two phones in it, which is interesting because it's the same phone twice. Oh, because I haven't got the remove code working here yet. So the idea is that they have the two slots, which is here and here, and then inside these slots, each of these slots has like the list of the items that are in it, and that lets you and the shape of those items, which lets you like by only having a pointer to this item, you can like recursively search the entire inventory. And I'm trying to rewrite it so that like you can have an inventory on this water bottle, and then from this inventory get to this water bottle. The issue is that you have to spawn to the water bottle to add it to the inventory, because otherwise you can't query the water bottle. And also there's a bunch of like, you can't modify things and like, you know, multiple mutable reference kind of issues. So I'm trying to rewrite it. So instead, this is my new stuff down here. So the slots is the old system, the new system's down here. So it's going to have a list of like, the slots will be changed into like what items and where those items can go. And then the items is the actual items that are currently in there. And then the items are like, here's the entity, which points to, you know, the empty bottle. And you can access like what the empty bottle's got in it. Like the components, meaning like water bottle could have like different traits and different things, but like it's different to the like the entry in the inventory. So it means that you can like put whatever components you want, whereas here you have to give it like this specific information, which is the shape, which is offset is just like how far from, so this is 0, 0, so offset by 1 on the X would move it here, and 1 on the Y would move it here. Pretty easy. Orientation just lets you like rotate it 90 degrees. Again, nothing happens at the moment because and then the layout is, at the moment, everything's a rectangle, but the idea is that in the game, I don't think I own any of them. Everything's a rectangle in the game, so in other words, I want to improve it just for the sake of improving it. But yeah, I don't have any items. There's like a pot, and the pot's 2x3, but it's like, oh no, it's must be 2x4. So the pot feels like these 3 cells. We'll build the pot. Like the sprite of the pot looks like this in terms of shape. So it looks like this. There's an empty spot here, but the pot actually takes up the full 2x4. So I, in my system, want to be able to say, actually, this cell's empty. This isn't taken up. So at the moment, everything's a rectangle, but I want to have it like you can actually specify it's a rectangle and this cell's actually not taken up. Like it's a 2x3, and then also this cell, so that this is still empty, and you could put like the lighter there. But the way the game works at the moment, you can't put the lighter there because the rectangle, the pot takes up the whole space, even though there's nothing there. Again, that's more work on it. So yeah, that's what I've been up to today, is trying to come up with, because I was going to again do it entirely in the ECS, where basically like you make like the bottle child of the inventory. But yeah, with the way Bevy works, when you spawn the entity, you can't access any of the information on the entity until the next frame, basically, or like next phase, I think they're called, or the stage. And that next stage, that you have to wait. And a full knowing all ledger of items to handle. Well, no, because so I guess kind of. The idea is that you only have, and like this is what I'm rewriting. At the moment, it's kind of a weird thing of like, I'm keeping track of half the information in one place and then making a copy of it somewhere else that doesn't propagate back and forth. So the idea is that these sub-inventories are the way of being like, this is none, which means there is no sub-inventory. Some will then have a handle to a different entity. So at the moment, there's only one inventory, which is this bag. But then there'll be another one here, which is the water bottle. So the idea is that when you traverse into the water bottle, you can check, go, oh, the water bottle has a sub-inventory. And so you can access the sub-inventory, because these inventories are editable and also update immediately. So if I add an item to an inventory, and that item has an inventory or spawns an inventory, it'll immediately show up here, and I can immediately use it, which is the important part. It's immediately available. Whereas the ECS stuff is like, it's the one frame lag is the issue. Is it means you can't spawn an inventory and add items to the inventory in the same frame, because spawning the inventory, you have to then wait for the inventory to actually be spawned, and then because the commands are queued so that they don't happen immediately for multiple mutability reasons. So yeah, the idea is that the inventory system here will only keep the current shape in the inventory and like a pointer basically to any sub-inventory, and then that sub-inventory will again keep the shape of every item in it and pointers to its sub-inventory. And the idea being that like basically the inventory system only keeps enough information to traverse the inventory so you can add and remove items without needing to access the actual item. And that's what this is the entity is like basically a pointer to the item, so that like if you wanted to say that the water bottle had some kind of trait, like some kind of property that could happen, or like the right-click menu of the water bottle would actually be attached to the item itself, not in the inventory. So you don't have to traverse the inventory to right-click. Like when I left-click this and pick it up, it actually doesn't touch the inventory. It just, well, it kind of does. And again, this is part of the rewrite, is that technically one of the things that I would be doing is this empty bottle, which as you can see didn't get removed from the inventory because I'm not currently removing things. This empty bottle would have a component on it that points to this inventory and says, hey, this is the inventory I'm in. So when I click on it, it can just go here and say, hey, remove this entry. And then it would, go through obviously the whole vector. Yeah. Every possible action, has a part. Yeah, so I forgot, there's like a tick box. I can make the things slower, but I have to stop the stream to make the latency. I've got it low, which I think makes it like 5 to 10 seconds. But yeah, the idea is that like the entity, which is just a number basically, points to the item that actually does all the interactions. This is just purely the shape of the inventory, so that I can traverse it. Otherwise, again, as I said, there's a lag, and the lag means that you can't add something to an inventory and then access its inventory in the same thing. You have to add it, wait a turn, come back, do it again, which for moving things around is fine, because once the item exists, I'm just moving that entity pointer around. But when it's been spawned is the issue, which means that you have to spawn items and add them to an inventory at different times, which also means you run into and it's like the big thing that made me go, I need to fucking redo this, is when you spawn an item and like add it to an inventory. I lost the plot. There we go. You would spawn an item, or you'd spawn an inventory, and then you couldn't add items to the inventory, which made it really difficult. Oh, that was it. If you tried to add an item to an inventory and the inventory was full, you could not know the inventory was full until the next frame, because you added the item. So you'd either have to check it, spawn the item, wait a turn, then add it to the inventory, and then it could tell you it was full, or you had to have like some kind of thing of being like, oh, these items are being added, and then it would be like, the next frame it's actually these items failed, and it's like, well, it'd be really annoying to keep track of and have to be like, oh, actually this item goes back into your hand because it failed the one frame. But still, like, that's an annoying way of having to write your code, of being like, I have to come back and check this whether it succeeded or not. You can't just be like, oh, it succeeded or it didn't succeed, do different things. Well, like, it's the same as like all this tooltip. Like this tooltip is completely independent. Like these items is basically going, oh, you hovered over them, and each item, if we pop this open, go to the empty bottle, has the item component here, and I haven't got it reflect, which means that I can't actually see what's inside. But basically, inside is just a pointer to an item descriptor, which tells the thing, like the name of the item and the description of the item, which means I don't need the name and description here, and that's what's stored in the text file that I was writing. Yeah, so like backpack. it's name backpack, and then the size is also, so this just is the item descriptor. So it's like it tells you the size of the item, and one of the things I'm adding is that items can be different sized based on the different types of slots. So the idea being that a lot of games are like, oh, you can have a backpack, and then you can put things in the backpack. And some games like Tarkov let you have infinite space because the backpack physically takes up less space than it contains. So you can put more shit in the backpack than the backpack takes. So you can just put a backpack in a backpack and a backpack and a backpack, and each time it gives you slightly more space, or just infinitely stack the backpacks because they take up exactly the same amount of space as they have. So you, and it annoys me because you can't get to the bottom. But what I want to have is something like these water bottles can. So the game kind of replicates that in that water bottles can only hold you can only put water in water bottles. Or that's the kind of backwards. It's you can yeah, if you have water, it can only go in a bottle. So like this. So when I pick up the electricity can only go in batteries. I have to put the battery in my hand so you can see its slot. So when I pick up electricity, it can only go to batteries. So I'm copying that behavior. But my thing is also the way the game works at the moment is that effectively the battery inside this has to be the same size as the battery outside of it, like to take up the same amount of space. I had a habit of just going full object-oriented. Yeah, full object-oriented. Yeah, well, because that's the weird thing is the more I learn like about this stuff, because I think YouTube's decided that I need to learn more about object oriented, is that object oriented is like because I assume is where you're actually saying with it is object. Oh yeah, like yes, yeah, fully object based, not object oriented. Like yeah, but like that's basically the idea. Is it's like I find it really hard because when I make my videos, I'm like, oh, it's an object, but like not the same object that object oriented is talking about. I find it hilarious that the guy that invented the term object-oriented said that there's only 2 object-oriented languages and it's his one and like the one that he based it on, or like it was Lisp or something. He's saying like everything else is object-oriented, like it's not actually object-oriented because object-oriented was each object could only pass objects to other objects, and it was like everything had to be this like weird structure thing. It's like that's what object-oriented was, is that everything was an object. So it's like you couldn't pass in an integer. You had to pass in a message object that contained an integer as it's like part of it, as its data field. And so there's this weird thing about like it was specifically designed to do a very specific thing, and then everyone like adopted it, and it's mostly just fucking Java's fault because Java spent a lot of money to try and get everyone to use it, and they just happened to be object oriented. Yeah, well, that's the issue at the moment. Is yeah, I'm stuck in the middle because of that thing of I need to access certain things so I can't use the ECS. But it's also weird because when I describe videos, like object, an entity is what I'm trying to talk about, but because Bevy has a struct called an entity, it to me feels confusing to say, oh, I need this entity, but it's like not the number, the grander concept that number points at, like entity 46, not the struct entity that points at 46. And so it's hard to like whenever I do videos, I'm like always finding myself being like trying to word things in a way because yeah, it is an object. And it was always one of those the hardest things for me to understand with Rust is everyone's like, oh, but Rust isn't object oriented, but it's like, yeah, it's not object oriented, but it still has objects. Like a struct is an object, and you can put methods on said struct. But the point is that like the something like it doesn't own its information or something. Like I legitimately don't really know what the difference between when you go to the pure like the guy that invented the term object oriented, it's like no other language is object oriented, and that's I think where a lot of the confusion comes from. Like people go, oh, it's doing this, so it must be object oriented. Like no, having objects does not make you object oriented. For everything in a container to guarantee transport and be able to add control properties. Indeed, Java made it horror show. Yeah, Well, because it's not even just that everything goes in a container. Because one of the rules of an object is that like a reference to an object can never be changed, I believe is one of the key tenets of object oriented. The idea is you never have to really worry about a null reference because you're never allowed to delete the object at the other end of the reference, or you're never allowed to change the object. And it's like, so it effectively means that anything with a this pointer is not object oriented, because the this pointer violates the rule that you're not allowed to point to yourself, because that would be, so there was these rules about what objects did, and it was like the idea was that I think like objects like basically trickled down from the top, and then you had to have an object that pointed back up the tree somehow, which would violate one of the rules. So it was like it was only allowed to go down. No, yeah, game inventory, not home inventory. But that would be cool. Home inventory. I'm also getting very distracted talking about object oriented instead of working on the code. But that's how the streams go. So I get very distracted talking about things that are like grandiose ideas that are cool. Like I did my I was doing my voxel game, and someone started talking about politics, and then it's like an hour I stood on the top of a hill in my voxel game talking like politics and like left and right, and how like the biggest issue isn't necessarily that like, oh, we're also like left and right. It's that like we're also not actually left or right, and we keep getting told that if we're not fully left we must be right, or if we're not fully right we must be left. With JavaScript, really? Okay. And by using exclusively IIFE namespaces, like modules. Yeah, so that was like the video I was watching was talking about modules, and it basically said that the whole reason we're stuck in fucking object-oriented hell is because the guy that invented the first I think it was Objective-C wanted modules, and it just so happened that the cover of the magazine that he looked at that day was Smalltalk, which did objects. And like that was like the small bit of modularization that he's like, oh, I'm going to do that then, because that's how you do it. And then it's like, no, turns out modules are what you wanted, which is what Rust does. Is the idea of like everything is contained within the module that it's declared in, unless you say otherwise, so you can like protect things and keep them like reserved from other things. And so anyway, it was just like that was a loud click. It was this weird thing about like it just so happened that like if it was a different week, we would probably be in a different programming paradigm. My favorite one is the functional programming. A big backpack. Yeah, I'm because again, I'm not that old to know all these programming languages, but it was just so interesting watching this video because I think the video was from 2018. So Rust was only about 3 years old and not very used at all in 2018. And so this person never once mentioned Rust in this entire thing about like, oh, and then they got to the end and gone, oh, like, so like people started to use like functional, and it's like, and I was going, wow, it's really weird to watch one of these videos and not have them be like, oh, well, it seems like Rust is like the alternative to object oriented. Yeah, it was just this weird thing because they were talking about all these like where object oriented came from and like is it something about object oriented? And it's like, no, it turns out that the reason that everything's object oriented is because Objective-C copied Smalltalk, and then the next language that came along copied Objective-C. I think it was like Swift, and then it was Java. Whatever Java was targeting, I'm not entirely sure what Java, like why Sun released Java, but like whatever Java was targeting, they had to like make it as close. I think it was they were trying to make it feel like C. And so, or maybe C++, because again, C++ did this thing where they added objects, they made it object-oriented, and it didn't take off. It was called C with classes. It didn't work. They added a bunch of other shit and called it C++, like, you know, more, or and referring to I++. And then it's like, oh, and it took off because they added all this other shit as well. So it's like it's object oriented because the guy wanted object oriented stuff, but nobody liked people liked it, but not enough for to get other maintainers. So he added more stuff, and it's the more stuff that people liked. But now we're stuck with classes and objects because he did that first, and he expanded on an expansion. Yeah, so it's like Java was copying, I'm assuming C++. So they tried to make it feel like C++. And then Java was marketed really hard, like billions of dollars of marketing. And then the biggest, and this is the hilarious thing, the most reason we use, that's not what I want to copy. The most this is exactly why everything's object oriented, is that when Mozilla was inventing the internet, like the web browser, and they went, hey, we need a language to be the default, in our browser, this is the language so that you can have dynamic web pages. And they went, hey, let's copy that really popular thing called Java and just stick the word script. Yeah, where your board is. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. I personally try to stick to just one language. I love learning about other languages in the broader strokes, but actually learning another language is annoying because I've done it before where I've gone, oh, I'll just I'll do some JavaScript coding, make a web page or something, and then I come back to fucking Rust and it does my head in because I keep putting JavaScript things or doing JavaScript stuff, and then it's the same thing as when I go to the other language, I start doing Rust stuff, and it's so my brain doesn't like the switching. So I try to stick to one language, not because I think Rust is the best language, but because swapping back and forth does my head in and it makes me angry. Even when the compiler is yelling at me and I get frustrated with it, being like, what the fuck is wrong? I at least go I know how to solve these problems. But when it's when I swap between languages, I go, I'm not even fucking writing Rust code. That's what it's angry at me about. Then I get small. Okay. So no. Back. Okay. My item system is a bit dumb at the moment. So you can have there's a sequence of fixed ones, untyped, watertight, small, and then there's a sequence of other stuff. So the idea is that this is going to take up a 1x1 space in the backpack. So this takes up 5x9 in the untitled. This goes into the backpack spot. It also needs an untyped. Yeah, I should put on a note. People also get recommending different things to VS Code. And it's the same issue though. Is it's then I have to learn something new. And sure, long term, probably worth it. So I'll put it on my list of shit. I'm careful not to Pharaoh. Did I spell that correctly? Yeah. The Bevy's a great game engine for building stuff because it removes a lot of the friction that people have with Rust, which is lifetimes and stuff. Bevy takes care of all of that, where you just write a function, you request the data you need. Bevy does all the making sure that you don't access things mutably twice. It removes type erases all the lifetimes basically. So you still have to do some lifetime stuff because there's still you have to follow the basic rules of Rust, but the idea is if you hit it with Bevy, it's because you're actually doing something wrong. Whereas a lot of the time in Rust, it's not necessarily doing something wrong. It's just that you're necessarily you're doing something it can't check, and everyone's scared of going to unsafe because I think one of the Rust developers, the people that made the early language, said that the biggest mistake they made with Rust was calling it unsafe. They should have called it unchecked because it's not unsafe when you use unsafe code. It's unchecked. You're literally saying to the borrow checker, don't worry, I've got this. And people don't want to use it because unsafe sounds bad. So it's it's not unsafe, it's unchecked. And so the idea is that if Bevy can't check it for you, it probably means you're doing the wrong thing, unless you're in, because Bevy has, you have to, obviously Bevy has to check it at some point. So there's all these ways of like you can set it up and you can spend the extra time if you know what you're doing. But then Bevy makes it really easy. I'll show the actual code that you write. I'm just trying to work out this thing, then like untyped like this. When it's untyped, I want it to be like a 2 by no 5 wide. This is the small pocket, so too high. And then you don't have the backpack PNG when you're when you're untyped P5 by 9 backpack. That's a bit weird. Probably don't want that, but that's fine. But then when you're in the backpack spot, I want you to be. This also won't work because my code doesn't currently support double, like multiple items in the same file. But I'm going to make it because So this needs to be 5 by 2 when it's in the backpack spot. You'll also notice that like it's just terrible. Like it's not formatted or anything. It's like I have to write it in exactly the right format or it just doesn't work. Then it would be bbg backslash. I think it's UI backslash GUI cell.png. Come on. Okay. All right. So then we get a small backpack pocket. And then we're just going to copy this. The next backpack is going to be even easier because it's big. We just change the word big. Big. So backpack slot. We need some kind of way of adding inventory, but that's again like a new thing that I haven't worked on yet. Backpacks. So when it's in backpack slot, it's 1 by 1. When it's not in a backpack slot, it's 1 by 7. Then we same thing. We go 1 by 7, and then apparently 5 by 9 because it's gonna use the backpack when it's not. Okay. Yeah. So I'll show you the actual like Bevy code. So Bevy. We'll go to an example. So Bevy, you declare an app. So this is in your main. You declare app, and then app holds all the extra stuff. So like inside your app, you have apparently a sub app and a runner. So the runner is just the function that gets called when you call run, because you basically Bevy uses lots of what they call builder functions. So you like chain together, like you add a plugin, you add a system, you add a plugin, you add a system, you do this, you do that, and then you call run, and then Bevy does all the stuff. So it's got the sub app, which is like your main app, which is kind of weird that it's called a sub app, but as I say, so you have your sub app, and inside the sub app is the main sub app, and then other sub apps. So because you can have a you have the main logic world, you also have the render world, which does its own thing, can have its own stuff going on, and then the default error handler is when a function returns an error. How do you do it? Like I think in debug it panics and prints a message if and in release it just prints an error like into the console and it doesn't crash. I think and also you can customize and override that to be like accept certain errors can also crash, but the runner is just the function that runs. So inside our sub app, no, don't print screen. Stop sub app. So we have our main sub app and then these other sub apps, which is again like the render app. Then you go into here. So you have a world. World is like all of everything. Like so the plugin. This is like basically bookkeeping. So the plugin registry, plugin names, build depth, build state, update schedule. These is all the stuff that happens like. To like as you set it up, so like as you add plugins, it keeps track of what plugins you've added, because certain plugins are only allowed to be added once, other plugins can be added as many times as you like, and that kind of thing, because they do certain things. It's like they may conflict if you add them more than once, so it panics if you do. Then you go world. So the world, apparently worlds have IDs. I haven't been in this code for like ages, but there's entities, which is like all your objects in the world, and components, which are all the like data types in the world. So I'm assuming this component thing actually holds, like it holds like a binary representation of it so that you can stack them all into the same vector, basically. Component IDs, which is just like when you use a component for the first time, it gets given an ID rather than using like something like the hash of the type name, because that would mean that like you couldn't do a dense representation, whereas component IDs mean that you can stack them next to each other in a vector sort of thing, because or you can pack the vectors next to each other, because each component ID is like index into this vector to find the location rather than having like hash and so it's just like apparently an atomic number. I don't what? Oh. Yeah, I actually know how all this stuff works. Archetypes are like bundles of components. So but different bundles again, which is this is where it's hard to talk about because a lot of the names are used in Bevy. So the idea of an archetype is you're saying like everything with a transform. It's like every entity that has exactly the same components is the same archetype, and they talk about making sub archetypes, which I haven't seen anything about that, but it's the idea of being like you could also have like if it has this component with an ID 1 and this component with an ID 2, they're actually different archetypes even though they're the same component. But the idea is that like archetype is when Bevy looks up like everything that matches a certain thing, rather than having like to check every single entity, it only has to check entities. It just returns all the entities in a specific archetype. Basically any archetype. So any archetype that has transform, it returns all of the entities in because it has to have a transform to be part of that archetype. Bevy's done a lot of stuff to make sure you don't end up with like dead archetypes where like every time you insert this, you also insert that, whereas like they had to make sure that you didn't have an archetype that was the in-between of the two. It jumps from one to the other rather than like every transition. Storages, I don't have any idea what the fuck that is. Bundles is, again, no idea. Observers, they're like systems that run when a condition is met rather than like running every frame. So you trigger them rather than them just having run conditions. There should be some schedulers and stuff, but the idea is that most of the stuff is like all the systems and stuff will be hidden in here somewhere. I don't know, but that's all far too deep into the weeds. You never actually touch any of the stuff. I'm just explaining how it works. So the idea is that you create your app and then you go, hey app, add plugins, add the default plugins, and that'll add all the Bevy stuff so that like renders your window, collects user input, basically all the stuff you'd expect for a game. Then we add our EGI, which is just used for that, like this stuff. This is EGUI, so it's its own UI, like plugin for like making debug consoles and stuff. The inspector, which is the actual window, so the inspector uses the EGUI plugin to render itself. Then we're adding my plugins, and then we're inserting a resource, which is like a single copy of data. So the idea is that like the tooltip settings are something that like no matter like where you are in the application, the tooltip settings are always going to be the same. So they're a resource, and like you can't have two copies of tooltip information, tooltip settings, because you sort of set them once, like whether the debug's on, that kind of thing. We can init resource, which is just the same as insert, but like where I'm saying, hey, this resource knows how to create itself out of the data that's already in the world. So you can have it like look up to see if something exists, or like the other thing with init is it'll check to see if it's already been initialized, and if it has, it won't initialize it a second time. It'll just like return. These can all be chained. I just do .app because I like to be able to split them up, and if you don't do .app, it's really annoying to like then you have to split. But yeah, so we add our systems. So systems are like just functions that run with certain rules about what type of system can be passed, what type of function can be passed in. So you've got like startup is the schedule. So this is when it runs. So the startup schedule runs once at the start of your game. There's pre-startup, which runs before startup, and then post-startup, which runs after startup, because there's certain things about like at schedule boundaries, certain things that happen like component spawn. So you might do something in pre-startup so that it triggers something happening at the transition, and then in startup you do something, and then you can at the transition and do something in post-startup. But like the idea is most things just go in startup if you want them to happen once at the start to like spawn a map or like spawn the cameras, all those kind of things that you don't necessarily want to happen every single frame. So like, hence spawning the camera. Then there's like on exit, which is saying like when loaded. When you leave the loaded state, which is just like a thing I've said, like say insert state. So states are just like a way of flagging something, so you can like again like do this kind of thing of like when I change state, if I'm exiting the false loaded state, then spawn the inventory. You can also on enter, you can on transition, which means you can actually pick two. You can if you go from this one to that one, then do things. The schedule is all about like specifying when something happens. Then we add systems, so that you get like check loaded. Run if just means that like it'll check that it's in the state false. So this will only run if we're not loaded yet. If we haven't finished loading, it'll run check loaded. And then we get to like how the functions work. So this is what they call a system. So a system is just a function with special rules. So the rules are that it has to only take in system parameters. Like all of its parameters have to be system parameters. So that's like resmute, which accesses our resource mutably. So in this case, we're getting the next state resource mutably, so we can check, so we can transition. So it's next state set. We're getting access to our loot table resource, which is we initialized up here. And we're basically iterating through all the items in the loot table, because the loot table just has a vector of items. We iterate through every item in the loot table, and we ask the asset server, is this item finished loading yet? Like, have you finished parsing this file, and is it loaded? And then if it says no to any of them, we return. And if it says yes to any of them, to all of them, we transition to the loaded state being true, and then we can continue doing other stuff. This is me being lazy. The from world, this is how you tell it, like when you call a init, it needs to initialize from world, and from world, this gives you access to the world, and then you can like set yourself up. The big thing that makes Bevy really powerful is that everything happens in parallel if it can. So somewhere I will have like queries, maybe, possibly. Probably not, because this doesn't actually do anything. We'll go to like somewhere that does something. Rendering, maybe? Rend node. So here we have a populated. So populated means only if at least one entity exists. Otherwise, this system doesn't run. It automatically just like continues and skips it if nothing, like there's nothing to do, basically. So populated does that. Like that's what gives it the behavior. Otherwise, you can put query. Query just always returns the results. Populated only returns the results if at least one entity matches the conditions. And then there's single, which only returns if exactly one entity matches the condition. So if there's more than one, it'll also be skipped. Then the first argument is the actual stuff we want to get. So in this case, we want to get the entity, which is just the ID of the object, and access to the render inventory, which is like a component, which is just like a way of saying like data that's specific to this entity, which has a handle to its entity resource. So like, or asset in this case. The handles point to assets, which are a type of resource. Which is probably getting a little bit complicated, but anyway. So we're requesting a reference to its render inventory, and then we're putting a filter added and then inventory node. So added being that like is a filter that means that only entities that since this system ran last, because it uses what are called change ticks. So since the last time this system ran, has that entity gained this component? And if so, it gets returned by this query, and then the system runs, and so this is like the idea of we can detect that the new thing comes in. There's also changed, which was like any time the value is mutated. So if you modify the value of the inventory node, it would trigger changed. There's things like with, which just means like it has a component, but we don't actually want the component. Without is the same thing, where we go like we only want to return things that don't have that component. So in this case, it doesn't actually matter, but in theory, we could say like mute render inventory. And that would mean that, we did make this mute too. This means we can actually modify this. We can change the render inventory. And so we could like make the inventory that's being rendered point somewhere else, or we can update the slots, that kind of thing. And the idea that behind this is that we can tweak those kinds of things. And yeah, so this is like where the borrow checking stuff comes in. So spawn inventory will run in parallel with every other system if it can. And the only system that this one can't run in parallel, I think Inventory Manager probably restricts it, is so it can't run in parallel with anything else that has access to the Inventory Manager, because the Inventory Manager needs exclusive access to the assets for the inventory. And it also wouldn't be able to run in parallel with any system that requests access to the render inventory. So if it's not mutable, it doesn't conflict. Well, it conflicts with mutable versions, but so only one copy that is mutable can run, and as many copies that are immutable can run. So the idea is that if you have one mutable version, it has to run on its own. So the often one you see is like mute transform. So that's like saying basically, I'm going to move something in the world. Only one thing can be moving things in the world. So only that system gets to run, but you can put filters on it. So you can say like mute transform with player, and then if everywhere else you said mute transform without player, then they can run in parallel. The other thing is like if you want to access them in the same system, like you can't have mute transform and then also a different mute transform unless they don't conflict. So they can like mute transform with player and then mute transform. Oh, not even mute, but you can just have then transform without player would mean that you can like say get me the players transform mutably and every other transform immutably, and then you can like do different things. Because the idea is that like they don't conflict. You guaranteed that they won't have the same transform, so mutability access and stuff. But yeah, you don't have to worry about lifetimes with Bevy. It's actually really cool and really fast is the key thing. Is that like I've written stuff in this where it's like you'll get like thousands of FPS, and ironically, thousands of FPS is more that you start hitting bottlenecks in Bevy, like ability to start the next frame basically. So the idea is that you could do I think you get like about 1,000 FPS and it'll cap out, but you can then like do like 10, 15 times more work and still be at 1,000 FPS. And like you can do like tons and tons of work and it'll still be at 1,000 FPS. But as soon as you start dipping below 1,000 FPS, then it becomes sort of linear, that like the percentage more work you do, the more it goes down. Because there's some kind of like fundamental cap to how quickly Bevy can start the next frame. Like it's a limitation outside of Bevy. It's probably to do with like WinInit's ability to like queue the next frame is that like Windows won't let me queue frames faster than like 1,000 frames a second. But yeah, I've done like all sorts of games, and they're always really fast because, you know, like this game almost certainly running at 60 FPS. If I uncapped it, it'd be running at like 1,000 FPS. Bit difficult to do that. Anyway, I should probably be getting back on topic. Yeah, if you've got questions, feel free to. I don't even think I fucking said I was going live. Anyway, I have like a Discord, that kind of thing. Yeah, but yeah. If you got questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to go back to doing the code because I feel like I'll ramble about this all day. A big backpack pocket. Okay, so big backpack pocket, little backpack pocket. So we need to go to our like item descriptor, wherever the hell I put item descriptor. It's somewhere in here. Mouse mode. Inventory polling. What? That is one limitation that I'm still going to run into, is that you have to load the inventory descriptor before you try to spawn the item, because it technically needs the descriptor to be able to load the item. And inventory like asset loading happens in parallel in the background, but I don't necessarily think it inserts until, again, like that schedule transition, because the idea is that you would, to be able to insert a asset into the resource, you would need mutable access to the resource, which would mean that it would conflict with whatever system was currently running. So you couldn't like load something, wait for it to load, and then run. You have to like load it in a different frame and then wait for it to load. Or maybe you can load it in place. I don't know. I've never actually really used the asset server like that. And yeah, node. What is it doing? Somewhere. The item. No. Where has the item descriptor? There. Item descriptor. The item descriptors are going to need like an inventory thing so that they can spawn sub inventories. But for now, somewhere we have like a asset loader there. Okay, so dot item, and then async, and we load item descriptor. Load item descriptor. So what I need to do, think, that'd be load item descriptor. So we need to go something. So we read the string, and then we want to be like for block in data dot split item. Something like that, I think. Like, because that's what I've done. Like, if it's square brackets item. And I believe split will split at each instance of into their own thing. So I forgot where I was. Gotta be an inventory item. Right, so we have that, and then we're gonna go I'm gonna say let item descriptor. Which is, I guess, an item descriptor. There's probably like an option. Item descriptor, something like that. So we're going to instantiate this, and we're going to say that item equals this. Actually, probably not. You're doing something different, and then we're going to come down here, and we're going to return. Result. Something like that, I think. Why are you complaining? And then you just return items. Okay. You need to be mutable apparently. And then possibly uninitialized. Yeah, cool. So I guess you need a no item in descriptor. Error. Entity does not have an item component. I guess it's more like if you get to here, then it's No, I kind of just want you to be the first item. And there we go. I guess you would just I'm trying to think how to do this in like a nice ergonomic way. So we're gonna say like let new equals load this, and then we go like I guess question mark that out of there. No, let's comment it out. Question mark it out, please. Right. So that's our new item, and if it fails to load the item, we kick out the error. I guess that's the point, isn't it? So we get the new item. I want to constantly override it, but there's like you can do like a load context dot labeled. Wait, begin labeled asset. Dot finish. Huh. So there's begin labeled asset, but how do you tell it what the label is? Begins a new labeled asset load. Use the return context to load dependencies for the new asset and call finish to finalize the asset loading. When finalized, make sure you call add load labeled asset to add the result back to the parent context. What? Okay, so I guess it's something like let L equal. Then we pass in the mute L. That's interesting. Oh, don't finish it. Just begin loading a labeled asset. So we go like this. We go, here's the new item, and then we say name equals new dot name. I don't know how that works. Anyway, so we're gonna say new dot name, which is gonna yell at me because it's gonna be like, oh, this is clone. Let name. Well, I guess we can just take it. Then we say L dot finish. We pass in new. So this then returns an asset. Okay, so let asset equal. So you're complaining because oh yeah, okay. So I have to like dot clone you. I'm trying to work out what the name needs to be. So this is a loaded asset item descriptor, and then we can say, I'm curious if I can read your length. I don't think so, because I feel like the split's just going to be split. I mean, apparently there's lots of people watching. Then there was load context dot add labeled asset, and then your name is name, which good. We have to clone it because it says it has to be a string, and then the asset. Right. So I think what we actually have to do is load the root asset. So let item equal load item descriptor. Okay, wait. Let mute items equals data dot split. We can split off, which isn't what we really want. We want split. So split will give us an iterator. Split once. That's what we want. Now the issue is that splitting the string on the first occurrence of a specified delimiter and returning the prefix before declamation and the suffix after. Well, this only does this if it has it at all, which is kind of interesting. So config would return none. Okay, so we have to be like, let mute some pre-post yeah. So I'm using plugins to refine the specific features. So the idea is that the inventory plugin crate has the inventory, and then it also has an inventory renderer plugin that is only available if you turn on the rendering feature in Rust. But you also have to add the rendering feature to your game. So you can have my inventory management without necessarily having my choice of how to render inventories, and then you can choose from there how to render the inventory on top. It is going to require me to probably modify how the item descriptor works to be able to load like arbitrary information so that you could like load your own thing. But you know, we'll work on that later. So else, so we can just return load item descriptor, which is data. Because calling that a normal engine is one very rude to Bevy. That's the equivalent of saying, why don't we like all just use Google instead of any of the alternatives? Because why would you use anything but the thing that's popular when like the idea is that there are things that are better and also more enjoyable. Like the closest I get is one, I don't like Unity because one, well, the biggest thing, the company is shit. The next thing down is C#. I program in Rust. I could program in C#. I did for many years. I used Unity for ages, and then Unity turned into a shitty company and decided they were going to retroactively charge indie developers thousands of dollars because they were successful, which is kind of like not how that's supposed to work. But anyway, so yeah, exactly. They're trash. But like Unity has its issues. It's just big. Unreal has its issues, but it's big. Godot is probably the only really alternative. And again, the biggest thing with Godot is kind of the language. Godot script drives me insane. I don't like Python. I haven't used Subsecond for development. I've helped people set it up before, but like everything I read about it was kind of like it doesn't work very well on Windows. It works really well on Linux, and you need this like a custom compiler for it. Yeah, but back to like why. So Godot, I've been told that Godot can do Rust, but you have to write like a whole bunch of bindings so that you write Rust, it compiles the Rust, and then it links to the Rust dynamically. I could never get that working, but it's kind of one of those things. It's like, why do we do anything? It's like, well, because I like Bevy. Bevy to me is fun. Bevy is fast as all hell, which for my kind of game is great. Not this particular game. This is a 2D game. But I tend to write like Minecraft clones or simulation games like Sims. I did a reactor game where everyone was going, holy fuck, like the fact that this thing runs, it ran at like 20 FPS, but the fact that it ran at any kind of reasonable FPS when it was simulating thousands of voxels all doing temperature calculations and fluids would flow in that like water voxels would check next to them and then it moved down. The issue was I did fuck up some of the things like I would alternate every other voxel for whether they would try up or try down, which meant that water would start like bouncing up and down because it would float up when it was steam, and then it would float down while it was steam because I had no kind of preference for steam to go up. So it was like the molten liquids would just sort of bob up and down. They wouldn't actually float away when they turned to a gas. But that was more of a bug in my logic than it was. But like Bevy was really fast. I assume, well, like, I don't think Godot's new. I think Godot is popular now. It's the same. I was in a video literally like yesterday about Project Zomboid and its development, and I went, "Holy shit!" One, I'm old because that game came out in like 2012, and I think I was playing it like in 2014. I think was when I got my copy, or when it came to Steam was when I got my copy. But they were going about like the game was getting a trickle of users, and its big peak when it like hit early access or whatever, like it was big, was like 8,000 people, and then in 2022 they released multiplayer, and it hit like 60,000 people. So like. It's not that it's new; it's that it's suddenly popular. Is what I'm getting at. Is like Godot is quite old from what I'm like at least 2015. I want to say Godot original release release history. Yep, 2014. Version 1 came out in 2014. Godot is not new. It's 10 years old. When it's 12 years old. Sorry, in December. So. It's 13 years old. No, 11 years old. So Godot's not new. It got popular in like 2018 or something. So like they, and also like the actual answering the question of why didn't they use TypeScript. I think Godot used Godot script. Yeah. So what you're saying is this brand new engine that was developing itself should have used a brand new language that only just came out. So, like, I guess the same thing with TypeScript. Is how many years did TypeScript go before people suddenly went, oh shit, like let's all like. I've only just now started seeing YouTubers be like, hey, I won't use anything but TypeScript. For a very long time, it was like the Rust people being like, hey, you should use this. It's just better. And now people are going. I saw some guy who was like, oh, I've written. I think it's like he wrote a script that made sure that his Python wouldn't compile if it had type errors, like it was hard typed, and it's weird. But I'm just saying, like, I think Godot wrote Godot script because they were trying to write a script that did exactly what they wanted to do. My issue is I don't like Python-style scripting where you can miss a semicolon and it does things. I also don't like that Python has this issue of if you pass the wrong type in, it can be like 5 or 6 functions later before someone realizes you gave them the wrong type. And then the error is not where you made the mistake. The error is where someone decided to check. So, like, I don't like Python-style stuff for exactly that reason. Is because my like programming style is to rely really heavily on the compiler stopping me from doing stupid shit. I want the compiler to force me to tell it what type something is so that later on it can say, hey, you fucked up. Yeah, that's just a me thing. What the fuck is this? STD pre-release prelude v1 result. Yeah. It's not even necessarily about getting things done. I never get anything done, but I didn't get anything done when I wrote Unity either. I think I wrote one complete game in Unity. Lots of prototypes, and they were fun. The point is that I'm enjoying it. The point is that every day I get up and go, hey, like I actually want to go and stream and write code. It's rather than like when I was trying to do web dev shit and I was going, fuck, I really don't want to battle fucking TypeScript. Like, what was we'll do some paint stuff because that's always fun. I saw something that was like the learning curve is, so you get like one line to here. please be a straight line. So you have we'll do text because you have the time and difficulty. Again, I can't spell, so I'm just going to call it diff. And then we go, so we're like this. We're gonna go like, so this is like JavaScript, Python, all like the what is it, like scripting language, like all the ones that like are like you can put any type in and we'll work it out, like all that coerced typing and shit. It's like this. It's like it just gets harder and harder and harder and harder and harder because the more shit you learn, like over time, it gets harder because you start needing to learn edge cases. Rust is it's supposedly like, because I never really noticed this because I don't use other languages, so I haven't really compared it. But Rust apparently goes more like this, because as you learn more and more Rust, you stop hitting issues. I think actually technically Rust is more like because again, the difficulty never goes back down, because difficulty is like how much with time, how much like difficulty. Because you could do it the other way, which is just the equivalent of saying like it starts hard. I guess we'll do it the other way. Is it starts. So Rust starts really hard, stays really hard, starts getting easier, and then sort of just does this. Like as you learn new things, like I was reading other people's code and I found out that you can do like if, you can get or else or and else. So you stop having to write match statements everywhere. Like they do the same thing, but that's Rust. Like it just sort of, it starts hard, it steps down because you suddenly get a concept like lifetimes or the borrow checker, or like something clicks and it drops, and it's like, and then it stays there. It's always getting a little bit easier over time. So then, so we'll go back. So your Python and your JavaScript sort of start like this, and they go down and they go down, and then they go back up because the difficulty should never go back up. And then but actually that's dumb because that makes it imply that it's more like it starts, let's say, like one notch down, and it gets easier, it gets easier, it gets easier, and then it like flattens out. It flattens out. It might go down a little bit, and then it flattens out, and then it does something like this. And like this isn't that it got harder; it's that like the more you learn about Python and TypeScript, the more you go, oh fuck, I've got to do this thing. Like this is like, oh yeah, when I'm programming and I'm doing this thing, and then it's like, but then suddenly you learn that like maybe you shouldn't be doing this, or you learn about the garbage collector, or and then it's like, oh well, you learn about this thing, and also the other one is what's it? So let's call that Python. Is that like Python's really like always getting easy, and then suddenly like you'll discover something get really hard. JavaScript apparently is more like this. Because every time a new thing comes out, you learn it all again. So it's like it gets really hard, and then it gets like back down to easier than it was, and it gets hard and easier than it was, because every time a new framework comes out, you learn a new framework. But that's just more of a joke on JavaScript, because like apparently I didn't really do it, but every time like every like 2-3 years there'd be a new like framework that you had to learn, because it's the framework that you have to use, and it's kind of funny to be like, oh, you have to use this one. Anyway, so we split once, data pre once, else, and then so you return that. I don't know why it's complaining something about missing a semicolon. Why are you? Oh, because it's you don't need these mutable either. They're just strings. I don't know why I put the mute there. All right, and then the context is load context. Thank you. So we say split once, reference to data, please. So we load the whole thing. We split it once. We say, hey, if you fail the split, which implies that nowhere in the entire file, so that would be like this file, nowhere does it say item in here, means that you're the old style, just load the whole thing. There's no multiple items. Then I'm going to say, hey, if there is an item split, the issue is we need to kind of do double split here, because we need to go we need to be like okay, wait, no, so we have pre and post. So we need to go let main and then rest. And then equals, and we go if pre dot len equals if pre dot is empty, then else pre and post. I don't know why the AI decided to flip them. That's not how it would work. It would be data dot split split once. Well, I guess it's more like, So we would do that. I don't know, because when we're doing that pre or post. So we go, hey, if main. So I guess technically we want to say rest. And so main needs to be a string and then rest. So we say if pre is empty, we're going to do something fancy here. Otherwise, we're going to say post dot split and then item. So this should then, yeah, so this returns a string and then an iterator over the string. So then we're going to say, otherwise we say let mute parts equals post dot split. And then we say while sum main equals parts dot next cannot find value main while let main if main dot trim dot is empty continue. Then we want to say break. No, it's not break. I'm trying to think how to. Can we break main and parts not as string? No, damn. So it's like if pre is empty, fine. So we want to get parts. I guess we just do that. And then we just return main, comma, parts. I'd have to collect it, thank you. I guess, no, you just do sure. And you go if that should work fine because we're effectively just saying unwrap or empty. And then here we just say, I guess we call this main. And we just say, please load with main. Well, we don't even need a reference, it's just main. And load context, like that. I think that's how that works. And then we just return main. Except instead of splitting data, because that would repass the same thing, we just do rest. And we pass in block and L, and then we add asset. Why are you complaining? Well, I add asset. Why are you saying labeled asset? Okay. This will give the given asset as a labeled asset, which the labeled asset. What? Didn't it say to do that? So we say begin labeled asset. So what's the example? So it says labeled, load context, begin labeled asset, handle.push, handles.push, something threads.move, finish, labeled finish image default. Or handle in handles. Add loaded labeled asset. There we go. Right. So just for people that aren't following the logic there too closely, because so first thing we do is we get the data string. Annoyingly, we have to initialize this because I personally don't know how to make this return me like an IO reader. But anyway, then we read all the data that Bevy's fetched into this string. We go, hey, please split off the denominator item. And we go, hey, if you fail to split, which is basically saying, wait, no, they don't do that. That's incorrect. I was looking at that going like, why? Okay, no. Item. This is why we run through our logic, people. So what we do is we say, take the loaded string, and we split once at square bracket item. Square bracket item is the like way I'm distinguishing between items. And we go, hey, if there's no square bracket item, then you're like this. There's no multiple items to find. And there was one, I think it's this one. This one has square bracket item, but like there's only one item. So this is just a way of being like, if there's no square bracket item, just use the old system, which is just to load the whole file. Then we go main and we say, hey, split the rest. And then we say, if pre is empty, so because we split pre and post means that find the first one of these, everything before it goes in pre, everything after it goes in post. We then say, if pre is empty, which it would, so this one doesn't have one, so it would do the old system. This one would have one, but there's nothing before, so pre is empty. And then it has all this stuff. So we pass in that. So I feel like I should say pre.trim maybe is empty, because then if there's like spaces or enters at the top of the file. So we say, hey, if pre-trim is empty, let parts equal, so split off. So if this is empty, we need to get a new pre. Otherwise so if there is a pre, then set pre and then split everything else. So everything after the first one, hence the split ones. So the rest of it, split them every time you see the word item. Then yeah, up here we go, hey, split every time you see the word item, but then like grab the first of those, which would be, if we go back to our example here. So it's going to go, hey, this is, our pre, and then this is the rest. This is the rest. And then every time it sees the word next, which it doesn't see it again, so this would be the next item. So it just fetches next, and then it does or unwrap or default. The idea being that if you passed in a file that just said item and didn't have an actual descriptor, well, I guess technically, how would you get here? That would imply that there are no more. So you've trimmed it once. Yeah, so it's just the word part. Just the word item. So it had to have at least item once, and then this is saying that if it has it once, then this will find this is that once. Because otherwise it's never again. We unwrap or default just because, again, like this could return nothing, but in theory, like this will always return at least once. We could split once again, which would be kind of weird and annoying because it would. Anyway, the idea of this is basically saying like get main is the next one, and then parts is everything that's left. Which most like on this particular one, there would be nothing. So it would like pop this, and then the next time you called it, there would be nothing. So it would just return false, which should then in turn. So we set that up. So we have our pre and our post, which is our main and our rest. So then we pass main because that's our main asset. It's the top asset. And then we say for block in rest, and we load the asset. And then we set the asset as a named asset underneath the asset. I think that should work. We can find out. I guess the easiest way to find out is to go first off. What's the item? So it's phone battery is the one that has items. So we have to go back to our test inventory. Examples, test inventory. I guess we'll just turn on the random item spawning again and be like, hey, please tell me that items fucking randomly spawn batteries again. Because if it doesn't randomly spawn batteries, that would imply that the battery's failing to parse. Well, I guess it should also tell us that in the console. So, well, that's kind of what I was just doing. Just a sec, I gotta pass this while my brain is working. Apparently I commented that out. Not sure when I commented that out. It must be up here somewhere, maybe. So if we go back to here, we say we initialize the asset loader, the inventory descriptor loader. So this says app, create this item from nothing. You can also, I think, insert. So there's a we'll just go asset loader. Asset loader. So there's initialize, register, and pre-register. Is it register that does it? Yeah. So register, you have to pass in the asset loader, and it calls from world on it. Init. So calling init. Wait, that's resource. Init asset loader. So calling init asset loader just calls from world and gives it access to the world. Then we'll go to here. So this is just an empty struct. So because it has default, its from world implementation is just to return its default, which is again nothing. And then this is the asset loader. So basically, we're saying to Bevy, that to make this asset loader available. And another thing it does is it gets extensions. So this is how it knows what items. So anything ending in .item, when I call load, you'll see in our example, up here we have the loot table. So inside a loot table, it's got a from as well because it's initialized. We say asset server load items bottle item .item. So basically, when you call .load, it looks at the file extension, goes, you're a .item. Oh, I've got a loader for .items. It will pass this reader, which is basically just reads all the bytes, to the asset loader that's associated with that particular extension, so .item, and it will then load said item. I don't know why I was crashing. Yeah, so this is how you load the assets, and then the adding the asset server is how I customize what assets are loaded. So if I wanted to just like load a PNG, which is like what we're actually doing inside some of that, wherever that asset loader was. So it's item. So in here, when we say load a descriptor, so we go through line by line because I'm too lazy to write a proper actual parser. We check if the line starts with this and we skip it. That was my old way of being able to say item, is that like we skip it if the word item ends up in there somehow, we skip it. We set mode, which just reads that first thing, so size. So if you say size, then you go into size mode, and then every line after that is treated as a size entry, and then you get image and every so it means that one you could say like size this, image this, and then do another size this, image this, because it swaps back and forth is all it does. So item descriptor. So we should really be passing in a single item descriptor anyway. So we set the mode, which the mode also returns whether we skip the line, because certain things like name needs to also check the line, but the mode doesn't. Then we match the mode. So if it's a description, we get our description up here. We set it to sum if it's not already sum, and we just set it to whatever the line says. If it is already something, we get that version, we push a new line, and then we push the actual new line itself. Like we push a new line character and then the new line. And then everything else, we pass line, because this is like weird old code. So yeah, it is fun to talk about the code. It's good to know that it's just background noise. So what if you want to load an asset inside your plugin, then have the asset available to whoever uses it? Actually, ironically, I'm doing that. Yeah, workspaces are incredibly handy. So I'm doing that in, I believe it's here. So we have, I want to say it's slot, maybe? No, it must be style. So if we go to rendering and we go style. So this is your inventory style. This is how you declare what the inventory looks like. So basically in here, see how you've got like a small inventory and a large inventory. The way the large inventory works is it basically is declaring a different style. And in that style, the inventory cells are 3 times the size of that one. So they're just rendering larger. So the style has the size of the cell, handle to the image. That's the background image. That's like what it's rendering here. The background, like, so basically the idea is that like, in here, like you see, like the box is here and then the inventory is here. I would want to be able to have the box, like, the inside of a box or something around the outside of the inventory, just to make it like a little bit neater. So that's what the background is. But the way that I'm doing default is that I have default stuff here. So when I register these default style, which is something I call from inside the plugin. So we go back up to rendering. No, it must be the style plugin that calls it. What do I call that? Somewhere I insert the style. I'm sure it's rendering. That must be in mod. Render plugin. So in here, we initialize the inventory style asset, because otherwise we can't use it. Then we call style register default style. So in here, we say the style is the default style passed in, which comes from the plugin. So the player can provide a default style. Otherwise, I unwrap my default style, which is to say the default cell size is 32 by 32, and that there is no image and no background. I then let the style equal this, and this is where shit gets annoying. We insert the asset with a default asset ID. So that means that like it's not necessarily that anyone can use it like in a, like everyone knows it exists, but if you call handle default, it will return this style, because I inserted into the assets, so we get world res mute. Technically, I should probably be doing this as from world or something, but it I didn't know how to do it in a way of like I need to call this function, do this thing. But anyway, so the app mute, resource mute, and then yeah. So basically, I insert with this handle, and I think the key thing is it has to be a UUID, because if you called add. This would return you a handle, and that handle is what they call a strong handle. And if you drop all the strong handles, then the asset will be unloaded. But if I insert, I can insert a strong handle as well, I believe. But because I'm inserting with a asset with a UUID, because like insert is like a way to like you could overwrite a pre-existing one by inserting with the same handle. But inserting with a UUID, I don't think UUIDs are checked. Like UUIDs are not strong. So if we go to our asset ID, so your assets are either an asset index or they're a UUID. Whereas your handle, if we go to handle, someone down here, handle. So if we go handle, the handle is either a strong handle or a UUID. So the UID handles are not reference counted. The idea being, or at least I don't think they are. I can't imagine they are, because how would it know it's being cloned? So the idea is if you insert the resource with a UID handle, it will never be unloaded unless you actively unload it. No, so it's not a placeholder until it loads. It's the default handle. Like if you don't specify a handle, I will look up the default. I will do this, like unwrap or default, and the default handle. So I'll show you how I'm using it. So I insert basically the default asset ID, which like Bevy's declared this. This is like a Bevy thing. Like this is just like every single Bevy application will have exactly the same default asset ID. So that's like basically the equivalent of saying I'm providing a default. So Bevy does this with like the default image. If you don't specify an image, if you just call handle default on an image, it'll be a 1x1 white pixel. That's the image that Bevy loads as the fallback. Then you'll see my inventory styler. This grabs all the styles, which is the assets, the inventory styles. So there's like all the styles that the user has loaded, as well as my default style, because I added that at startup. I added a default style. And then I have the inventories and go, hey, this is the handle that points, because annoyingly, Bevy stopped made it so that handles can't be components, which means that you can't put the handle itself on. You have to have a wrapper around the handle. But anyway, so we have an inventory style handle, because I'm terrible at naming things, that holds an inventory style handle, or handle to the inventory style. Then the inventory styler has a style. So when you say style and pass in an entity, this is so the system parameter means that you can like just request the inventory style. You don't have to like know how to access it. So this is the fallback style for the fallback style. This is like if the user provides a default, even if they don't, I insert a default. And then this is a if somehow that default doesn't even end up happening, as in if they use the inventory styler but didn't use the inventory plugin somehow, like this never got initialized, it's also got a secondary like fallback. But yeah, that's a me thing. That's for this inventory styler. In theory, this is how that would work. So the inventory styler, when you give it an entity, will look up inside of this here. It looks up to see if that entity has an inventory, which is what this is doing, self inventories get. If it doesn't, it calls get default, because this is just a weirdly complicated, annoying thing of is it self.styles, which is all the style assets. It gets the default one. Otherwise, it unwraps and returns the fallback. So if somehow this default one didn't get initialized, I still have a secondary fallback. The issue with the secondary fallback is it has to use the default image handle, whereas the other default, like the difference, I guess, yeah, the difference between the default and the fallback is the default can be user specified and it'll still use the correct one when it uses default. The fallback is like, I'm just using a default image. I'm just using the default cell size. I'm not using a background. Like it's you haven't even given me an alternative. So if the user provides this, it'll use that. So theoretically, this default should be the same as that default. I could, in theory, like not insert this default, but again, you can request this default and modify it. So maybe that'll be better. But yeah, the fallback is just, if even a default wasn't provided, I still have something that it can return. So this always returns something instead of having an error. Then yeah, so when you call style, it returns this, which is if it's if you haven't specified a handle, it returns the whatever the default handle is. If you have specified a handle, it says self.style.get or unwrap. So this is saying like get the asset if it exists. Otherwise, and then it just returns self.get default. So because self.get default returns a fixed one no matter what, like it always returns one, I can call it in here. And the idea is that, like you're saying, a placeholder handle. Well, that's the thing. They got rid of weak handles. They no longer have weak handles. There's UUID handles and strong handles. So strong handles are reference counted, and I think something makes me feel like a UUID handle can also, a strong handle can be a UUID handle, I think. But they're saying like a handle UUID is the equivalent of a weak handle. Otherwise, it's strong. Like I think somehow they got rid of them. But it also says you can't get strong handles for UUID. So I don't know. Maybe they're changing this in 0.19. But yeah, basically, this is saying like if you fail to get the asset, as in it's still loading, then just return the default. That's how this works. And again, the only reason this is a system parameter is because this is a lot of code. Like it's not even a lot. It's just a tangled mess of unwrap or that I was like, I need to split this out just so that like you can just go inventory styler and say, get me this style, and it'll return the default style if the style hasn't loaded yet. Otherwise, it's just a pain in the ass because you have to go, get me this, otherwise, like, or else default. And I'm like, but I also want them to be able to set a default. So it's like, if they set a default, I want to return the default. But if they haven't set a default, I need a fallback. so I've got like 2 levels of redundancy where it's like the user can override a specific inventory, they can override the default, and then I still need a fallback for if they didn't do either. And then, yeah, so that's where some of this shit's broken. Right, so battery still loads. Good. Now, it never tries to load the backpacks, and even if it did, I don't think it's possible to fit the backpacks in the backpack. I guess I can make the backpacks like way bigger in the test inventory, but the idea is, so we're gonna like asset server. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm changing how the inventory system loads, so I kind of need to change some of this stuff. Be like items, no, backpack, please. Back. So this is going to be a little bit annoying because it's going to be backpack.item. Right, so this will load the primary asset, which in this particular case is the first asset, so the backpack will load. Theoretically, the way that my code is written, I think you can remove that first item and it would still load the first backpack. So it would still load the first item. So it's like you can load, and this is the default item. Like there's other things I could do, like for example, I could like do some kind of naming thing that like, but I'm not entirely sure how Bevy handles assets of like, if I have the default, can I make the default point at a specific named thing? Like, can I insert all named handles? Because I don't think you can call backpack, like you can't call it like load backpack, because if you load backpack, and annoying, it's going to be case sensitive. If you load backpack, the backpack's actually the primary one, so there is no labeled asset called backpack. And if I was to give a named asset called backpack, I believe, but I'm not entirely sure, it would cause issues of like, well, not issues. It would mean that the default needs to not exist. So then we can say version 2. No, it's called small pocket. Now, the big issue with this is that the inventories are not inventory shaped. I don't have the assets to do what I want, but I actually like I need to, and then big pocket. It's case sensitive. So anyway. So we have the backpack and then the small pocket and the big pocket. And theoretically, I don't think you can load the other one because we're not naming it. I really want to try naming it, but it ends up with issues of like, how do you name your default as well so that they can access? I don't think you can, is the issue. Maybe you can, but I feel like naming the default one will just result in it not being able to be loaded properly. Hence my, if you don't declare it, then it doesn't do it. But I'm also unsure how labeled stuff works, in that if you label it and then it despawns, like, and then the main one gets unloaded, all the labeled ones get unloaded as well. Where was it? It was under item. Like, so basically when we load this up here, we say add loaded asset and we give the asset a name. I could do that for main. Like I could just not do this whole strip the first one out. Like that's what this is about. Stripping the first one out is about being like, hey, they declared a name. I could do it here. But again, it's like I don't think like it's like This load context dot. So begin when we call finished. See, that's the thing, we could call finish on it here and then like do some kind of weird, but that would, I think that destroys it, doesn't it? Yeah, that returns a loaded asset. So, and we're not allowed to return a loaded asset. We have to return an actual asset. And then I believe when this returns, it puts the loaded asset in the as the default asset. So you would have to like clone this. What the fuck? Nested loader. What the fuck is this? Creates a builder for loading nested assets in this context. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, there's the add label asset, which is, give it a name and asset. So theoretically we could do that here, but because of the fact that when you load an image, the image becomes a dependency of that specific loaded thing. That's why I load them with this context here, this L, because that means that anytime it queues up like a child, like I want to load this image, it attaches it to this asset, not the main primary asset. So that should let other things unload. My thinking is kind of just, do I make the main asset if you declare item at the top? Because theoretically, and I guess I should check this, is I don't really have any way of checking this. Because it waits for all the items to load. That's why I had to wait for them to load, is because technically you can't call them in the same time because the asset server needs some time to run. But yeah, I don't think I can go like big big back. I think this, wait, it wouldn't fail. Maybe it would. We'll find out actually. This might throw an error. Not entirely sure, but there is no backpack labeled asset because the primary asset is the backpack, so it doesn't get labeled. So this threw errors, which is, but we need to check the loading errors. These are errors saying that the item wasn't big enough because it picks a random item, and a bunch of the random items it's picking is the big pocket, the small pocket. So we could probably put the whole loop table thing in its own thing. So failed to spawn random item. No, we're going to go here and go like, did it fail to load? So since encountered an error, the file name, directory name, or volume syntax is incorrect. What? Excuse me, but who threw this error? It threw it 3 times, so it's almost certainly my new code that's doing this, but it's kind of weird. So it's got to be these 3. But anyway, if we do this, does it get rid of one of them? I feel like my loop table needs to have a separate thing and be like, please back. Wait, no, actually, you can spawn the backpack, but I need the pockets to be their own thing, please. My other issue is I don't actually know if the when you like pocket, and then we just need to be like let pockets equals gonna make them their own thing, just so that I can access them properly. So the idea is that the backpack, we should be able to spawn multiple large backpacks, and it should actually be a large backpack. I'm unclear what this encountered IO error is. This is the issue with returning like a string or whatever it is. Failed to spawn. Yep. Okay, so we need to make the backpack, the position. Yeah, sure. Let's just make you like really fucking big. So like 20 wide and like 15 high. Just because I want it to spawn everything in. I did need to make sure that it didn't overfill the thing, but like yeah, it's a bit weird. Well, apparently it doesn't run at all now. Must already be running. That's what's going on. Yeah. So that should stop the errors being thrown that are related to the fact that the backpack is full, because I'm throwing errors for debugging purposes at the moment instead of, So the main reason for moving the pockets to somewhere else is that they need to be loaded for doing other stuff, but they shouldn't be allowed to, spawn in. I also feel like I should have made the other pocket the big one. Anyway, apparently, we didn't have a single backpack try and spawn, which is kind of funny. But actually, no, we might have. We just may have failed to load the backpack. So now there's only 2 errors. Encountered an IO error when loading asset. The file name, directory volume, incorrect syntax. So that tells me that that's something to do with when I'm calling sub. I bet that you're calling load on something you're not supposed to, maybe. So we go to wherever it fucking was, assets, inventory, item. All right, so something's going wrong. I don't think it's here. So the fact that I only threw it 2 times when we removed the backpack means that it's only doing it when it gets here. So something about here is throwing an error. Now, is it throwing an error before or after? It's almost certainly got to be inside there. So we're going to just like print. Ooh, that's actually difficult. Loading item descriptor new. So my assumption is that it's, well, if it gets to there, that's the idea. If this returns, then it will never get to here. So if it says item descriptor new, then it's actually an error that's occurring here somewhere. But I think what's happening is they're never loading. But also, why is my backpack not showing up? Maybe we just got unlucky and we never rolled a single backpack. But I should have. Oh, look at that. So I guess the backpack is kind of the wrong size, you know. Anyway, backpack looks so dumb. So the backpacks can spawn. Did it throw the same error? It did. But one of them, no. Okay, so they loaded, which means that the issue is apparently, well, it's probably the file, isn't it? So your big pocket, and then you said some description big pocket. So generated handle type ID. Okay, so you're loading BBG icons backpack PNG. Wait a second. The other one? This is big pocket and this is small pocket. So only the pockets are loading there. Right, because main is loaded somewhere. So why? You managed to make it out. Why are you encountering an IO error? It's got to be that they're passing in like an invalid string. Is that because it says icons? Is icons not actually what I called? No, they're called icons. It should be exactly the same picture. Why are you throwing this error? Encountered an IO error while loading the asset. The file name, directory name, or volume label syntax is incorrect. Excuse me, but what do you mean? How do the other items do it? Why is the backpack able to do it? Oh, it's probably that one that's not loading. So you would be BBG UI. GUI CEL PNG. No, because wow. No, the 3 of them were not loading. Why are you getting a syntax error? Like that seems correct. Add allocation. So, and then up by 9. And then this is this one. Why is it not telling me the fucking asset path? Is more the annoying thing. Encounter an IO error while loading the asset. So if I can't comment these out. I was going to say, if I comment these out, I can't do that because that's not how my like I don't check for fucking comments. God damn it. So you're throwing an error. I think both of these are being encountered. Maybe that's not how you declare labels. Maybe I'm an idiot. And actually, that could be it. That could be it. It's not. I did a question mark, didn't I? I think it's a hash. Actually, I think that's probably what's going wrong. Is that it's trying to load that file location, which means that when backpack loads, it loads those sub items But then when they try to load, yeah, okay, that's probably it. I probably just did the label wrong. I did a question mark, and I think it's a hash is actually the correct. Apparently, oh, because it's already running. Bum. Did that stop it throwing errors? It did. I think maybe. No, it still threw an error. Could not find asset loader matching loader name none, asset type expected none, path some. Okay, so that threw it even worse. So we're gonna like go like oops, don't override that tab. Bevy label assets. How the hell do I load a labeled asset? Maybe if I just hover over load, does load have an example? Okay, some hash path. Okay. So could not find asset loader matching name none. Well, that's interesting. Why are you not able to find that? Because I think this is coming out of this being loaded. Like if I turn this off, it's just going to say that both of those failed, would be my guess. I was like that apparently I'm just like not spawning enough random items. That or the backpack's getting stuck because it's quite a big item. So something failed, something failed. Two things failed. Right, so it's just never getting past that. Why is my path? Cannot find asset loader matching loader name none. Extension none. Path some. Wait, what? Wait, no. If an asset, no, that if the asset at this path is already loaded, the function will return the existing handle and will not waste work spawning a new loading task. In the case of files containing a hashtag, the path must be specified using path. Okay. Is part of the file name. Right. In case the file contains a path contains a hashtag, the path must be specified using path, because otherwise the hashtag would be interpreted as a separator between the file path and the label. For example, is a label. Right. But mine's doing the opposite. What do you mean? Okay. Asset asset path new. No. How did it have it doing? I don't know what it's doing wrong. It's trying to load that path, which is very much incorrect. It's not new. Can you just tell me what this is? No. Okay. Comment this out and tell me what this says. It said, so it's asset path from path new. Okay. From path new. Dot. Go to the end here, get rid of that. Cut that. All right. So we have to just import this. So we have asset path from path dot with label small pocket. Now I'm gonna leave that other one and go like, hey, are you gonna actually load it this time? Why is it not working? I also feel like I need to pivot over to actually using the newest release of Bevy, but that breaks the EQI. God damn it. Right. So did it bitch this time about both of them or just one of them? Excuse me, but I didn't tell you to load that. What do you mean? Why are you doing this to me? Am I doing something wrong inside the loader maybe? It's telling me that it can't find the path somehow. So it said could not find asset loader matching loader name none, asset type some. Expected extension none, path. That's not your path. Why are you doing this? It has the asset loader. It fucking, it's exactly the same item. Something tells me that I'm fucking that up by passing that in somewhere. Like I'm so reader, read to string. So can we like maybe when we get to here, be like print line loading item descriptor reader.path. I'm feeling like I'm doing something stupid. Like maybe down here, do we like context? Where do we actually use the context item descriptor? Do we even actually do we use the context? What the hell? Oh yeah, we passed in, so we parsed line with context. Context. What does the context do? We call context load path. Excuse me. What exactly are you trying to load then? Where are you? Okay, first of all, where are you getting this from? So you say self-parsed image. Okay, so can we like? I think it's got to be here. So when you call load, it's maybe here because we're getting this path. Where are we getting this path from? Because that's the issue. Is it's going, hey, item and small backpack. So that's saying this is where the error is being found, but it could not find asset loader matching loader name none. So this is, I think this is what it's doing. Is it's trying to load this image, but this path is wrong. Which is a really dumb way of reporting that error. Actually, it must be you panicking because you don't actually return anything but the handle. So like, let's see what it did. So it said, yeah, loading item descriptor from loading item. So these are like all the things loading. Okay, so loading item from slot custom phone battery. No, we want the one that didn't work. So by that logic, it never even got to loading item descriptor from. Maybe. It threw an error before it got here. But Okay, let's like load nothing else then. An example, load nothing. Well, annoyingly, that's probably just going to crash because the game like explicitly expects one thing to be loaded. Like it needs to load at least one thing. We just load the bottle. But, why are you not doing this? My issue is that it's saying, hey, I can't find you because path is this, but it's like, but that's not correct. All right, first up, no. Just go back to loading the normal way. I put the application crashed. So hash small. Okay. So you're never even making it to the thing. You have the asset loader because I added the asset loader. Why are you not? Am I missing something with the asset loader? Like, do I have to specifically tell it that it can load assets? Populate hashes, asset path. So we can actually asset the asset server should load dependencies, context that provides access to the asset. So it's like never getting here. It can't find this. That's so weird. It's only crashing because I've explicitly said, hey, there'll always be at least one item to pull from the loot table. So it just crashes if there's no item. We could just let some continue. It would still actually crash because I'm specifically pulling out things like the water bottles. Anyway, so it could not find asset loader matching, loader name, none, a system type, non-existent path. Why? So it's failing to find the loader because it's not actually splitting the fucking path off. So what the fuck? There's a way, like, I'm pretty sure, like, with load override. Same as load, but you can load assets with an unapproved path. No, I don't care about that. Dot. This, I want to say there's like a load acquire. Begins loading an asset of type A stored at path while holding a guard item. The guard item will be dropped when either the asset is loaded or the loader has failed. Okay. This function returns a strong handle when the asset is loaded and entered. Loaded. It will be added to the. Okay. The guard item should notify the caller in its drop implementation. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Acquire override. Acquire with settings override. Load folder loads stay untyped is loaded. So can I load untyped? I don't think load untyped does what I think it does. No. How do I tell you to load? Pre-register loader. Dependency load. Get dependency load right default. Get path asset loader. So my thing here is that, like, you do path.into, and then you say, hey, let error some extension get full extension, else missing extension. So I just want to be like, let e equals asset server get load dot. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, this is fucking async stuff. Returns the default asset loader for the given path if one can be found. But what the fuck is the given path? That's what's doing my head in. It's never finding my asset server. So we need to be like Bevy, like tasks block on. Okay, get me that. Dot unwrap. So dot unwrap is it should just fail. Is the conclusion here. Right, the E should just fail. Because it's saying when it gets to here that it can't find a loader. So when we say, hey, can you get me the loader? It should just say no. And it tells me what extension it found. So it did panic here. What did it print out? Okay, wait. Called result unwrap on error value missing asset loader from extension error extension item. I don't know what's going on. Load. God damn it. I think that's not the first time I've done that. I believe that is what is wrong, is that dot item is different to item. So it's saying, hey, this thing, I couldn't find the item file extension. How the fuck was it loading it before? It must have been calling a specific loader, like it must have been calling all asset loaders that accept item because I was telling it was item. Okay, it didn't seem to spit out an error now, which means we can probably turn all of these back on at the very least, and then we can turn this back on, and we can say, right, so it must have been using the typing to work out which loader to try passing it to see if it get loaded. Because it was not using the extension .item, and hence once it became a labeled path, it couldn't find it either. Okay, so now we're spawning a bunch of random backpacks, which is fun. So I feel like I need to tweak the backpack to be the right size, but I feel like it either needs to be wider or taller, one or the other, or both. A big backpack. Okay, I also feel like maybe we should move the item. I don't know if it matters, but we're gonna. So somewhere we spawn our test inventory. Is it down here? We spawn a node. If I said, so that's UI rect all. So this is the test node. Okay, right. So this is the big one. So we're actually going to say that maybe just don't margin it at all. That should mean it's no longer centered, and so this should just end up in the top left. But like we're going to pop it about 200 pixels off the left, about 200 pixels from the top, about 50 pixels from the top. So this should put it up in the top left there. We also change its flex origin or something. Have it down in the bottom right. Okay. So lovely. Now I do feel like maybe putting the small one over there, but again, the small one does different things. So I actually don't know what size the backpack is supposed to be, but anyway, the backpack needs. Oh, we picked it up. Oh, that's a bug. Anyway, you can right-click things to pick them up. Anyway. The backpacks feel like they need to be wider, which I guess kind of makes sense. So maybe we open the image and see if we can work out like how big they're supposed to be. So icons and say backpack. That doesn't help. Can I reveal an explorer and then like right click and be like, where's it? Properties. Do you tell me your image properties? Apparently not. This is like literally folder properties. So if I open you, unit. Okay, so it is 140. So it's 12 by 14. Okay. So the backpack image is 12 by 14. So we go back to our item, our backpack. So you, my friend, you are supposed to be, your size is 12 by 14. Cool. You're 12 by 14. So we need to give it some kind of inventory somehow. I'm not really sure how we're going to work on that, but anyway. So the backpack slot. So the fun thing about this is we could actually theoretically make these backpacks fit somehow. So when you're in here, you're 5 by 2, and you use that. But when you're over there, I would. I actually still want to make it 5 by 2 because I think it's kind of funny because then you can tell the two backpacks apart. So its size is 5 by 2 when on top. So when it's there, it's 1 by 1. When it's there, it's 5 by 2, and the image is 5 by 2. Yeah. So, and then you're 5 by 7, and then you're 5 by 7. So when you're on untitled, your icon is this. When you're actually in a backpack slot, your icon is this. And you only take a 1 by 1 backpack slot. Okay. So somehow I need to define an inventory. This also lets us define like different sizes, I guess. All right, so now when I run this, the backpacks should be bigger and actually look correct in the inventory. Yep, cool. We can still only fit one in the inventory, but that's fine. And then the other backpack stuff, we could technically make them spawn and they'll look really dumb. The other option is also to make the backpack like much smaller. All right. I need to flip that around. So, right. But yeah, I need to make the small one, the one up the top there. So this one spawns in with the inventory style, and the inventory style is big. Okay. So the only other option is to make the other inventory style not as big. But where do we spawn the first backpack? So we say style.add, and we say okay. So this spawns the first one, which is just a render inventory node. Okay. So we're going to say actually it's you. You are the one that I want to like specify is up in the top corner. And just because like the small one being in the top corner means I can make the backpack even bigger and like still have it fit. We could put the pockets as something that can spawn. I feel like if I'm going to do that, I need to like kind of force the pockets to spawn though, because otherwise it's going to be really annoying spawning the backpack in and not having the pockets in it. Anyway, So now we have the backpack. Yeah, I feel like the backpack would need to be a force spawn. But anyway, now the small ones are there, we can also shrink the amount that we move it over. So we can make it like 50 by 50. It's more about fitting other things up in that top corner so it doesn't like cut them off. All right, and then we're going to make the backpack inventory slot even bigger. So this inventory size is going to be like by like 20. Make it like 30 wide, 20 high. We should make it nice and big just so that we can effectively guarantee that something will spawn. Now, because of random chance, we're not necessarily guaranteed to spawn a backpack, but we can fix that also as well by, oh, that backpack's on its side and the math is wrong, so that backpack fits. I think that's how that's supposed to work, but all right. Okay, so that's fun. Right. So we have those backpacks. Okay. So that's even funnier, but anyway, we're going to make this like maybe 50. And then we're also going to go into our loot table. And we're going to say there's like 2 chances of spawning a backpack. And then we're going to say that there's actually like 2 chances of spawning a small pocket and 1 chance of spawning a big pocket. I need the backpack to spawn, so I need that to be like higher proportion. But the idea is that in theory we should be able to put anything, either of those into the backpack. I guess next is to find the inventory. Somehow it looks so dumb. So this is the 2x5 backpacks pockets and small pocket, and then this is the large pocket. Oh, it's adorable. Okay. So the big backpack is the actual like item itself, and then the small backpack. Oh god. Okay. So dumb. We could scale the bigger backpack down so it doesn't look so stupid. But anyway, the small pocket and the big pocket. Okay. So next is we need to define inventory sizes for the for them. So that needs to become something that the item descriptor can contain. So I guess we commit this because this is working now. So we added multi item per file. All right. So next, again, I like to describe the the shape of the thing and then go implement it. So we're going to say inventory. Oh, actually, we should use like slot. So slot, and then slot will set it to slot mode. Sure. Okay. So slot needs some weird stuff. So oh fuck. Okay. Where are we going? Like render item. So the item descriptor needs to be like sub inventory, which that's interesting actually, because I was just going like we did go like define slots, but like really we're defining a sub inventory, which means that we could just say sub inventory is then a option handle. Right, we need a handle? I guess we need a handle. So then we can just add like an inventory thing, like so we could be like well, yeah, because okay, so we would say like inventory. Now the question is I don't think you can do labeled labels. Maybe that would be kind of funny. No, so like you're going to say inventory, and then you're going to say that your inventory. I feel like we need a way of loading it as a file. So like you could be like inventory, which is going to be backpack dot. Wait, no, it would be items backslash backpack dot inventory. Be like that. So then, but then we want to like define the other things to be able to have. So this one's going to load it as a file and work on the file, and then the other ones will do the same thing, but they'll define it as a like a in line, I guess would be the way to describe it. So, well, actually, it'd be more likely that you want to do it the other way. Anyway, we're gonna work on that. So we're gonna say, well, I guess it'd be actually we'd make a new folder and be like in the inventories, and then we'd be like new file and be like backpack dot inven. See, my thinking is like the inline you might be able to describe a size, but like if you want to describe, like if you want to include items, then you have to put it in its own folder maybe. But I don't know. So I'd want to call that backpack.inventory, and then these ones we would just define a scope. So it's like inventory, like that. So you'd be inventory, and then you'd be like X. What was it? It was a 5, and then this is a small pocket. So Y is 2. I guess we would need to say type. I feel like spinning at a split. Because like I want the inventory to be like, hey inventory, and then like do this. Be all like type is untyped, X is 5 and Y is 7. No, I don't even like do this with the other shit. It's just in line. And then you'd be like in a different inventory. Right. So I think again we're gonna make you do the same thing, where you're gonna go type untyped. No, your type is backpack slot. Your X is 1 and your Y is 2. Maybe. Yeah, but now I'm going to keep it rectangular. All right, so I guess we copy this down here. We do the same thing, but you are oh, this is a small one, so you're actually 2. Right. So this would spawn these in. So they're going to be inline backpacks, and then the other backpack is because I feel like this one I want to then define items so that we can force like these internal little pockets to spawn, but that feels like it might be like a little bit complicated. So item descriptor here. So this is where we load the item descriptor. So we effectively need to go, hey, switch modes. So this would be inventory. So the inventory inline. How would I sub declare you? Well, I guess we just say sub inventory none. Be like let new sub inventory equals optional handle inventory none. All right. Then you have your sub inventory. The issue with the item descriptor is that, like, I don't necessarily want you holding an inventory. I want you to have an inventory descriptor. Because the inventory itself has to have items in it, but the inventory descriptor doesn't. Whereas the item has to have a sub-inventory. So because that's the issue with the item descriptor, isn't it? Is that, like, if they point at the same inventory, that'd be funny, because that would mean, like, certain things could, like, you know, be like ender chests where when you pick up one, it gives you access to all the others. I'm just trying to think up here. Is that, so this is our inventory, and we need to, like, we want to describe this piece, but not, or this piece. But we need it to be like, when I grab this, spawn in this inventory. So it needs to be more like we need an inventory descriptor. So, and an inventory descriptor would also be how you, like, load inventories. Because the way that we would store entries would be different. Sub-inventory option. Yeah. Okay. So sub. All right. So we need to be like mod inventory descriptor, I guess. And then that gets to become its own thing. So the inventory descriptor is going to be like I guess use super. By the looks of things, I need to restart my VS Code because it's getting sluggish. So we're going to do pub struct inventory descriptor. Well, why wouldn't you have the... I guess because the descriptor could point to items. Right. So I feel like that's like a scene kind of thing. Anyway. So our inventory descriptor is going to have, like, slots. Which, again, I want this to actually be a hash map. It's going to be a hash map. And it's going to be a hash map of slot type. And then is it a slot descriptor? Maybe? How does the current thing work? So I think currently we have like a vector of things and things. So I think an item descriptor. Where's our, like, a slot? We have a slot, and the slot describes itself, I guess. Entry slot. So we have a vector of slot types it can accept, which I'm going to modify so that you could, in theory, have, based on the slot type, 2 sets of inventories. But that does kind of raise interesting things, I think. Anyway, it's got an offset, it's got a size, which would imply it also has an orientation, so, or rotation. Not necessarily, but kind of necessarily, I don't know. And then entries. So the only thing we don't actually need for this description is the entries. So it's more like we just need the shape, don't we? So, well, the shape even contains the fucking... We just need a shape, which is the wrong kind of shape. We want to go the new shape, which is, I think, like super shape, like that. This shape contains an offset, an orientation, and a layout. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we have the slots, so for each slot type, we have the shape, because then the idea is that I could have like an array where you can specify like 2 different positions for a specific slot to spawn, right? And then like so, and then like items would be like a vector of items, but I don't necessarily like that. I kind of like that idea because like to be able to be like, hey, this inventory spawns with this thing, but I feel like the inventory descriptor isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily its job to be like, hey, this inventory has to have this thing in it. That feels like an item thing. Like I'm only going to make sure the inventory is there. It's kind of like it's the user of the plugin's job to make sure that they actually like fill it. Otherwise, I'm making the looting system as well, which is weird. So we need to derive reflect, maybe. Not necessarily reflect. No, we're going to asset. Fuck it, give it reflect as well, because it needs either type, path, or reflect. So you're saying that slot type doesn't have reflect. Okay, can you just please have reflect? I feel like I should just turn you into a string, but anyway. Fucking cow. Okay. So item descriptor is now a thing. So we go back up to lib and we go, hey, so we have our inventory and then our item descriptor, and we also need like app.init asset in inventory, and then it's going to be like in inventory descriptor like that, and we just like we'll make it public so that we can be like pub use inventory descriptor. So the inventory descriptor I feel like we needed to be able to just like, because it's basically you say, hey, this type, this shape. Yeah, because the idea being that like I effectively want to go like, hey, what with this slot type, what is the shape that this slot type can accept? Because then the idea is we can be like, when we spawn the back in, we're effectively going to say, hey, you can spawn in this, but it's like a 2x1 space. But that also means that we can like in theory have a shape that says like, oh, you can put it at 0, 0, and you can also put it at like here and here, because like we could say like a vector is also a valid thing, like just a vector of slots rather than just a rectangle. Like it's just like you can actually just be points as well. So you don't match inventory mode, which is fun. So pass line, I'm going to say anything else, and you're going to say should never make it here, and then just pass it. You don't implement display. Okay. I don't think it implements default either, but like I'd rather derive default than display. Derive default. Debug. Yeah. So basically, it just says, hey, this is old code. If you get here, that means I didn't catch you in the new little bit up here that's supposed to be doing it. So we have sub inventory, which is a handle to a not an inventory, but inventory descriptor. Right. You get a handle to your inventory descriptor, and then the item descriptor gets a handle to your inventory descriptor. Right. So this is like your sub inventory. So you can either define an inventory in a file, which this one is just like a single slot, or you can define it inline. Now, my thing with the inline is I feel like I should just include like a single thing underneath it, but maybe not. Right, anyway. So because my issue with it being inline is it's like a weird thing of like hitting different stuff, I guess. I also feel like I need to split this into its own folder because it's starting to get a little bit big. Anyway, so you have your sub inventory. So when you switch modes, when you say like mode the inventory. Now the issue with doing it this way is that I need to consume because this is every line. I need to consume a whole bunch of lines. So we need to be like, we need to change it into like a while statement and be like, let line equal data dot lines, right? Right, and then we change this to a while, so it's like while let some line next. So what this does is instead of iterating through until lines is done, we take a line at a time, and then we can come down here and we can say, hey, like, so we pass in line and we say set mode, I guess. Right, so set mode does this. Okay, back up it. So mode inventory. So what we concluded is we set mode. Now, annoyingly, set mode. Okay, LCS line starts with inventory, mode is inventory, not true. Don't return true, return false. Again, this is like weird old code that I'm just like maintaining to be able to test things. And like before I like rewrite everything, because this is just a terrible way of doing asset loading anyway. Okay, so we go here. We go, okay, so going to be like let. Okay, wait. If line dot trim. Wait, no, we already trimmed the line. So if line dot if line does not end with this, then okay. Otherwise, we have to collect it. So this is a to-do. Pass sub inventory. So this is return an error. So if the line doesn't end with that, that implies, right? Because I think that's, we just checked if it starts with, we make sure the line's not empty, we make sure the line doesn't start with the square. So if line ends with this, and that's what we're saying, it's like, so the way you declare a load a sub inventory, you load a sub inventory is you then pass the file path in. So we want to say let underscore and path equals line dot split split once, and then whoops, I want to use that because I think this is technically faster because it has like an optimized thing. So I guess it would be if let sum. No, it's always going to be there. It's I guess that would be the way to do it. Is you go. So it's when we get here, we say sum. I guess like if no, like let some else. I don't know. We do like to do. I guess we continue because if it's like saying like if it starts with inventory and has literally nothing else, then we continue because there's nothing else on the line. You didn't split it, so we just continue. We're gonna warn inventory line start does not contain right. I don't think we have access to the specific line number. We could keep track of the actual line number, but well, it wouldn't really work because we need to know the line number coming in, and then we have to keep track of everything, and it's annoying. So we're going to say let's underscore path. So we split that because we know that the only thing that'll end up in there if this hits is the word inventory, and then we have the path. And then we say, if you get to here, so if path.trim.is empty, not empty, then we want to say load, oh, no, ctx.load path. Right. And so you would say sub inventory equals load path. Dot toString. Right. So we pass in sub inventory in. I wonder why it's saying that. If sub inventory dot is sum warn multiple inventory blocks found for item descriptor, only the first will be used. Continue. So the way this is working is we're effectively saying if there's no colon, then we load the lines empty because you didn't put a colon, you just started with word inventory. We're warning that because that should technically be a failed load because it's incorrect syntax, but the syntax on this is atrocious. So we're going to say if the path, so this bit, if the bit after the colon isn't empty, so if there's actually text after the colon, if you've already defined a sub-inventory, we throw a warning and say, hey, you're not allowed to do that. We're just going to use the first one. Otherwise, we assign sub-inventory to the inventory that loads at the end of that path. Then we're going to say if line ends with colon, I guess we call something sub-inventory. Right. Yeah, we don't do that. So we do that. So this means that we now need to collect the line. So we're going to say let inv data equal let new. So I guess we want to say string new, and then the question is like, how do I make this not horrendous? Because I would want it to be peekable in the context of like, I'd like to be able to check to see if the next one. So I guess we can do that. We can like peekable. So we call next. Apparently this is now an impl something. Anyway, that's fine. So we call peekable, and then we go here and we say while line, it's a line peek, let line dot equals line trim. So we trim the line. Then we say if line dot ends with we break. Right. So we peek each line. I guess technically you still need to go like line dot next break. So we have to like pull that off. But This also needs to do like, I guess we go inv data dot push string line, sure, and then I think it matters, and then we want to also say lines dot next. So what we're doing is we're collecting the inventory data. So this is saying like the stuff that is declaring the next slot in the inventory. It does make me feel like I want to just hit continue. So like, doesn't matter what happens here. So this does the whole like, if you're in the inventory line, do this checking. I feel like I need to extract all of the inventories before I'm done. So it's more like, while let some lines peak the line, let line trim. If it's more like if so set mode. That's the annoying thing, because I was going to go like, oh, we could do like a parsing thing of being like, hey, if the mode would change. I'm going to say that you're only allowed to declare one. That's how that works. So you can declare one inventory slot type. So if you want to load more than one, you have to use the load. Otherwise, you have to declare. So what we do is we say while let line, we pick. So what this is doing is checking the next line, and then we look at the next line. So we trim it just because, again, like fucking white space is the enemy of like if you leave a trailing white space in some of this work. We check to see if the line ends with a closing brace, which is like you've backpack. So we basically go, we found this word. We found this, but there was no text after it. So we go on to the next line. We go, hey, add this line, add this line, add this line, add this line, and go, oh, this one ends in a closing brace, so we're going to add it and then clear it. I guess we also need to like push line. Annoying that we have to duplicate this though. This is the bit that annoys me. Yeah, so basically we go through each line, and then we say line. We push the line onto the string we've accumulated, and then we clear the next line out. The idea being that we look ahead and go, hey, are we going to be done? Because if we don't peek and do this, then what ends up happening is that you find this, and then you go to the next line. Well, actually, maybe not. No, we can just say like next. We can just go like line not next, and then we say like if, and then so you push the string, so you trim it, you push it. Wait, don't call line dot next. We're already calling line dot next. So you push the string, and then you say, hey, like if line ends with that break. Okay, that should work, because that means that like we actually catch the curly brace close. Because usually you peek ahead because you go, oh, I've already failed. Like you'd be peeking ahead and looking for like the next start. So if the next section starts, then you know, but this is saying like, hey, if this line that I just added closes it, then like break. Right. So then we would need to go, I guess we parse an inventory like. So we go inventory descriptor, and we go import from stir for inventory descriptor. I don't think you get to declare an error like this, right? Now we would probably have to return certain things. So we say let mute slots is the hash map. Yep, okay. Then we say for line in data lines. think you're going to do the same thing. You're going to say let new line equals lines equals. We have to do this so that we can accrue certain things. So we do that, and then we say let new slot equals none. Like so. Then we go for each line. No. While let sum actually no, we can just do it for each line, I guess. Because I just realized it doesn't actually fucking matter. So we go a for line in lines trim. Yeah, right. So we go we can look at the state of the thing and be like, okay, so if so line equals line dot trim. There's like you can trim prefix or something. Line dot trim. I'll say prefix. Right, and then the pattern, and then the pattern is C, and then C equals this, or C dot is white space. Excuse me. Fuck you. Trim start. Okay. This one work? Type annotation needed. Standby mode is funny. Left, close my MacBook, came back to VS Code in Windows. I forgot to close the stream. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. Try. Okay. So let line. All right. So trim start with matches, and so this is what it's doing. Is going to say like trim start with matches X. So X being 1 or 2, and it's saying so it'll trim all of the 1s and 2s until it hits the beginning, which is I'm saying trim anything that's a opening brace or white space. So that should trim everything up to the opening brace, and then everything after the opening brace until it hits text again. Now that could cause problems if you double curly braced it, but also again, this syntax is terrible and I don't care. So if you double curly brace, it's on you. So then we're gonna say, how do we describe it? It was like so that'll also trim every line. So all this gets trimmed anyway. So we're gonna say if type if, well, I guess we say let sum, we split that or we continue. I guess we then match slot type. I guess dot trim. I always tend to trim, so it's going to be like slot. Do that. X. Oh, X. Do that. And Y do that. Right. Now, annoyingly, we kind of like need to do like the or capitalize and stuff like that if we really wanted to make this kind of work. So it's a little bit annoying. Wow, I guess technically what we want to do is go let line equal line trim, and then we like line if line dot starts with the curly thing, then we want to say that slot equals sum, and then that sum is slot type untyped and shape. Here's default. Right. So say, hey, if you hit a curly brace, that's what the slot's now equal to. I don't want to continue because you may then write everything on the same line. So we're going to say like let line trim start. So remove the curly brace and all the white space. So now you should just be at the next character, which is let some slot shape split once. Yes. So you should only be allowed to do one entry per line, which is fine. So otherwise you can continue. So then we say match slot trim. So if it says slot, we say if let, well, it's like slot dot map. No, it's like, is it map or? And then okay, so then the default value would be some slot type slot type comma shape. I guess it's slot type untyped, isn't it? Because we're about to override it. Something like that. Right. And then you take in S. And so map or so you take in the value that's already there or this default value and then return a type. So we say like slot.map. We'll edit that. I think. No. Is it this? Does that matter? I don't know if this updates the thing because it's saying that F needs to take in T that returns a U and destruct. Where the fuck is T coming from? Default has to be U. T in this particular case is that shape U, and then F in one's that shape. Interesting. Well, and then see, map returns an option, but I don't want to map. We want to like take. We don't take it either because that removes it. Or which takes in self. I guess it would be or. So or like guarantees it returns. So then we say like self slot equals slot or option B. No, why are you taking an option? Or else? No. I guess it's unwrap or. Map or? The annoying thing is like I don't want it to become. I just want to like modify it in place. I just don't remember how to do that. Like this, and then you say like, hey, return shape. We don't care what you were before, and we say okay. So let T equals slot type from stir. somewhere we have shape, we have slot type, shape. Okay, yeah, kind of. Okay, so then we press in. So it's more like ID and val. So we say, hey, so you're infallible. So we dot. Maybe we just question mark him because again, you're infallible. Apparently not a thing. Okay. Expect any string is valid ID slot. Cool. Then we pass that in and we go, hey, you, and then t. Now, why are you complaining? Expected enum option. It's good. So it's not map. There's got a. I don't remember how to fucking do it. There's like a map in place kind of thing. Replace with t. So this takes in middle self and replaces with t. That's why I'm thinking map or. I need something that takes in middle self. Get or try insert. Okay. The and then. No, so we need something that takes in immutable self. So replace takes in immutable self and puts t in its place. But it, annoyingly, again, returns t, which, what option t, which I'm assuming is it returns the t that was in there. So take if unwrap x or, no, deref mute, okay or, no, unzip, the fuck, as mute slice, no, as slice, is none or. Is it like a map? So map takes in self. Or else. Map or kind of feels like the right thing to do. But map or basically turns an option into a not an option. As mute dot or, I guess then you like map that map map or default. No, I mean the obvious thing is to say if that some slot type shape as mute t, otherwise pass and no, else slot equals sum. Stop trying to pass the shape, you weirdo. Just t and then shape default, something like that. So it's like if let some shape slot mute slot t shape parse. Okay, so that's all you do. If it exists, you just update the thing. I don't like this. This annoys me, but kind of the only way we can do it. So we need to go like, hey, wait, what? Not shape. Val. I'm gonna trim it. I guess we probably should trim it. But a referenced. Doesn't trim return a reference? What are you complaining about? Something non-exhaustive pattern. Oh, right. Seems there's a lot waiting for me to in Rust. One way. How long have I been using Rust? We go to Bevy's website. Bevy. And we go. Well, actually, we just go to YouTube. Actually, well, no, I didn't do it when I started YouTube. I want to say we go news, and we scroll down, and we go. Okay, so it's like 0.3. Like 6 years, I think. I wasn't long after starting Rust that the Bevy 0.3 came out, which was November of 2020. So I'd been doing Rust maybe a year longer than that. So, like 6 years. A lot of this stuff isn't because Rust is hard. A lot of this shit is because my brain is like, no, you must do it the best way instead of, a way. Like instead of just getting it done, my brain is going like, oh, but you've got to like make sure you catch all the edge cases. And it's like, oh, please stop, brain. I don't care about the shape. Hence, like I was trying to work out a nicer way of doing it than just like doing this. This just unwraps it and then lets me edit the type. But there's like, I know there's a better way of doing it. This is just such an ugly way of doing it. But so X. So we say X, and then we say X, and we go. So like let X equal value dot trim dot parse dot expected failed to parse value e. Lazy. All right, so then you're the same. You're going to go underscore, and then this is going to be shape, and then we say shape. We go shape dot position dot x equals x. Otherwise, we say that you're untyped, and then you're a shape position 0x dot default. All right, and then we just do like exactly the same thing here, except it's we change all the x's to y's. Right. So the way this works is that we're each line can only have one value, which is the ID separated by a colon and then the value. So then we go here and we match the ID and we say, hey, if you say slot, then the next thing to come like the value is the like the name of the slot. So the idea is if you match one of the ones that exists, which is the like y the slot type from string. So if you hit one of the pre-existing ones, like the hard-coded ones, which are faster in terms of like code-wise because they're just an integer, whereas this needs to match a string. So the idea is like, you go, hey, it's untyped, it's watertight, it's small. So we check that, and then the reasons like we expect is because it's impossible not to be true, because if it doesn't match one of the pre-built ones, then it just gets put into the custom as a string. Then the next thing is to say x. So if you say x, we pass the x into a float. No, we pass it into an int actually. Pass it into an int. Then we say that if the shape already exists, we grab the shape and we set its position x equal to x. Otherwise, we insert a new one with a y of 0 and an x. So the idea is it defaults to 0. Then same thing with the y, and I guess we need a w and a h. So annoyingly, well, actually, we can just leave them empty for now. The w and the h would be the width and the height. So at the moment, we can only be rectangles. And again, I'm kind of running this code and like I want to make sure that this feels good to use. It's not size, it's so shape. So we like match shape dot L. This is the wrong shape, but whatever. I think. Yeah, this is the wrong shape. This shape we should use super. That really threw me off. Shape like that. Then we can just say shape here. Apparently this other shape doesn't have default, but we'll work that out. This shape doesn't have default. This shape doesn't. We'll get that. Also, apparently I think it's called offset. Right. Also, this isn't all public, so you can't just edit this. Pub. You need to derive default, please. You need to derive default. which your default is just default to 0, and you also need to derive default. Actually, we need to like implement default, to be honest. We're going to import default for layout, which is just a size 0 rectangle, or we'll say size 1. So the default, if you don't specify layout, is a 1 by 1. Right. So we're going to say that your shape dot offset, and then you're just with offset. Same here, offset. So the W would be like match the layout, and then we're going to say otherwise you're rect 0. Yep. Right, so we have to like import layout, I believe. Create inventory. I assume that was the right one. Let me chat. I think the biggest issue with Rust as a language to like be like, oh, should I learn Rust, is that a lot of the people that choose to learn Rust are the kind of people that are going to make it hard for themselves, not that Rust itself is specifically hard. Please. If that makes sense, it's kind of like when you watch a YouTube video, like obviously like C programmers understand this because most people use C++ and it's like only the diehards use C. But like there's a lot of YouTubers that make that joke where they go, where they're like, oh, you know, I'm going to write this in C because, you know, I want it to be harder, or I want that extra control. Whereas a lot of Rust, like we don't have, and then there's this version of Rust that's like, that's the hardcore one. So it's like most of the people that adopted Rust were the kind of people that were like, yeah, but I want, basically they were the people that would be writing in C and not C++ kind of thing. Of like, they're the next level up person. Whereas Rust has like so many helper things and nice little things that like make it so much easier to write. But the people that are like pushing Rust are the people that are going, oh, but it's so good for these reasons that most people don't actually necessarily care about. So we iterate through the lines. Okay, so we don't do this. Right. So when we iterate from a string, we check multiple. So okay, so this. So we say if line starts with this. Okay, and then we say if if let sum equals slot shape take. Right. So then we insert that and we insert shape and shape. So what this is doing is saying, like, if we start a new line. Well, actually, we should probably just do that at the end. So it's like you do all the then you get to here and you go if line dot ends with like this here seems a bit silly because this is like a double take thing. But this is saying like if you open a new one. This is if you close one. Really, the correct way of doing this is actually just put this out here, because the idea is that like if you get to the end, whereas the other one would be you have to close it, otherwise it doesn't get added. This one's like, hey, if there's still one loaded, so if you open one, it'll make a new one. If you open a second one, it'll save the old one and open the new one. And if you get to the end and there's an open one, it'll open it. Yeah, and well, I have to get used to the way. Well, if you avoid using anything public and anything global, like avoid doing anything global public, that's Rust by default. Rust by default, unless you declare it public, is not public. Bevy lets you do like state-based stuff where you can like request a resource, but that's not really the same thing. That's like I don't know how to explain that. Like that's like you don't actually write and access global stuff. Okay, I'll show you on like a function. Like, do I have a function? Somewhere there's got to be a function. Rendering maybe. So update display transforms. Like the function doesn't touch any global state. It only touches this. And so only your inputs get touched. That's Bevy though. But Rust is like it's incredibly hard to use global state in Rust. Like it's intentionally made really hard. Like you have to use mutexes and or like read write locks and stuff like that. And then even that is not global state, because if you try to use a mutable static, Rust just gets really angry at you. You really get told that you probably shouldn't be doing that if you try to use a global static, a mutable global static. So, or mutable static. If you try to have a mutable static, Rust does will throw linting errors. It'll throw anytime you try to touch it, you have to be unsafe. All this stuff, because that's not good. So if you want to use a global state, you have to have a static mutex, and then you have to call lock, which does all the other stuff. So yeah, it's just if you prevent doing anything global, Rust will prevent you doing anything global unless you actively go out of your way. But Bevy is just it feels like I'm touching all this global stuff, but I'm not. I'm only touching things that are passed to me, and Bevy takes care of keeping track of all the state and passing me only what I'm actually allowed to touch. But if being well, that's what a lot of people's biggest issue with Rust is that everything has to be explicit. It's like there's a few things that's not, where the implication is that it is, so enums, the enum can be private. So I've got pub. So this means that other places in the crate, anyone that can get here, which is the fun thing, anyone that can get access to this can have access to it. Whereas if I don't do this, the only place that's allowed this is this module and its children. You can also go, as you see, pub to the crate, which means anywhere in the crate I can call this, and then there's pub super, which is that the crate above me can get this. But what you can do is you can also make this public, but then I could go up a layer and be but the rendering crate, wherever that is, I'm looking for mod renderer. Yeah, mod renderer. So mod renderer is private, which means you can't actually get access to that enum, because you can't index into the rendering module to make a copy of it. So you have to call something from my crate that passes you that. And that's what happens. So to get a copy of this, but the thing is and what I was going is that enums are considered to be public, in that once you've got a copy of this enum, I'm pretty sure you can just access this field. There's no the fields in enums are private, but the fields in structs are private by default. It's just that an enum is kind of once you have the variant, you can just call it. There's no private variant, I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the UI, and then you can just index, actually you can't even index. You have to match on this, match UI, and then you can access this. Whereas a struct, you can have what they call a new type struct, which is this one here. So this is rendering item, which is saying that these are there's a vector of the entities that are rendering this item. And the way this works is because this is not declared pub and it's a struct, you can't edit this. I can't even edit this in anything outside of this module or this module's children cannot access this this vector. And ironically, if I make it public, because of the way I'm using it, Bevy yells at me, because this relationship target is responsible for making sure that the rules of relationships are kept, which is basically that this item, this component, gets to tell this component that it's being pointed to, but this component doesn't get to tell this component that it no longer points to it. So if you were to edit this vector manually, you would basically be in an invalid state, because if you popped one off, it's well, it's still pointing at you, but you're no longer pointing back. So Bevy basically says, you can't make this public. If you want to make this public, you'd have to go out of your way of going down here and having a helper function that I can call to be give me access to it mutably, which is at that point, you're intentionally avoiding it. But Bevy won't let you declare it public. Same as this one's public because it's the actual item. So you set this one, and then it gets in the item, the entity that you attach this component to gets inserted into this vector outside of the main loop. It's done inside of the hook lifetime ecosystem, which means that you never have a valid invalid state where you insert as soon as you can see this component. If you can query this component, it's in this entity. And the same thing is, if you want to remove this component, as soon as you remove this component, it's removed from here. There's no point where you can update this entity. Like these are also what they call by adding a relationship, these become immutable components, which means if I try to access this component mutably, Bevy will yell at me. It'll say, no, you can't do that. Because if I could access this mutably, like via a mutable reference, I could change what this entity is, and this wouldn't be able to update before like the next frame, because it wouldn't know that it's changed, and like the change detection only happens on frame boundary kind of thing. I think you can do change detection in the same thing, but like the idea is that like depending on the order of the systems, it would be possible for me to update this and not have this update for up to a frame. So what they did is they basically said these are immutable components, which means that if you try to access this mutably, it'll just say no. So you can only read this value or reinsert. So if I want to change which item it's rendering, I have to reinsert this. I can't just modify where it's pointing. I have to add the component again. And then that will overwrite. And when it gets overwritten, the first thing it does is remove the one that was there, which will remove it from here, and then it inserts the new one, which will put it in the new one. So it's like there's never a point where you can query and get the wrong information, because it like literally will not let you modify the data like in an inappropriate way. I do the same thing where like I'll have like maps. So like the idea is that like I think I have any examples in my UI thing. I think like in my map crate, like here map cell. So this has an on add, which means that when you put a component on, it will update the components and stick it into a map. The issue with this is that the map becomes out of date as soon as you change this. So I could make this a on insert, which means that it doesn't matter if it already has the component or not. On add means like if it doesn't have the component, register it. But if I made it an on insert, which means anytime you reinsert, it'll be done again. And I could add an on remove that cleans up. And then I made it immutable, then you wouldn't be able to update a cell's hexagon without reinserting, which means you can't move a hexagon once you've spawned it in. Well, that's a Bevy thing, not a Rust thing, is that the state graph stuff is like that's basically Bevy does a bunch of really magic type tricks, and one of the things that it does is it like implements like mutable component as a trait, and then when you call, I'll see if I can find like a system where it like makes sense. So I can always just make the system, because like again, Bevy will not like at compile time will catch this, which is like one of the big things where people are like, oh, Rust was like, but at compile time, Bevy will not let me. And it's because it like leverages Rust's types and traits so strong. So we can go like fn move parent. Well, I guess change, we'll call it change parent. Change parent. So this is just a function and does the thing and does the thing. So we have to come up here, because if you don't obviously call the, like if you don't add it, then it doesn't know. But your app, actually it would know, because I'm going to do it in a query. But we're going to app.add system to update. Like my brain stopped. All right. And then we're going to make a change parent. Right. So the way that change parent is going to work is like every frame we're going to call change parent, which at the moment does nothing because it takes in no parameters. But if I'm like, hey, I need to get like all the parents that are something, we can go like mute. So if you just wanted to access the parent, you would go like, you know, has parent. Yeah, the name literally doesn't matter. I just, you know, makes it clear. And then we can query and then we like with child of. So this is everything that has a parent, but we're not actually accessing the child of. So would never cause a problem. Doesn't even cause any conflicts. We just go anything. So that's what you do is you go like, well, the way you would use this is actually like roots. So you do like roots, and you go like query, like entity without child of, right? So these are your root nodes, because if it doesn't have child of meaning it has a parent, then it must be a root. But you can also then go, so like roots is everything that doesn't specify that it has children. But like if you wanted to go the extra mile and be like, oh, but roots are only things that also have children of their own, so like an empty random component, you can go with children. So this is saying that any entity that turns up here, all the entities, like if I iterate this, the entities here don't have the a parent, but they do have children. So what you'd call orphan component like entities don't like. So if you just spawned an entity in, it wouldn't turn up in roots. But if you gave it children, it would. If you gave it a parent, it would no longer. So like you can actually like, and so like leaf nodes would be with parent but without children. Would be like your leaf nodes. Your root is without children, without parent with children. But anyway, the thing I'm going to is if you go like child of, I can now access who its parent is. But if I go mute child of, it says, hey, you can't fucking do that because the component's wrong. It says over here, child of component mutability equals mutable. Required for this. So it's saying if I want to go mute child of, the child's mutability has to be mutable, and it's not. It's immutable. We go here somewhere. It's probably a relationship doing it, which makes it a little bit harder to see. But yeah, so the idea is that like inside of the component, maybe we can do component. How do I get to the component tree? Component. Component. In here, we have the storage type, which is about like whether you pack it tightly into a vector or into a hash map. Like it's like a way of making Bevy more efficient and faster. The mutability. So component mutability, there's basically any type that implements this trait, which is mutable and immutable. There's just two, and Bevy just uses them as like a way of saying. And then it can check, is component mutability mutable or is it component mutability immutable? And if it's immutable, you're not allowed to do it. You can't even request a mutable reference. You can only request a reference. Bevy will not let you get into a situation. Yeah, I'm running a game in Rust. At the moment, I'm getting distracted writing a game in Rust. But yes, the game is written with the Bevy game engine in Rust, and Bevy incredibly leverages Rust's type system in order to make it like ergonomic and like really easy to use. Because again, like if you want to request access to something, you can just type the type in. Like, and so like if I wanted a resource like all the images that are currently loaded into the game, I could go like images. Images, and then we go like res, and we go assets, assets, okay. Image. Right, so this is every image that the game has currently loaded. So if I use the asset server and I call load, or if I custom load something and add that, and because I'm using res, it means I'm accessing this immutably. I'm not allowed to add new images, but it also means that this function will be run in parallel with anything else that requests access to the images that doesn't plan on modifying the images. Yeah, so happy to talk. Rust is everything C++ does, but better. The only thing, there are some things it doesn't do that C++ does, but they're all kind of bad things. Yeah. Because like I think there's certain types of pointer arithmetic that you cannot do in Rust. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can do in Rust where you drop in unsafe and you can do it, but there are some things where it's like, no, this is so unreasonably like you would never fucking do this that you can't do it. So like there's that, but most of the stuff that you can do in say like pointer arithmetic, you can just do in Rust, but you just have to drop out of the safe stuff and then you get in trouble if you fuck it up. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily eliminate racing at compile time. It's hard to explain. I guess it does. If you don't use any synchronization, it guarantees that you won't have race conditions, purely because of the fact that you're not using anything that gets around. It's that but that's the point. So unsafe lets you do anything, except it doesn't let you make a type that you don't have. Like you can't bypass privacy. Like the privacy. Like if a trait has a private field, you still can't, even unsafe, because it's not unsafe. Is as I explained earlier in the stream, unsafe isn't unsafe. Unsafe is unchecked. So the idea is that like you can do things like certain types of pointer arithmetic. But again, I've never really dug into this, but I've watched lots of videos about it. So in Rust, there is like it's like core PTR. So this is the like the pointer crate. So you have a non-null pointer, and you have all these like dangling and all this other stuff that you can do to pointers. But what you can't do is create a pointer. You can cast to a pointer and do that, but the compiler knows that that's not a real pointer. It knows that you've cast it, and there's that's called providence. So the idea is that like I think C does it too, where when you call like I don't know how you do it. I don't do this stuff in Rust because you very rarely have to do this stuff in Rust. But when you call like malloc, right, like in C, you get given a pointer, and apparently what C does, like or what malloc does, to be cheeky about it and be like, hey, here's your pointer to exactly that much memory, but it still needs to know how much memory it is. Rather than like having its own internal memory thing, what it does is it like the first like so many bytes of the memory that it grabbed, it writes all the metadata in there and then gives you the pointer that points at the first byte after the metadata, so that when you give it back, it looks behind the pointer and goes, hey, here's my metadata so I can like clean up this pointer. I know how long it is. I know. So, and then there's a thing called provenance, is the idea of like, when you are given a pointer, the pointer knows whether it's allowed to mutate the value at the other end. So you can't just cast an immutable pointer into a mutable pointer and then give it to something, because if that thing cares, it'll check the provenance, and the provenance say, hey, I'm actually immutable and you're not allowed to mutate that. And so it at runtime will crash. Well, actually, I don't remember actually for its runtime. I think the Rust does this in the compiler as it checks things, as it passes things around. It like keeps track of how this pointer got to where it was and goes, hey, somehow a immutable pointer got given to something as a mutable pointer or something. But it does this weird provenance thing that like lets it do weird shit. It can use raw pointers, but it can't do certain things with raw pointers, if that makes sense. Like there are certain checks that the compiler does that means if you pass in something, something will like request. I'll see if I can find it. It's definitely in core and then PTR. But maybe that's kind of the point. So like PTR, there's something in here. Like I think it's the non-null. So it's T is pointer sized. So this is like a non-null pointer, I think is what this is like. So this is, but I don't think we can construct it, I think is the point. So this is private, so I'm not allowed to do this. So you know, there is no way with no amount of unsafe can I access this value at all. Rust will not let me set what the pointer is, which means that non-null with provenance, I have to pass in what the provenance is. I can't just turn a pointer into a non-null pointer. Apparently I can turn a non-null pointer. I can make a dangling one, which does this and then says with provenance as a line. So it does fancy weird stuff. But the idea is that like if something requests a non-null pointer, I cannot just cast a pointer into a non-null pointer. You can't just like drop into unsafe and cast it. You have to drop into unsafe, decide what the provenance is going to be, and then pass it in. So as the person writing an API, I can say, hey, you have to give me a non-null pointer that is not the same thing as a pointer that isn't 0. Like, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can call C, but you don't give it pointers. You call C and you pass in integers, if that makes sense. Like, casting an integer to a pointer is not in Rust the same thing as having a pointer, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why I'm explaining this very well, because I'm not like, yeah, the idea is that like the non-null type is a type that you as the writer of an API can request, and there is no way, well, like, as I say, down here you can make it by providing provenance. This is apparently safe as well. Weird, and it's public. See, but that's also the other fun thing is it's like, ooh, with address. I can't set the address. So I have to already have a non-null. Can I make one without? So I can make a dangling pointer. And the dangling pulls the provenance off of the fact that it looks at what the alignment of the pointer is. So core mem alignment of T. So whatever I'm pointing this non-null pointer at, it looks at its alignment and then passes that as the provenance. As non-zero usize alignment. So it appears the provenance is just the alignment at the moment. But the idea is that like I can make a dangling pointer and then point that pointer at something. And that kind of thing. Like it's weird because it's hard to like there, but there are certain things you can't do in Rust. Like you can do the same effect, but you just can't do it. Like you can't, as I'm saying, like you can't just cast an integer into a pointer. You have to construct a pointer out of an integer, which is setting the address, but also setting the provenance. There's another thing that I think C does to cheat like size constraints and speed is that part of the provenance is stored in the pointer. So it's something like they decided, and Rust I think is doing it too, is they decided that like we will never need more than petabytes of memory, or it might even be the one above that. Basically, they went, let's give them like 48 bits of address space, or it might be 50 bits of address space, and then but you've got a 64-bit pointer. So like the rest of that address space is you can be like, now Rust can say, hey, if the topmost bit is set, it's a mutable pointer. So all mutable pointers are like start at like whatever the top bit being set is. I think it's 8. So they all start like 8,000 is saying that this pointer is mutable, and then the address. So I think personally, like engine isn't necessarily the biggest thing because the Bevy game engine, because again, Rust is the language, not the engine. Bevy, I think, is capable of, at the moment, any 2D game, because people keep going, oh, 3D, it's not there. But like it not being there in 3D is more to do with like how like if you said, oh, the UI is not there, but it's like the UI is there if you build the underlying layer, but it's not like Unity's UI where I can just drop anything in. But if we go to store and we go like Tiny Glade, I think it's Tiny Glade. This was built in Rust using Bevy, but it didn't use Bevy's rendering engine. Bevy's renderer can't do this. They build a custom renderer on top of Bevy's ECS. And so the ECS is like what lets you, like, I'm assuming they put like each of these bits of building might be a component or something, and then the rendering engine decides how to take them. I don't really know. But this was developed with the Rust ECS, like core, not Rust, Bevy ECS, the core ECS from Bevy, but then they built a rendering engine on top. Because the way that Bevy works is everything's like a sort of a plugin. So you'll see it here. It's like I have my app, I initialize my app. So then I add the default plugins. And one of the things that the default plugins adds is, well, it does all the windowing and all that kind of stuff. And then somewhere down here, the image plugin. This does all the asset loading and all sorts of stuff like this all added here. Somewhere there is a render PBR plugin. So this does like realistic material rendering. And then there's also like a sprite plugin and a UI plugin that do like 2D and UI respectively. Yeah, I guess like that. So you can't, if you, I guess the idea is again, like, it's not necessarily that you can't have the same effect, like you can't break out. It's more like you can't accidentally dereference a pointer, add one, and then have it wrap around or something, like, you know, like you can't do that because Rust will just not let you do that. Like you would have to go out of your way to make a pointer some other way, like calling a dangling pointer, which, because one of the things is like the province of dangling pointer was the size of the type, or like the alignment of the type. So the idea is you can't access, the pointers have to be aligned. If you're trying to access like a byte, they can be aligned to any number is a valid pointer if you're accessing a single byte. But if you're accessing a U16, a pointer has to be a multiple of 2. It can't have that bottom bit set, because if that bottom bit set, that implies that you're actually accessing the middle byte of the U16. So everything has to be aligned. Same thing if like if you're accessing a U32, it has to be a multiple of 4. And if you're accessing a U16, it has to be a multiple of 6 of 8. And the idea is that you can't access the middle of a U64. You have to access, so every U64 in memory has to be a U64 apart. Like it has to be on that boundary. So that's like the idea is that you can't be like, oh, I want to access the U64 and here's a number, because it will check that the address you gave it is a valid address to a U64. If it's not a valid address to a U64, it'll kick you out. But that doesn't mean that you can't get a dangling pointer to a U8, give it an address, and then somehow convert that. There's a function called like transmute, which literally just, you go into unsafe and you just say don't check anything, just turn this thing into this other thing, as long as they're the same size. So you could transmute a pointer into a different pointer. But at that point, you're trying to get out of the fucking system. You're trying to break it. You know what I mean? Like, you can do it. There are apparently some things that even in unsafe you can't do as well, I've been told. But that's more like you would be hacking your way around. Like the idea of like, if you want to get around the borrow checker, you can get a vector of the thing and then have a pointer into the vector, like an index into the vector, and then you bypass the borrow checker because you can keep a point. That's basically what entities in Bevy are. Is that the entity is an index into an array, but Bevy just makes sure that index is always valid. And there's a thing called a generation, which is if it gives you the same index again, it'll increment the generation, which means if you try to access something after it's been despawned, it'll actually tell you that your address is outdated. Like you're trying to access entity 4 component, but you've got the old entity 4, not the new entity 4, so it can keep memory packed together. Yeah, the math for 3D is pretty fucking terrifying. It's not that bad again in Bevy. Like Bevy does a lot of the stuff. It's just that Bevy, look, I mean, again, I've been using Bevy for too long now. I keep going, oh, it's only recently. But like it was not until like Bevy 10 that you got like skinned meshes. So you couldn't have bone-based animations in Bevy because it just didn't do them, and you'd have to do them yourself. You'd have to implement your own code. Bevy still doesn't have a built-in physics engine, which I personally don't think it'll ever will, because I don't feel like that's something, because there's Bevy Rapier, which is a community-funded one, and then there's Bevy Avian, which is like one that's trying to build it inside of Bevy. But like, I don't think the core Bevy engine will ever have a physics engine because it's what you'd call opinionated, and it's like the idea is they would have to decide how it has to work, and I don't think Bevy wants to commit to that. It's the same as like they're only just now starting to build a visual editor, and it's for the same kind of thing of being like, it wasn't a high priority. It was more important to make the rendering engine blazingly fast than it was to try and like make it so that you could have a UI, especially because like the scenes weren't quite locked in, that kind of stuff. We would have that would pre Windows. Oh. Well, no, that's the point. Bypassing the borrow checker isn't risky. It just effectively is saying like when it goes, oh, you can't. There's no such thing as a race condition in Rust. It's like, well, there is, but the race condition means at some point you said, hey, don't check this. Like you bypassed the check. So hence it's like, it's not unsafe is basically unchecked. You can do a bunch of things in unsafe. You could clone a mutable pointer because Rust has rules saying you can never have 2 mutable pointers. But Bevy gives you 2 mutable pointers to the same thing all the time. What Bevy does is say to Rust, don't worry, I'm making sure that I never give them 2 mutable pointers to the same thing at the same time if they're allowed to index to the same location. So it's like, so wait again, Bevy does it, is it basically has a vector that's got all your components in it. And then it says, hey, you can have 2 mutable reference to the same vector, but I guarantee you that you'll never have it, neither of like those 2 pointers are guarded in such a way that you can never index into the same entry at the same time. Like I was saying earlier about like this. So the with and without, so them both having, well, this one having with and this one having without means that these could actually share a mutable condition. So we could say like transform. So we say mutual. This one, it doesn't catch a compile time because this one actually requires checking. But so both of these have mutable transform, which means in theory, I could ask for entity 1's transform, and I could ask this one for entity 1 transform, and now I have 2 mutable references to the entity 1's transform, except Bevy knows that that's impossible because I said with children and without children. Otherwise, it would crash. It literally would not let me run this code if it was possible for me to ask both of these queries for the same entity. They have to be mutually exclusive, where this entity 100, like the Venn diagram of entities that would turn up in here, like all the transforms, if you iterate through this, are guaranteed none of the transforms in here will turn up in the transforms in here because you can't both have this component and not have this component. So it does stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. You say to the compiler, trust me, blow, and then you do what you do. Apparently, C doesn't necessarily trust the as much. It's just that C doesn't check basically anything. Like a lot of the stuff I've been told is like C does like a 2-pass check. it basically goes through and applies all of the like includes, defines. It just basically pre-processes through and goes like find replace, and then it runs through and it just compiles like the code. It doesn't check shit. And that's why C is really fast to compile. Whereas Rust walks through like every line of code and goes, yep, so you passed it in here, and then it goes over here, and then goes over there. So it does mean that like sometimes it has to track like 4 or 5 lifetimes deep, where you'll be like, it says, hey, you can't do this because this lifetime here, this lifetime there. It doesn't do it at runtime. It does it at compile time. It just means that the compile time takes fucking ages, because the compiler needs to walk through the whole fucking thing and make sure that there is no chance that you can pass a reference out that lives longer than the reference that passed in. So everything gets like given a lifetime and stacked up. It's kind of weird. Yeah, legacy code base. It's also one of the biggest issues, because again, like talking to people about this, and like every time I see it, is people do not want to change. And what they do is they pick up Rust and go, oh, I heard this was type safe, and then do a bunch of unsafe shit that they should not be doing, like a bunch of pointer arithmetic, and go, oh, I have to keep, like, Rust just keeps telling me I'm not allowed to do that. I'm like, yeah, because you shouldn't be doing that. I keep seeing people be like, oh, Bevy sucks because I tried to do this and it didn't work. And I'm like, or did you try to do this, which is like the ECS equivalent? Like they were trying to make like a doubly linked list, or they wanted something where they could mutate these two. I'm like, oh, you just do this. And oh, but you shouldn't make a doubly linked list. I'm like, well, yeah, but like also, it's a doubly linked list. That's what it is. Like that is the data structure that you were trying to make, and then you're complaining because Bevy said, yeah, do it our way. It's not necessarily that they spent years learning. It's that like they have their way of doing it. Like they want to just be able to do a pointer arithmetic, and because of Rust's whole unsafe thing, and a lot of people that use Rust, like just about everyone that uses Rust, understands that like unsafe, just avoid it. And it kind of annoys me, because you see a lot of crates that go like, oh, we're completely unsafe free, and I was like, yeah, but like as the crate that's providing me a library, I don't actually care if you use unsafe. It's do I have to use unsafe to use you? Because every time you use like C bindings, like you said, like someone about you can link to C. If you do that, you have to be an unsafe. But what you do is you write a wrapper, and the idea of the wrapper is that you say, hey, here's a Rust function that's safe, where you pass in the values, and then I will type check them, I will index, like I'll bounds check them, and then I'll pass them to the C code, because it means that it's impossible for you to pass invalid values to the C code, so now it's safe. Like it's saying like I'm putting it, so you'll see them all the time, is there'll be like something unchecked, and the unchecked is like, don't do the bounds checks, don't do that, but you have to be unsafe to call an unchecked function. Sometimes you don't have to be unsafe, but that usually implies that it doesn't actually fail. It's just that it's like sometimes you can do stupid shit. I don't know if Unreal does. I don't know if it ever will, because, again, Unreal's more that the engine itself is written in C++, so the modding is written in C++, and then they have their custom language, so they probably don't want to support a language. If you... yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I've said, I'm not... It's an annoying thing. One of the Rust people, like I think it was Mozilla made Rust. They basically came out and said unsafe was the worst name for it. It should have been called unchecked, because it's not unsafe. Like that's what people don't like about it, is they go, oh, but this is safe, and it's like, yeah, because you did the checks, but like because you called it unsafe, everyone goes, oh, no, it's unchecked. It's because there are unsafe things, and then there are things that the compiler cannot check, so they are unsafe. So it's yeah. Well, that's my thing. I was doing. I wrote a program for my dad that like did dividing head calculations, which is like basically it's like a device that you wind it, and it's like got like a 40-to-1 ratio of the handles. Every 40 turns of the handle turns the jaws by a full 360 degrees, and then you put these plates on it, and then each plate has a different number of holes, so you can turn like 3 full turns, and then like 6 13ths. So you go like you put the 13 plate on, you like when it drops into a hole, and then you go 6 more of the 13 holes, so you can get like really accurate divisions. And he wanted me to he's got like his book that had like hundreds of calculations to get like every possible division you could want, and it tells you like what plate to use and like how many plus and how many minus of which holes to use to get thing. So I wrote him a program that would calculate that. I wrote it in C# because that was what I knew at the time. And then like years later, I went, oh, what a great project to learn Rust in, like when I was learning Rust. So I rewrote it in Rust, and I was getting so annoyed the borrow checker was fucking not letting me. And then I realized that the reason the borrow checker wasn't letting me do it is because it was wrong. I had a logic error where I was modifying a value inside of a loop that I was declaring outside of the loop. So I was declaring it, and then inside the loop I was changing it. And then Rust was saying, hey, you can't do that because you declared it here and you've moved, like, modified after move. And me and my dad were kept going, like, some of the values were just wrong. Like, it would just, I was going, like, it would be, like, perfectly accurate, and, like, 90% of them, like, 99%, it would be exactly what the book said. And then some of them, the book would say it's an exact value, and mine would say, like, oh, it's out by, like, like 1% or something. And I was like, oh, well, it doesn't make sense because I'm getting exactly that was the bug, is that, like, when I was doing it, like, I had a bug in my code that I couldn't find because C# just let me edit the value that I wasn't actually supposed to be editing because I was declaring it and then modifying it, and it was causing a bug. I found that because I rewrote it in Rust, and the compiler would not, for the life of me, let me do it the way I was doing it, so I had to rewrite how I did it. That's good. I'm hopefully going to tie it up at some point, but feel free to make feature requests if you have anything you find, or like give pull requests if you work something out. I got to try and get back on track of, like, I don't even know what I was doing. I got very distracted talking about that C and stuff. Yeah, there's my only issue with recommending C# as the first language is everyone goes, oh, should I learn C and then learn Rust, or like C++ and then learn Rust because there's lots of tutorials? It's like, no, like if you learn another language and then learn Rust, you're just going to get annoyed that Rust won't let you do what you could do in the other languages. So like, if anything, Rust being your first language is probably the best in terms of, like, if you can. Oh no, it's all good. I love being distracted. It also makes the viewers go way up because I'm talking about other stuff and actually responding rather than just talking about the code. But like, so the idea is like, if you learn Rust and then go into another language, the odds are that Rust has taught you, like, actually safe things that the other language will let you do. Like, Rust is more restrictive, which means that when you go into another language, you just won't do something because Rust would stop you. Whereas when you go the other way, you may learn a really bad way of doing something. Like, you learn bad habits that when you come to Rust, the compiler is not having a fucking bar of it. And that's what I mean. Is like, when even in unsafe, there are certain things you can't do, but it's not that you can't do the behavior. It's that you just can't do it the way you're trying to do it. Like, unsafe, and then, oh, now I'm going to do this. It's like, no, you have to convert it to this, convert it to that, and convert it to this, because you're basically doing something really stupid, and you've got to convert to a bunch of things to make it actually fucking work. Oh no, I don't think it's necessary. Like you're saying, I think it's the other way. It's your motivation, but Rust is really good if you want it to be right. Something like Python or JavaScript, or like even like Unity with C# and like, is if you want it to develop it quickly. Whereas I'm building libraries and APIs that I want other people to use. Rust means that I can do all sorts of things, like I can define the shape of my API without writing any fucking actual logic. And then the compiler will force me to stay. Like, if I return the wrong type from one of my sub, like, I call a function and it's returning a type that I have to actually convert those types, or I have to go more, like, people don't like Rust because if you go into Rust with the prototyping mindset of, I'm just going to make everything as I go, like, that's what half my issue here is, that I went through and I was just doing things as I went, and now I've hit a point where I'm like, I want to change this thing, but I have to change basically my entire code base because everything relies on these particular types being the right types, and it's all, which to me, for, like, again, making an API, making my API robust is a good thing, but it can be annoying for prototyping, where if you haven't planned it out, then it sucks. So for big AAA game dev studios, Rust would be great because they make a game design document. They don't put anything, like, they don't write any code until they know what the fucking architecture is going to look like. But if you just want to fucking fuck around and do things, then you kind of need to know what the architecture, like, you don't need to know, and then Rust will force you to recompile. And that's one of those things, like, they talk about. I've seen people go like, oh, well, once you touch lifetimes, everything gets infested with lifetimes. Once something has a lifetime, it's like, well, no, like, you can do a lot of like generic lifetimes and like unnamed lifetimes that you get away with. The issue is that if you don't know what you're doing and you add lifetime, then suddenly everything that touches that thing needs a lifetime, because at some point, as a competent Rust developer, you will know when you can erase that lifetime, and then nothing that touches it needs the lifetime anymore. But if you don't know when that happens, you have to keep it for example, Bevy commands here has 2 lifetimes, but I never have to declare them because the way that Bevy set them up, these lifetimes are almost always inferred. There's very rarely are they ever not inferred, and almost always when it complains about saying, hey, lifetimes, you just call .reborrow when it fixes it. The only thing that you run into issues with is, and I have a few of them, is like these, was it like the manager? So this is like the inventory manager. It needs lifetimes because, again, like it needs to know that because it contains the commands, it needs to be able to actually tell the commands what its W and what its S is. You can't just like have type erased commands in here. And then every time I use this inside of something, which is like my this thing, this needs a W, an S, and an A because the A is because it borrows. So when this is used to construct this, so the W and the S get passed in, but then we need to know how long this lives for to make sure this lives long enough. So we have to give these A's, which is basically like how long we are borrowing, how long this exists in terms of the borrow to that. But yeah, like so. Rust is like a correctness first approach to design. It's also the same thing. Like if I was designing a game for years, because that's like part of why I'm rewriting this, is that I can see a whole bunch of decisions that were made in this because they were using Flash, and it was like, fuck it, it's too much work to redo it. And that's where like the Rust side of things comes in. Is Rust doesn't have that same level. Like it still has tech debt, but it doesn't have the same level of tech debt because you don't get to be like, oh, there's 4 different ways of doing this one thing and they all just slightly differently, because the fucking compiler comes in and says, hey, you need to change all of these locations. The AI definitely improves your product. There's another thing where Rust is better. It's always Rust better now, but is the like LLMs, because Rust has such strong borrow checking rules. When they train the AI with like reinforcement learning, the AI gets told by the compiler that that's fucking invalid code. If you wrote Python, you have to fuck up Python or JavaScript pretty hard, like outside of syntax. Like it's kind of easy to get syntax wrong, but like it's really hard to pass something to a JavaScript function. The JavaScript function says no, that's not allowed. It's why like a lot of people that were jumped on the bandwagon really early of the AI coding were in TypeScript, because TypeScript had types, which means that the AI was actually able to fucking write TypeScript without fucking up all the time, because when you read TypeScript, you know the type, which means the AI knew the type. Whereas if you were just writing JavaScript, it just wouldn't know, because so the AI's learnt TypeScript better. Rust is definitely like a steeper learning curve, but as I was talking about earlier, the little paint thing of it, Rust's learning curve is like logarithmic. Like eventually, like outside of like some drops down where like you understand lifetimes or you understand generics, that kind of thing. Like there's some big drops that can happen, but most of Rust is like the more you do Rust, the better you get at Rust. Whereas I've been told like JavaScript and TypeScript, and they get harder and harder the more you learn, because not only are they constantly releasing new frameworks for shit to make it easier, you keep finding edge cases where you need to know that the edge case. Like my YouTube keeps giving me quizzes about like, oh, what is this output in Python? And I got one wrong because it went, oh, actually Python doesn't have that syntax. That's JavaScript, which is like the triple equal sign, because in Java, in Python, double equal sign will converse the types. So a string with the number 5 in it is equal, like double equal signs equal to the number 5, which is very confusing. So JavaScript said that's dumb. Then we add the triple equal sign, which basically says the string 5 is not the same thing as the number 5, because triple equal sign compares type as well as the value, which is, limited ways to hurt yourself is JavaScript is. I like JavaScript, like back when I did JavaScript stuff, because of the fact that you can just fuck around and like just pass things around. Like, hey, it's right. I'll just reach to the DOM and like poke something because I know what I'm doing. And callbacks are fun. But the other thing that's fun about Rust is it's really easy to navigate Rust code. Like I learned a lot about, because people are like, oh, how did the Rust limiting the coder. I learned almost all of my Bevy stuff by just using Bevy, because you can do things like be like commands dot and then like read through all the functions and see what they take in. Whereas with like something like I'm trying to think. My brain's like JavaScript or Python. If you did the dot, it'll tell you the functions that exist. Like I assume I haven't used it that much, but like it just tells you the name. It doesn't tell you what they take. It's like, oh, well, is this going to do what I think it's going to do if I give? Whereas Bevy's like, no, you can only give us another float. You can't pass in a scale that's not a single number, or you can't pass in a scale that's not 3 numbers. So like you run into this thing of like it tells you like, well, you can infer a lot better about what it might take. Like you noticed before, I know you guys were here, when I was trying to map that option, I was reading the type signatures to see if any of them took a mutable reference, because that would imply that it's actually like looking into the container, like into the option, and modifying the internal option rather than overriding the option, which all the others were taking self. So they were consuming the option and doing something, whereas I wanted to, if it was some, do something, if it was none, put the default value there, or like replace it with some. And there's definitely a way to do it. I just don't remember how. Right. Oh, we were doing the inventory passing. That's what we're doing. So we have our backup inventory. Right. So we need the inventory loader. Right. So we need our pub struct inventory descriptor loader. Then we need default drive default. The biggest win for Rust, I think, is one single. Oh yeah, cargo is phenomenally good. That's actually the biggest thing is like the fact that there's only one compiler. It's called Rust C, I think. And the reason that like less so cargo, because you can actually apparently use Rust C without cargo, because cargo just lets you do all the packages and stuff. But like Rust C means that like there's only one canonical truth, whereas I've been told that C++, depending if you use Clang or GCC, can actually just do different things, because it like they actually just compile the same C code into different binary. Like yeah, it's I love it because I was watching a video that was talking about which I mean Rust probably would run into the same issue, but it was like in Team Fortress 2, depending if the server was running on Windows or Linux, changed how much health you would get from picking up a med pack, because it was like on Windows it was like rounding after, and on Linux it was rounding before, because the machine instruction that was exported was different depending on which one you were targeting, which was just such a bizarre difference. Wow. Okay. Damn. I watched a video, and it was many years ago, and I kind of depressed that it didn't happen, because it would have been such a like we didn't need Rust kind of thing, because that's what the video was in response to, was because like the US government effectively called out C++ directly, where it said we need to stop using memory unsafe languages, and they're going like, well, surely the only memory unsafe language you're using is C++ or C, because it's like every other language that the Department of Defense would be using would be garbage collected. So they basically were calling out C directly without saying we need to stop using C. But they were talking about they made C++2, and C++2 was a drop-in replacement for C++, where it could read any C++ code, but it could also read a C++2 file. I think it was called like C2 plus or something, but it had a fancy name. But the idea was that like it was a drop-in replacement where any, like similar to how any C code should be able to run in C++, except like there's like one keyword that is incompatible between the two. And it's like, so any C++ code should be able to run in C2+. And the idea was that like we wouldn't need to go redo anything, but it also means in future. Yeah, I don't mind you're asking questions. I'm just my ADHD meds are starting to wear off. It's kind of what's happening here. Is I'm starting to be like, oh, this, oh, that. So this is invaluable. Okay, so we need to kind of be all like, that's an inventory from there, and then it's an inventory from there. And so we need to be like, that's not how asset loader works, I don't think. Apparently you need a type bar. So now you can be at this, and then I think to compile it a little bit. This is one of those annoying things. Like the AI is using old Bevy versions, so it's putting the wrong types. So then we like async, and then we just like let data vehicle string. No, I haven't used a local LLM. Honestly, I don't care enough to use a local one. Like, I use mostly the tab complete because a lot of people are going, oh, but like the really improvement is using this stuff. And I need to remember to use this chat more where like you can ask it to just do things. My issue is that every time I let the agents do any kind of major amount of code, I find that I can no longer touch the code because it's just, they just make a fucking struct for everything and they just make everything like, it just, this one struct exists to do this one thing. And it's like, but why? Why is there like 50 million components where each component literally does one thing? Like, it's like, it does my head. But it means like, I find that I can't edit the code. The more the code, like more of the code I write, I know how to edit the code. The AI is better at like doing things. Like I've done a few, like, and that's what like these chats are, is like where I've gone like, I can't fucking work out the math behind this. Like I was trying to work out how to rotate a rectangle so that like I could rotate the bounding box to work out like, does it collide on a bounding box level? And I was like, I couldn't work it out. Asked the AI and the AI just went, oh, well, you know, stop trying to just like rotate the bounding box and just flip the X and the Y. And it's like, oh, yeah, that is just how you rotate the bounding box, isn't it? Into hidden context can take time to get used to, but in the end, do you not? Yeah, well, that's what I've got like projects that I'm doing because like when I make videos, I want to replicate my like last video that I did where I had like a really detailed like thing where like each line would appear as I said it, sort of thing. The issue with it is that it took like 100 hours or something just of me copy pasting the same bits of code around so that they could appear. So I've been working with agent to write like a thing that I can paste a like block of Rust code and it automatically picks out like, you know, all the system parameters and makes them their own queues so that each system parameter can be turned on, like can appear one after, without me having to copy paste the code. The AI can do that. The issue is that I want it to look a specific way so that I can do specific things. Like I want to be able to like select 4 or 5 things and say, hey, this is the animation style that I want them to like. I want them to appear one after another, or I want them to appear all at once, that kind of thing. Or like what I want to be able to do is like select 4 of them. And be like, I want these ones to collapse into 3 dots, but still display this one, this one, and this one. But the issue is that like if I let the AI write it, first off, the fucking thing wrote it in ASCII. Like it wrote like a terminal that was rendering in the terminal. I went, no, please like use Bevy's. It took so much so I started again. It kept doing everything where it was like, instead of rendering a box inside of a box, it would render a box with text in it and then render a text like an ASCII art box inside of it. So it indent everything with tabs instead of rendering another box. So I've redone it. Then when I redid it, I basically started writing this is my thing, and then this is, so I'm like doing it in much smaller steps of being like, AI, please do this. Like, and then I can go in and tweak it. Whereas when I let the AI just do the thing, it's so like, I can't change anything because the AI's fucking written like 50 lines of code to do something that like, it didn't need to do because it's rendering it as an ASCII art. And I'm like, but please render it as boxes. And I have to go in and tweak that because every time I've found that if I change something, the AI will immediately change it back. But if I write a bunch of code and then get the AI to add a feature, it will keep my styling. So it's a weird thing of like the AI, I guess, follows the majority of the text. So if the majority is written by an AI, every time you try to tweak something to be human readable, the AI just undoes it. It's not that they're bad. Like I want to say like I'm just shitting on them. It's just they annoy me specifically because I'm like, hey, I want it to work this way so that I can understand how it works. and then they just don't. They come in and be like, oh, you changed this, let me change it back. Like I was doing it like where I was trying to write a game with it, and it's like every time I was like, oh, but this is how I want this component to look. Every time I asked the AI to do something, even if it was unrelated, it would go change it. And I was like, why? Why do you keep deciding it needs to look a different way? Dot await. No, date data. Thank you. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how long this game's going to take because again, like I'm more doing it just for the enjoyment of streaming. I need to work on videos as well. Is part of what I need to start doing. But yeah, enjoy. Good luck with your game. Hopefully you enjoy Bevy or whatever you're writing your game in, because the game is fun. Is I guess my point. So we need to be like enum, like pub enum, inventory, descriptor load error. So there's an IO error, and then we have to go like derive. Well, I guess debug and this error, and then we say, hey, error, I error, parsing error. Then we go like copy the same thing, but we need to be like inventory descriptor parse error. So that probably needs to be tweaked a little bit, but anyway. So your error is actually a minimum of error, and then your error is a parsing error. Well, actually, it's and then you become a parsing error. Okay. Cool. So then we have to be like to do just to make it shut up, because sometimes the compiler doesn't get there. Right. So yeah, you're returning the correct type. So we read that, and then that gives us the string. So we read the string, otherwise we fail to read the string. Then we need to say that descriptor from string, and then we just, I guess, we don't even need to do that. We can just, we feel like, hey, descriptor. Oop. Yeah. We go, hey, descriptor, just like load the descriptor from the string. Wait, why are you saying that the type is wrong? Is it limited difficulty to convert? Is it limited / difficult to? Like, is it more like a macro system, or is Rust itself the macro system? I think Rust itself is the macro system. I'm trying to say the comp time. So Rust has macros, but I'm trying to work out what you mean by comp time. So the idea with Rust is that basically it's got what you call zero cost abstractions. There's a lot of things in Rust where you can literally write a whole thing, like you'll see me do it all the time, where there's a thing called a new type. And so a new type is basically just when you, where would I find a new type that I can show off? Probably in like item. So item, didn't quite use it as I was expecting. Where is something? Probably in rendering, actually. So we go rendering, and we go like a render node. Right. So where is it? Is it inventory node? Nope. Must be up somewhere. I'm trying to find one of the new types that I have. No, it's the render pipeline, render slot, render inventory. No, somewhere I have something. Okay, yeah. So like this render item vec entity is what it's called a new type. So it's basically a way of saying that the vec entity is renamed to render item, but it acts completely differently. Like as in like any behavior I implement on this can act directly on this, but isn't the same thing. And the idea of the new type stuff is that like at compile time, this has, so its size is 24 and its alignment is 8. The vector size, if I can find that piece of code wherever, apparently it's just not going to tell me. Anyway, I can tell you that the vector size is also 24 and alignment of 8, because this becomes non-existent at compile time, runtime. At compile time, it does all the checks as if this is its own type. At runtime, it's literally the same as a vector, except obviously because at compile time you can't call functions that you can't call, but you know, it becomes this limited thing. Yeah, so basically the idea is that the compile time is really slow because it's doing all the checks at compile time, which means there's a whole bunch of, like, it still does bounce checks and things. So like Rust, normal Rust, like debug Rust is significantly slower than release Rust. And even release Rust, I think, is slightly slower than C because it checks the things it needs to check. If it can't guarantee that it's in bounds, then it will panic. So it's checking it. But like if it can guarantee, like if there's no way that you can ever get somewhere and have something that's out of bounds, like if you're indexing into an array via some particular way, in debug builds it'll check to see that what you're indexing in is in bounds. At compile, in a release build it won't, but release builds also take longer because it has to check a bunch of things. But the idea is that it will remove, so like for example, if you did like for I in len, like the vectors len, it would need to keep the check in, I think, like if you were then indexing into the array. But if you said for each element in the array, like if you called this like a function that you can call on an iterator called like for each, it doesn't index check, like because you're indexing like well, I would like do it here. So like we say for shape in here, like this, the compiler will remove all the bounds checks because it's impossible to index into an array. I'm going to pretend this is an array or into a vector. You can't, because of the way that you're indexing into it, as in a for loop, the compiler knows you will never be able to get an index that's out of bounds. So it can remove them. No, I had maybe like 6 months of Rust, and it wasn't even like 6 months of actually developing Rust. It was more like, oh, I went, oh, Rust is really cool. Like I like all the promises that Rust made. And then while I was trying to work my way through the Rust book, I think I made it to like chapter 13 or something, I found a Reddit post about Bevy, and then I've been doing Bevy ever since because I find Bevy is a really good way to learn Rust because it teaches you a lot of the Rust stuff while avoiding a lot of the, how do I have a state that I can access? Because you can just request a resource instead of having to be like, I need to pass this fucking this pointer everywhere so that like all my chain, like, you know, my state needs to go all the way down. Like you get rid of all that. Yes, there's specific bits of it. So there's also a thing you can call like it's called deref. Like Bevy adds a thing for it, so you can be like deref. So deref means that now this thing automatically has everything that I can do to actually not everything, anything you can do to a reference to a vector. And then I can also, it's going to yell at me, but I can do. Maybe not. Okay, this it should yell at me because this should detect that it's doing that. But deref mute means now I can do anything to this vector. Or I can treat this as if it was this vector. So if I called like dot push, it would push the item onto the, like it would push the entity onto this vector. Like it basically makes this transparent. Like this item doesn't exist. Any function I can call on this, I can call on this. And that's like the deref stuff. It's the same as like anything that calls for a reference to a vector, you could pass in a reference to this because it'll dereference into a reference to a vector. Same thing with like Rust does it where you can have a function that's like, you know, something. Right. So there's multiple ways to write a signature in Rust that all kind of like do, and like technically there's a correct way, but it's also like one of those weird things where it's like depends on how you're using it. So you could go like, I know, items. So you could say that it's a reference to a vector, but this is a vector of entity. entity. But this is a bad way of doing it because you're passing in a reference to a vector, which means that if someone goes, oh, but I don't have a vector because it's immutable, like because you cannot add things to this vector because it's an immutable reference. There's no way to push. You can't pop. You can only read. You can only index into this array basically. And you can check its length and things that you could do on it without modifying. You don't want to modify it in any way. So doing this signature means that they have to, when they pass some, whatever they're doing, and they pass something in, when they call something, they have to have it in a vector. But you can also go entity, which is a reference to a slice of entities. A vector implements deref into slice of T. So like a vec of T can dereference into a slice, reference to a slice of T. So they can pass in a vector. They could pass in they could pass in a reference to a vector. They could pass in a reference to an array. They could pass in a reference to a reference counter. They could pass in a reference to a read-write lock. They could pass, so basically anything that can be represented without modifying any of the data. Like if you can just, like, if there's a way to basically, it's the equivalent of saying, if I could give you a pointer that would be indistinguishable, you get that pointer. And it doesn't have to be direct. Like you can dereference into something, and you can like dereference and dereference and like, because when you implement it, you go like impl deref. You do this. So basically, to call deref, there's other stuff you have to do, like CS, like inventory and type and stuff. So the idea is, if I call deref on a reference to self, I need to return a immutable reference to the target, which I specify here. So deref, you only have like one type, because deref's actually it's the equivalent of overloads in C++. Like you can override what the plus symbol does. This is overriding what the dereference symbol does, which is the asterisk. So if you asterisk something, like asterisk item, let's go like let t equals asterisk item. So you'll see that the type is now slice of entity. It would yell at me because it's like there's no way to know the size of an array of entities. But the way that this works is like, so this symbol calls this function and returns like the underlying type. So when I say deref, it's like, oh, it calls self.0 because it's basically dereferencing into the AIs wrote this and it doesn't actually do anything. But like I could say instead, inventory dereferences into the vector. We could make it dereference into a slice of entities. Not entities, and entries. Fine, we'll call them entities for now because I don't care. So we can make it dereference into a slice of entities, and then we could make it return a reference to self dot slots. Again, this is a bit dumb because it's doing all sorts of weird things. But like when I dereference it, I want it to do this to turn into this. And the idea is like, as long as you don't need to actually mutate it, as in like it has to be done with an immutable reference, you can just do this. And then I believe there's deref mute. Impl deref. Yeah, deref mute. So deref mute does the same thing, except it's deref mute. And deref mute requires for inventory thing. Deref mute requires that it implements deref because it actually uses the same type. You can't have it dereference into a different type if you reference it mutably than if you reference it immutably. But Bevy does change detection like this. So the way that Bevy does its change detection is it has a type called mute. So going here is like mute. So it's like let t equal mute. So it'd be like mute. Mute something, and then like transform. Okay, so you have your T is mute transform. So mute is basically like an alias for a mutable reference, except it contains this extra information. So if we go to mute, so we can implement mute, and so mute has like new where you have to pass this. So Bevy does this. Bevy makes it by passing it in all the correct information. Then when you say so mute from ref. So you can make a reference, which a ref is just the same thing as a mute, like but at the immutable version. So you can turn a mutable reference into an immutable reference by doing this, and it basically just I don't think it does anything. It just returns the new type, which again, at compile time is all stripped away completely. But when you, it implements somewhere. Control F, deref, underscore mute. No, deref mute. Where does it implement it? Somewhere it implements it. Basically, when you dereference a mute, I don't know how it's implementing it without implementing it. It must be one of these macros. That is. Res mute. So yeah, it's probably doing it with a macro because they all do the same thing. So the idea is that change detection import. So we get change detection import. It detects the stuff and it goes. It implements deref for the target, and it just says self.value. Like this is how you dereference it, and then it does as ref. So that must be the change detection mute. Here you go. So when you say deref mute, when you dereference, when you access a field mutably, when you change a field, like if you mutate it, it will say self.setChanged, and it also updates its tick, which this is fun. This is like a compile time thing where if you have this feature enabled, caller will actually keep a string telling you where it was mutated. But if you don't have the feature enabled, then this is actually an empty type, and then the compiler completely removes all of the stuff referring to it because it's literally empty. Like it doesn't exist. It's zero type at compile time, zero width at compile time, and it will optimize all this out. But yeah, so self.value. So the idea is that like if you access it mutably, you can use it immutably. Like if you dereference it and like access it in an immutable way, you'll use deref and you won't trigger change detection. If you access it mutably, you will trigger change detection, and then Bevy does change detection stuff. And they've got a way to bypass it if you don't want to actually know that you did it. They will probably yeah. Yeah, so you can make a view that allows you to access the entity, slicing it. So it would fit the so another thing you can do with it, which is what I use for, because like this Rust has also got a drop trait, and a drop trait is like when you declare something like let test equals like handle default. So Rust does this thing. I don't think C does it. C++ does it. C++ is this is called something like declaration is allocation. So when I call handle new, Rust, the compiler, will make sure that all the malloc and stuff is called right here, at some point before we get to here. This will be valid memory for me to write into when I get to here. So Rust does all that. And then the idea is that when test goes out of scope, so basically when the compiler gets to here, it frees this and it calls drop on it. And so you can do things like, for example, when we call handle, I believe handle has it. Drop. Drop. Okay, strong handle. So there's a type called strong handle, which is Bevy's like reference counted assets. So when you load an asset, you get a strong handle back. If you clone the asset, it reference counts the increased clone, hence it's an arc, I believe. Somewhere. I think strong handle is held inside an arc, but I'm not entirely sure. I believe so. It's an arc, yeah, arc strong handle. So the handle that we pass around in clone is either a UUID or a strong, and then the strong is an arc to this type. So when the final reference to the strong handle gets dropped, the reference counter goes to 0. The reference counter then calls drop on the type that it's holding, which is this type, which triggers this drop. And so it says self.dropSender.send drop event. So when the final handle is let go, that handle goes and tells the compiler, tells Bevy, so this is happening at runtime. It tells Bevy, hey, you can unload this asset. But it only happens when the final handle gets dropped because of the reference counting. But the idea is, theoretically, if you could somehow copy the strong handle outside of the arc, which is not actually possible to do, I don't think, because it's the equivalent of saying if you could copy the inside of a reference without dereferencing it, then you'd be able to drop it and then drop it again. But the idea is that there's only supposed to be one strong handle. When that strong handle happens, it does this, and so you can't it only happens when it gets dropped. Like the example of like where I'm using it. I don't think I ended up using it. I was gonna go to our was the manager. So the inventory manager works that like this is how I'm using, kind of similar to how Bevy uses mute, is that I have the inventory manager. When you call open inventory, I return an optional inventory command. So in here, when you call this function, I check to see if that inventory exists. If it exists, I return. If it doesn't exist, I return none. If it exists, I return an inventory command. The idea is that now you can call anything on here that modifies the inventory while having a mutable reference to that specific inventory. But when you drop this inventory commands, you've had to drop the handle, which means that I could, if I wanted to, implement like some logic here. Like I was doing it in a different rebuild, but I decided not to go that way because it was dumb. But like I could keep some metadata in here about like actually UI is better. UI I do it all the time in UI. So the menu builder. So I have the menu builder. Then the menu builder, it must be in, no, here, menu builder. So I have the menu builder, and the menu builder apparently doesn't, I thought it, so the menu builder does a thing. When I call spawn on the menu builder, it just calls spawn on the internal commands, but then it grabs the ID and sets its self.last to empty, which means that I can chain as many calls as I like. And the last one will be a menu builder that I can like modify the last. But when I drop that one and get the one above it, like because it's how the chaining works, if you can get, if you assign it, then drop, you'll the menu builder that I get to last, which Rust keeps track of all this to make sure that you don't try and use one until after it's been freed. That's why this has lifetimes, is that this menu builder keeps its lifetime. So when you drop this menu builder, you can actually use the previous one again because of how the lifetimes propagate up. I think, or maybe not, maybe because I've got like W and S like this. But the idea is that, actually, yeah, because these are all the clones. So if you clone a menu builder, you can actually call a function on the menu builder, and then you can call a different function on a different menu builder, and they both work because of how I've set it up. But the idea is that like when you drop the menu builder, it can do things like apply changes, where you can like stack up the changes on calls, and it's when it goes out of scope, it actually applies the changes. Rather than having to apply the change when it happens, you can apply the change only when the object is dropped. I think it's on my GitHub. If you go to my GitHub, which I think I linked in the description, I have Advent of Bevy, which is I was teaching someone Rust at the time, so I went and did the first, I think it's like 7 days of the Advent of code, and I turned them into Bevy challenges, where like instead of it just being like, here's your input and pass it, I'm doing things like I took you like, because to test it, I've got my own code that solves it, like it's the code that I use to solve the Advent of code. But the idea is that like the first one where you had to work out how many times the dial passed 0, instead of you just passing the input yourself, you put your Advent of code blob into the assets folder, it loads it in, and then it sends messages saying how far the wheel turned. And I render a little like imaging thing, but like the idea is that you can then intercept those messages. Like you can make your own system that reads those messages and then calculates it, and then you can submit to my code, because my code, when it passes it, works out what the correct answer is and puts it, like stores it. So then you can be like, oh, I'm listening for these messages, and then I'm going to say that this is the answer. And then so you can like try and like use Bevy. And I tried to make each one, I don't know how well I went at it, to use like a different concept. So like the first one uses messages, a different one uses, I believe, events and triggers to do it. One of them, I think, uses like assets or sprites. It's like they all used a different thing, and the idea was that you could go in and like it was like you had to solve it because like when you went into a specific day, I only made the stuff that you're supposed to use to solve it public. So like you could, like otherwise you'd be able to cheat and you'd be like, because all the answers are saved somewhere. But because of, again, Rust's type safety and stuff like that, my code can go and ask for the answer, but your code can't ask for the answer because you can't actually access a private type inside my crate. That's why it's a separate crate and not like oh, load this project up. It's like, no, load this into your working directory, add this plugin, it'll spawn everything, and then that, when you click on a day, it'll start sending you the way to solve the puzzle, and then you can like do different things. Yeah, so yeah, like taking on top of an entity on demand by declaring it as mutable and defining how it should be handled. Yeah, so like let's you do so drop can be done for like bookkeeping. So the way that drops use like a better example of like where it is like for read write locks. So the idea is that when you request a read lock, you get or a write lock, they both do it. You get a you get returned a guard. So it's either a read guard or a write guard. And from what I remember, the way it works, which is another one of those fun little optimizations of by Bevy, is that a write lock returns -1. And a read lock returns +1. And the idea is that when you start, it checks to make sure it's not going to overflow. And because -1 as a U size is max, you can't get a second write lock because that would cause an overflow in the reference count, because it's literally -1 is the maximum is of an unsized. So the -1 is the equivalent of saying there are no more spots. But when you get the guard, you can now use the guard as a mutable reference or an immutable reference, depending on like which guard you get. But when you drop the guard, it goes in reference counts. It goes in and goes, oh, I can decrease the reference count by 1, or I can decrease the reference count by the absolute maximum number. And the idea is that you're only allowed to take a reference count if the amount of references that you're trying to grab wouldn't overflow. So the idea is if you grab a mutable reference, you have to make sure that the reference count is exactly 0. Like when you call it, it will wait until it's exactly 0. Any other one will increase it by 1 or decrease it by 1, and depending on which one you do, changes it back. Any place you'd recommend to learn everything Rust has to offer? I would recommend working your way through the Rust book until you get bored, but personally, I don't know everything Rust has to offer. The best I can suggest is to read other people's code. Like, go find a project that's doing something similar to what you want to do, and go like read through it. The amount of things that I've learned, like all the like I learned this as a weird technique of like, this is similar to how Bevy does commands. So you have the command struct, and then you can call like commands, and then you go like with children, and then they want you to pass in a closure. And I'm like, I hate passing in like the closure because it always feels like I get stuck inside the code. So instead I was like, oh, I'll do it this way. And that means that I can like do things with it that don't require the closure thing. But all the stuff that you can do like on options and on, so if something returns a result, so we'll go like hash map. Probably shouldn't be doing this in an actual working directory. But anyway. So you can do like hash, so like test.get, right? So this returns an option. You can see like it returns, well, we'll say like let g equal test.get. So this returns an option, and then you can go like or, which means you can pass in a different option. So like if the first option is none, here's an alternative option. Or else is a if it's sum, return sum, otherwise run this function. Okay, or turns it into a result, or provides like, so it's either if it was sum, it's okay. If it was none, then put this error. This okay or else, which takes a function and does the same thing. Like, you know, the function has to return the error type. There's map or, which takes in the result. If it's sum, it runs the function. If it's none, it uses the default value you provide. Like, these are all weird things that I didn't know existed. Like, I had no idea. So I used to always be like, if let sum equals v get else v, right? I used to always do this. Like, this is like how I learned to do it. But you can also just be like, that's new, weird vector for some reason. So you can go let, I don't know why I thought it was a vector. So you can be like test dot get something dot unwrap or, and then you can just pass in the default. There's also unwrap or default. So unwrap or means you specify the default. Unwrap or default means that if T implements default, it'll return the default. Annoyingly, you have to do stuff like, and again, this is things that you don't necessarily learn by reading the book, but you learn by reading other people's code, is there's a function called cloned. So cloned is the get returns here, returns a reference to V. cloned, I think we can just open it and see it. Or is it going to tell me? No, the compiler inserts this code, so it doesn't. Oh no, it does. It says self.map. It calls self.map, and self.map for an option says match self. Some do this, run the function on T, otherwise none. So that's how it unwraps. But cloned means that it takes an option reference T and turns it into an option T without having to unwrap it. You don't have to go in and be like, is it some? Then it's like, no, if it's none, it just continues being none. If it's some T, then reference T, then it becomes some T, and then you can pass it on to the other function, which is a way of saying like this was a reference, but now I've actually got an owned version. And you'll find yourself using them all the time because it's a pain in the ass when like the thing is clonable or copyable, because there's also a copied version where like Bevy is returning you an iterator of entities, and it's like, well, entities are just numbers, so they're just copy. So you can be like iterator copied, and calling copied on an iterator turns it into a copied iterator, which means as long as the type implements copy, it returns an actual hard copy of the type rather than a reference to the iterated result. To create, okay, so it's always to create a separate scope, which in turn must resolve, so the chain is kept. Yeah. So the idea is that like you could, because that was part of why I was doing it, is I was getting annoyed at like if I spawned a horizontal, a lot of the APIs that I saw, like EGUI and that, would be like, oh, you call the vertical, and then you call a scope, and that takes in like and the scope takes in a UI, and then you can declare the vertical inside that scope, so that when that scope ends, that's the vertical. I'm like, that's so annoying because I want to like declare a bunch of other things and then re-declare my and then add that to the vertical. Like I want to spawn the vertical in, calculate a bunch of stuff, and then add them to the vertical, or continue the vertical like after I know something's happening, or that kind of thing. So what you can do is you can like declare it and then drop it, and you can do it better with lifetimes, because lifetimes would mean like actually passing it around, but like you can just clone the stuff. But yeah, so because each one owns its own copy of commands, and each one has a component, I can actually show how the UI works, and it really actually feels quite nice to use, to be honest. So this is like my button. So like when we implement button, so when you say image, you can pass in an image, anything that implements image source, which means it doesn't have to be a handle. I have the fun thing of being get handle. So this takes in the asset server. So the idea is that the image sources are, you can pass in a reference to a handle, you can pass in a handle itself, or you can pass in a reference to a string. This is string, it's called a string slice, or a string itself. And like, if you pass in either of the two handles, if you pass in a handle, I just return itself, like it does nothing, it's like a no-op. If you pass in a reference to a handle, I clone it. If you pass in either of the two string variants, I call asset server load. So I load it if it's a string, and otherwise, so then the image source is just like, this is how I declare what the types are. But then the idea is that like I can make this API work really well. One of the things I don't like about the way Bevy does things is they have like feathers, which then has like button. So the issue with button is a bundle. It returns an impl bundle, which means that you can do a bunch of fancy things. So they say, hey, we want to know this information, and also we want to stick this as children, and then any component you want to put in, you can put here. The issue is that if we go inside of button, they are already putting a node in, and they're declaring a bunch of things about the node, which means you can't put your own node in. You can't customize what this button looks like when you declare this button, because they're already declaring some of the stuff about it. Whereas in my version, so my version just uses their version, which is kind of funny. But then there's mine's with style, and mine does a bunch of styling, applying stuff, which is not necessarily important. But if we go to the actual menu declaration, when I build a menu, I have an update component, and you pass in node, and that lets you pass in this, which gives you access to the node to modify it. So I can spawn in a node with whatever styling I want in my thing. So when you call, well, it doesn't quite work here, because you would call button, and then you would call like .update component node, and then you could modify my button rather than having to be like, actually, I'll wait until later to update. You can just like know you have to do it. Same thing is, because of that builder chain, every time you spawn a button, it updates which one was like the last thing you spawned. So you can say like, spawn a label, now spawn a button, then add an observer. And because I've said add an observer, it's to the last thing you spawned. So it adds the observer to the button. And then you spawn a button, and you add an observer to that one. I don't think I have any other examples. But like a lot of the other things would be like, oh, you have to declare a button, and then you have to also pass in the observer if you want to have an observer. Like that's how I did it in my first time ever doing it, I would have button, and so you could declare the button text, and then you'd have to declare the observer, which meant that if you wanted the button to do nothing, you couldn't just spawn a button that did nothing. You had to have an observer on it. Technically, the nothing would be you could pass in a unit, so you could say like button like does nothing. That would also work, but that was just annoying. So instead I went, hey, like you could just spawn a button and the button will spawn, and then you can attach the observer if you want to the button. It also means you can add like multiple observers, I believe. Otherwise you do all this type shenanigans. It's kind of fucking weird. Yeah, I don't even like functional programming. The Bevy and I think Rust in general really loves the builder pattern, which is what this is called, where you call like dot and where each function returns a mutable reference to itself. So the idea is instead of saying like label here, so like label takes in mutable self and returns mutable self. Whereas if it didn't return mutable self, you'd have to say dot label dot something else dot something else. But because it returns a mutable reference to self, it can just say dot do it again. The other way of doing it would be to return a new menu builder, and the new menu builder would then point the root here, which is what I do for vertical. So each, like when you spawn a label, I just set last, but when you spawn a vertical, I actually return the menu builder. So I think you can continue chaining because again, like you can just call chain, but you can also declare it and use it. Where is it? Is it here? So this label, some of these are old. So horizontal. So horizontal doesn't return a mutable self, it returns a menu builder. So you can still call horizontal and then dot something else, because the menu builder works the same way, whether I'm returning a mutable reference to the one that's updated. But when you call menu builder, actually no, yeah, because when I return a new menu builder, I update what the root is. So when you call horizontal, it updates the root. Where was that here? So horizontal spawns the new entity and does, sets it a row. That's what makes it a horizontal, and sets it a child of self.root, and then gets its ID, and then makes a new sub builder. And all the new sub builder does is point to the it sets root and last. Whereas if you just call spawn, so this actually spawns it like that. Ooh, actually that's interesting. I should probably modify that to use the self.spawn because that would then update the previous menu builder. Actually, maybe not. Not entirely sure. Yeah, but so the idea would be that like you could just continue chaining them. You could go horizontal and then continue to, but like at some point, if you want to get out of the horizontal, you would need to declare the horizontal as its own type, then drop the horizontal. Well, you don't even need to drop it technically. You can just get out of the horizontal. Where's the menu? I built like I think it's in screen. And like character creation. So like, is it somewhere in here? So like down here, it's because I think I'll retroactively go back and do something. Oh, right. What it is, I need to know each button moves between two menus. So I need but they're in the same sub menu. So I needed to know so this is the select group menu, which this implies that it's not quite working how I want. So we need the select group, we need the negative trait group, the negative and the cons group. And the idea was that maybe I'm doing it right. So you have these two groups are the vertical like drop downs. Then I configure them and grab their entity. But then down here, when I spawn this in, I where is it? It's like the positive attributes, I think. So this is attributes. Yeah, so this is the negative ones. I then call grid, which is here, manager open. So I guess we'll reopen the grid. Maybe I'm not doing this right, but in theory, you should be able to do that. So in this one, I reopen the grid, but I'm pretty sure I should just be able to call positive grid because I don't own a reference to anything. But maybe I do. Maybe I've got something mutable somewhere that's not supposed to be. Possibly it's that when you call vertical, when you call the next vertical, it's invalidating it. Not sure. Yeah, but yeah, the idea would be that you could do multiple verticals and then like drop them and then go back to different places in the. That should work in theory. I don't know what it doesn't. I've probably got a lifetime mixed up somewhere and it's just not working how I think it's working. But anyway, back into the descriptor. Yeah, so they pass in self and then they define context behavior, allows you to, yeah. So that's like the part of how building, like the builder behavior works, is that like so like that's how app works up here in the example. So like you call app. I do it this way because I like the builder function, but I also like to to technically with my kind of style guide, this would be one thing. So I get rid of that, do that. So the idea is that like because I want to do things between, we declare the app mutably. Because otherwise you can't put like a comment here. You also can't conditionally enable or disable things. So, and like it'd be the same thing if this should technically be changed with that. Because what I'm doing is I'm mentally like, or in my code, laying out that app. We add the EGUI plugin and we add this plugin. And I change them because I'm basically saying that these two are inseparable. Don't like split these up. But like what you could do as well is, so this is my inventory plugin and this is my inventory rendering plugin. This is my tooltip plugin. So I could come in here and be like config feature and like equals tooltip and disable the tooltip unless you enable the tooltip feature. So like there's all that kind of stuff. So you can choose to chain or not chain, which is kind of a nice thing. I just usually do it this way because I like to be able to like easily split things off. And if you, in theory, you can just go app new and then chain everything and then call run. The issue is that you can't like stop or have a conditional insertion. Everything has to be chained. Otherwise, you have to stop part way. And if you stop part way, like you can't just like go like you can't go like let start equals app new dot this dot because it'll tell you that you're dropping a variable because the app is a reference, like this is a temporary variable. So you have to assign it to app, and then you can do that where you can just stop at any point and then recall it on app. But because like each of these returns mute self, which means that you can't start here. Like I can't just go like dot add plugins like this. I can't do this because now I have a mutable reference to an app, and then it's because it's got other compiler errors here. It's not checking this, but this would fail because it's saying, hey, this is a temporary value. This doesn't get stored anywhere, and then gets dropped. As soon as it gets to here, it drops. So you have to do it that way and then chain everything else because you have to start with a fresh app each time you start a chain. And then same like run. Even run returns exit app, which is like the code, so you can make it like throw an error and exit. Yeah. So what is this bitching about? What are you bitching about? Oh, wait, no, you do this. It's saying I'm returning a solid type. Why are you... Okay. You need to return... like that. Yeah, okay, I was getting confused about the types. So when you like chain things like that, you can... we'll go back to that app. If I can fix the compile errors, it'll actually show you it failing, I guess. Where the hell? Oh, it's because these are returning the wrong type. I'll just fix this code so that it actually like does fail and then shows the compile error. So we're going to like parse. Wait, no, we want to map error. And this is E. So we don't want to format. We want to go down here and say we want to say field parse error, and that would be probably a static string. No, don't do that. And then a std num parse int error, and then say something like failed to parse like that. Right, then we come back up here and we say that this is map error, and then this would be a no. What did I call it? It's called a inventory parse error, field parse error. The field is X, and the error is E. Then we go like end and then click question mark. I think. Is that how that works? I think so. Then we just want to do this again. Yep. That's Y. No. Try Control Z that. Oops. Paste that in, please. Paste that in. Go H. W is up here somewhere. And W. Okay, so that should then return all those errors, return those errors. Basically, all this is doing is saying, like, I'm going to say, hey, I failed to parse something, and then I'm passing in, like, what I failed. So, failed to parse the X field. Field pass failed. And then it returns it, say, failed to parse. And then it tells you the parsing error. It's just making the errors a little bit nicer. So we're going to come up here. Okay. So you want to me explain this again. So right now we're assigning app here, app new, to this variable. If we said app new.add plugins, default plugins, right? Which is what we're doing, like here, app new, add default plugins. It says temporary value dropped while borrowed. So we made this value. This is when this variable came into existence right here. We then borrowed it here, and we assigned the result of this function here, which when we return from this function and assign, this would get dropped. Like it's not supposed to exist, like sort of thing. Like when you chain a bunch of things and you get to the end and you assign, everything in the chain is considered resolved, which means that you spawned this and used it, and now it's saying, hey, you're trying to keep a reference to something that's been let go. It's dropped here because this is the end of the scope. So like this is the start. So that's all in one scope. And then you hit the semicolon and that ends this scope and we return back to this scope. So between any curly braces is a scope. And also like, I think this is how it works, is any like when you like let mute app equals, this becomes a scope, like all the way to the semicolon is its own sort of sub scope. So because this is here, it gets dropped here. And it's saying, hey, you're dropping something while keeping a reference to it. So you're not allowed to do that. So you have to like, you have to assign it to a variable, right? So now it's here, and this won't get dropped. This will not get dropped until this goes out of scope instead of, so instead of dropping here, it gets assigned to this, and then it stays into scope until the end of this, which is here. So until it gets to here, it's in scope. So then you can call app on it everywhere. Yeah, so calling add plugins returns mute self. So add plugins takes a mutable reference to itself and returns that same reference back. So little s means like it is self, which is so like if you want to make a method, which is something like you dot something, then you use little s self. So hence it takes an immutable little s self, and then it returns big S self, which is saying whatever the type that this function is. So it's for generic reasons. It's like if you said like if plugins M somehow came into it, you could take it like an S something and then return a self something else. But self is just saying like the type that I'm referring to if it's capital S, and the actual object if I'm talking about little s. So you'll see it all the time in Rust is like there's little s, like reference to little s is saying like this particular instance, whereas when it's like you'll see things like where was the asset loading? It's like items here. In our asset loading, we return we'll go to item descriptor. So in the item descriptor, when we load the item, please, the asset loader here declares its own internal types of error. And then when we return big S self, which is actually referring to the trait implementation. This trait's error. So basically this error here. If you didn't do this, you'd run into issues, but you can do things like you could have this implement some kind of like if this was like something T, like if we were like T, we need phantom data so it compiles. So this is now saying, oh, it needs a T, so we can say T, but then you could say I guess we could include t. You could say t error. It's going to yell at me because t's not a t needs to implement asset server. Asset loader. So we're saying that whatever this t is, it's going to yell at me because it's not the same error. So we would say t error. So what I'm saying here is like implement this where you can have this with any t that you like, as long as that t implements asset server. And then I'm saying that the error that this returns is the same error that this t would return. And then down here we're saying it's t's error. This is complaining because there's no guarantee that t's error is this particular, like can coerce into this error type, but that's because I was actually hard coding the error type, and so therefore it doesn't actually make sense for it to not do that anyway. But like that's the idea. When I'm saying self, it's like saying this type here error for asset server, whereas you can like make it return the error type of its of like a generic or something. You could make that like the first generic's error is the type of error that it returns, and you do all that kind of stuff, which is it's always fun. Yeah, so it's just self is my brain's you'll see it here as well, like big S self. So in theory, like the idea of doing the big S self is that if you change the setting or like settings, big S self settings is saying like referring to this type settings, whereas we could also just say it's a reference to unit, because as far as the compiler is concerned, they're actually the same, because this is like a type alias. It's saying that this type is that type. But just for convenience of naming, whenever I say self.settings, because it means if you change it here, it also means that like everywhere else you're using it. But in theory, like as long as they are actually the same type, you can do that. It lets you do some weird, funky stuff where you can like implement something when its error type is a specific other error. Like it doesn't have to be self error. You can say implement this trait when the other's type is error this. Where's the iterators do that a lot? So somewhere I have a bunch of like iterators. Shape iter. So we implement iterator. Nope, this returns option self somewhere. So it's like item equals. Yeah. So this is saying that this function, this item slots, is any type that is implements the iterator trait, that the item that the iterator trait returns is slot. So basically it's saying like this type is anything that can be iterated as if it was a slot. And then there's also into iterator, which is like a different thing again. So the thing with iterator is you can only have one iterator. You can only ever iterate as one type, I believe, at least. Wait, no, because item is a thing, I think. No, yeah, maybe. I believe so, yeah. So you can only implement iterator once on a type, because you either call next or you don't call next. But you can implement into iterator with a whole bunch of different types. So you can say like, oh, when I want you to iterate, at least I think, I haven't actually checked it, but you can be like, oh, I want you to iterate your entities dot into iterator. We'll make an iterator, like it'll create an iterator that iterates all the entities. And then you can do like, oh, but I want you to iterate the values. And it's how like hash maps do it, where they have like the keys versus the values iterators, is that like they're two different types that it returns that implement the corresponding iterator trait. Because you can't obviously iterate the same thing two different ways, because that would confuse the shit out of the compiler. You can do like operand overrides as well. That's how they do it. Like, so if you want to say like, I can add these two together by saying like this plus that, you can override the plus operator by saying like, if the left-hand side is this, do something. If the right-hand side is, so you can actually have it do two different things depending on which one's on the left, which is how Bevy does. Like if I have a vex, this code's gonna have random pieces of snips everywhere. It's fun. Let v equals like vec3 0. Right. So vec3 0 means we have a x, y, z of all equal to 0. So we can mute, because vec3 implements add assign f32. We can say v plus equals 3, right? Which is no, it doesn't have integer. It is. Yeah. So Bevy has overwritten this add assign method, which is like its own trait. Bevy's overwritten that and told the compiler basically that if I do plus equals, it does a certain thing, which in this particular case is add 3 to x, y, and z. But what they haven't done is said that you can do, so we're going to let c equals 3 plus v. This is not going to work. Maybe, oh no, it is. What the fuck does, oh, right. So it's saying that if you have 3 and you add a vector, it's probably that it starts with 3 in each of them. But the idea is that, like, see how it returns a vec3 even though the value is a float? It's because they've actually said that that's what it does. If we go to vec3, I think vec3 might just implement it. So add a sign. So they've implemented add a sign, which is the operator for vec3, but they've also said add where the vec3 to the reference to the vec3. There's an add a sign self, and there's also an add a. So when you add an F32 to a vec3, its output is a vec3. But then they've also said when you add a reference to a vec3, I want to say that they do the other way. Maybe they don't. Yeah. So if you add a vec3 to a F32, which is what I was just doing, the output is a vec3. So you can actually declare like what the return type is. You could make it do something else completely different. If you add two types together, the returned type from adding two things together does not have to return itself. Function self args let self equal new this self return self based types would be the pseudo in JavaScript to create an isolated chain off the base type. Args must refer base type. Ugh, okay. That's okay, very strange. Anyway, back to our adding on to our weird ass inventory system. So we have to go back to our, I guess that's our inventory thing. Yeah, somewhere. So wait a second, they should all have an X or Y of 0, I just realized. So where's our items? No, inventories. Backpack inventory. So your X and Y should be probably 0, 0. And then your W is 1 and your H is 1. No, 2. So this is saying offset of 0, 0 and a width and height of 1 in backpack slot. Then we go to our items in our backpack and they have the same thing where So this is a backpack. Again, we're going to run into the same thing of this. This is actually W and H. And this is W and H. Because their X and their Y are actually still at 0, 0. So but now we check and see if it works. Because when we run this should pass them all. And then it should load them. Oh, I don't think it loads them actually, but it should pass them. Like this should pass. This should be valid syntax, I think. It shouldn't throw any errors. I hope. I haven't checked this in ages and I keep getting distracted. No, so it threw a bunch of errors. And now it's saying check if loop items has loaded. Right, so it's not doing that because it's basically saying that a bunch of them failed to load. This one panicked. What the fuck did you panic on? Oh, yeah, sorry. Whoops. So you grab that and then you say, let, so we want to be like, let I equals, like super. Okay, we'll go like crate, inventory descriptor, from stir, and then it's like in data. So this returns the inventory type. Now, I don't know what your error return type is. I think it's just a string, isn't it? Oh no. No item in descriptor. No, okay, that's its own thing. Inventory descriptor not found in path. No, failed to parse in item inventory descriptor. Parse inventory descriptor error, which is then going to say from inventory descriptor load error, parse error. Thank you. Then we need to include it like that. Like, cannot find type. Did I not import you? Okay. Somehow this didn't return a. You don't do that. Some. I'm trying to work like. It's saying like it's telling me that I never returned the you passed me an empty file. So I'm kind of going like, what do you fucking mean you returned this, which is the load item descriptor error. Oh. No item in descriptor. Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to get to that error, but apparently not a thing that you can do. So this returns I, and then we should be able to be like I. Okay, so then the annoying thing with this is I don't think we have the I guess, yeah, we're going to say that like there's no way to access this inventory descriptor because if we gave it a label, there'd be a way to access it. But maybe we say ctx dot Just trying to work out there's like a different labeled asset scope. Has labeled asset. I guess we add a labeled asset and we just say that the label is in inventory, and then we pass in I, and then we say, well, you need to be a string. Oh, okay, yeah, instances need to be created to guarantee the chain resolves and returns to give it. Yeah. So Rust just like theoretically it would resolve, but like again because of Rust scoping things and dropping it basically there was a whole bunch of it used to be way worse, but like the each time Rust puts out another release, they fix a bunch of things that people don't like, and one of them was like there was a like you used to not be able to do it at all. Now you can only not do it if the value like gets, I think, used after maybe. So like if I call that stuff and then never used app again, I think it would be okay. It's only because I went to use app again that it complains, or there was something. There's like they did something recently, like last 6 months, that was like we made it much less likely that it's going to complain about a variable being dropped if it actually wouldn't matter that the variable was dropped. Like I think if like the final type returned an actual concrete type or something, it wouldn't care. Right. So we iterate through there, then we stick the inventory. So we add the labeled inventory. My question is more like, is this going to have issues where multiple things are going to get the same inventory label? Because we're adding a labeled context, but to a labeled context, because this context is a sub context. So we begin a labeled asset, and then we're adding a labeled asset. So I'm curious if that lets us get, like, if we can go down a layer, like, can we label a label, or is this going to, like, does it dot the label, or does, I don't actually know. So this gets small pocket. So what it's saying is if small pocket failed to load, and then this is it constantly waiting, like it's checking if assets have loaded. So if that asset fails to load, then it never gets loaded, and then the game can't ever load. So that's more of like my example is lazy and doesn't check. It wouldn't be spamming it like that if I wasn't checking every frame that the thing had finished loading first. And again, that's to do with the fact that I actually need to know the shape of an object before I can add to the inventory. So effectively have to have loaded all the inventory items before you add them to an inventory. You can't like request that they get loaded. Look, can we reference a reference and mutate it? No, you can reference a reference, but whenever I say ref, I'm referring to like the ampersand, right? If you reference a reference, that's fine, but you can't mutate anything on the other end of the reference. You'd have to have a mutable reference. So you can't promote references, basically. So you can take an immutable reference and you can demote it to being a reference, but you can't take a reference and promote it to being a mutable reference. So the idea is that like you can't ever actually mutate it. And then the other one is you can, however, pass in a mutable reference to an immutable reference, which is the equivalent of pointer. Like you'll pointer to a pointer. You can mutate where this pointer points, but you can't mutate the pointer. Like, you know, yeah. I don't know how these bags keep fitting in here, but because I know what I did wrong. But like these bags should not fit where these bags are fitting. But obviously I fucked up the math somehow. Anyway, so it is loading. Now my ultimate question is, does it have said information? I guess we add that to the tooltip, don't we? Like part of the debug tooltip, because I think the debug tooltip somewhere we have a tooltip, and somewhere we have the tooltip, and then detect or exit. No, show item tooltip in here. I think we have the item descriptor. We get the assets item descriptor. At some point we grab the item descriptor. Yeah. So then we say somewhere in here, we go, hey, if you happen to be in debug mode, can you I feel like this needs to all be condensed down and not be like bullshit as much. But anyway, can we say like tooltip dot I think we just commands to spawn commands dot spawn. I just want to know what the handle I don't know what the handle is, probably the size of the handle, I don't know. So you have access to the handle of the item descriptor. I guess that's fair enough. Yeah, that's probably not happening. The thing with that is like, one, there's nothing really happens with that because all you end up doing, I guess what you're saying is move the tooltip so that it doesn't like crush, like it doesn't go off the screen if it can fit on the screen. But the issue is like most of the issue is that the tooltip is so big that even if you like you couldn't like clip the tooltip. I could add scrolling to the tooltip, but again, then I have to actually like bother with that. And again, this tooltip is just so close to not being useful. I'm purely using it for debug purposes. So we need to spawn like the text. I think this is how does it work? Debug information. So node and then column and then this is. I'm also like recursing it way too deep to really be useful. So we're going to say has. Well, I guess it's if inven. Okay, if that's some descriptor, not image, descriptor dot. Oh, I bet it's but it's private. That's really why I can't get to it. I go here, like, I could, but again, like as I'm saying, like my problem is like the tooltip's already doing the stuff it's doing. It's more that like it's a lot of effort to like effectively just add a little bit to the tooltip that for all I know I'm going to rewrite the tooltip. I'm trying to get other stuff done because I get very distracted. If you haven't noticed already. Sub inventory, and then just this returns and a reference to an asset ID inventory descriptor. Okay, fine. To a handle. Like I'm not opposed to just to fixing that. It's more that like I'm already like getting super distracted doing other things that I don't need to be going, oh, I'll fix the tooltip. So yeah, admittedly that's probably one of the like if I hadn't moved all the stuff down here, I'd be going, actually it's a pretty like low-hanging fruit kind of like it's outside of the things that I'm going to be changing in the future because the tooltips should always just be the tooltips and making the tooltips not go off the screen is a good idea. You can make scrolling the tooltip work. That's kind of the issue though, is there's a whole bunch of things that I could be doing to make the tooltips better that I'm like, I need to fix the inventory before I work on the tooltips. So this would then just add like text new format sub inventory because theoretically I could also just like not also why does it say inventory? Like if I tidied this up, it also wouldn't take up as much space. It's just because I was lazy and like purely just went debug, and it was resulted in it like it takes like 10 lines to say something that really doesn't need to be like 10 lines. If that makes sense, because it writes out like the type name and then also the fields are on like a new line and this is on a new line and this is on. So the idea is that you should have a sub inventory. You don't apparently have a sub inventory. Oh, it put it over there. Never mind. So child. This is why you This is why you do things like have the inventory spawn. Is that I because I called commands and spawned. I've literally spawned just a random item rather than like being a child of the tooltips. So tooltip should probably have its own spawn thing. That feels like something I could probably add pretty quickly. So this tooltip is like here, and then we like because again, you just be like fn spawn, which just takes in here and just bundle, and then it just spawns bundle. Then it wraps bundle with like child of self dot root. Wait, is it child dot root? Maybe. I'm gonna say fuck it. I'm gonna do child dot root, but anyway. Yeah, should work the same. Yeah, the tooltip thing needs like a lot of work, but again, it's that whole yeah, as I say, like if I hadn't spent like the entire day trying to get like one thing done that I haven't actually got done, it would be a different story. So this just says sub inventory. So okay, I guess the trick is, are they different sub inventories? Well, the answer is apparently that this one doesn't have. Okay, so these two, it didn't work. So you loaded an actual sub inventory with an asset ID, poly inventory. Did I just not like assign it then? Why is it the other one not loading it? That's the next question, isn't it? So item descriptor shit all just works. That's like the other thing that like annoys me about Rust, and it's partly just like a thing. You're never constructed. Oh right, that would probably actually explain why they didn't work. Is no, they should have loaded their own thing. It would explain why something was missing. But anyway, so we have the item descriptor. Item descriptor loaded. So we have like app.init resource. No, init asset loader. But yeah, like 100%. That's why like one of the first things I built was the debug tooltip thing. Why is this fucking right? I probably could not find an asset loader for the matching type backpack inventory. Okay. So we need to go to like here. No. Go back to inventory. Be like, hello, can you bring that in? And also the yeah. I'll make it work at some point. It's again, it's staying somewhat focused on getting this to work because I do want to end the stream somewhat soon because it's like 4:30. And the tooltip thing is you know, we'll go to the miles of shit. Like this. Make tool tip not go off screen. Hang on. Well, they shouldn't technically the tooltip is whichever one it hits. So if you have them overlapping, the top one's the one that you hit because I'm pretty sure it doesn't continue down. Like, as in the tooltip will render whichever one was on top. So you have access to that inventory. These guys are still not access. Like, they're not even adding their inventory, which is annoying me. I think I'm just not assigning it, which is fine. So but yeah, the plan again is it's like I just haven't had the scope for it yet. Is that when you hover over an item or pick up an item or something, it should render the background and the color being the different cell types. The issue is that like that stuff's all like kind of relying on the fact that I need to get the thing somewhat working first. Like I'm working on other things that stuff's all like but yeah, I agree. Like why the hell are those items off the bag? Is like, am I fucking rendering something wrong? But yeah, in theory, like I would want to do it with a shader just so that it doesn't take a huge amount of compute where you basically pass in the item shape. But yeah, it's again too much scope for what I'm trying to work on specifically, I guess the way I'd put it. So why are these items not getting their fucking item descriptor? So when I load the item, no, this is a loading item descriptor error. Are they throwing an error? Well, they're doing something. Path not found. Well, apparently there's a fucking spacebar when we try to load backpack inventory. So that's kind of funny. So we load the item descriptor. Right, so it's in load item descriptor. That's where we're going to be. So somewhere, we were supposed to trim something, apparently. Oh, yeah, okay. So, I mean, effectively, we say let path equal path.trim, please. Then we can say, we can just say path is not empty, and then path to string. So that should fix at least one of these fucking things. What the fuck is throwing a building? Where am I printing this? Where's the print line? You please stop. This is why you don't debug shit. It's just, I put print line statements and then I'm like, where the fuck where do I put this? I think that's the advantage of using like the macros, like the info and trace and stuff. I'm pretty sure they tell you where, as well. Okay, so let's find out what it's spitting out. So first off, it's throwing an error, cannot find path. That's because it's loading items, which I believe is actually an error in the item itself. Yeah, maybe, right? Yeah, because it's not backpacks, it's inventories. I also kind of wish this thing would stop saying that it fucking did everything. But I think that's part of my tracing logic, and I don't know if that's that easy to remove. It could be that it's just in here though, spawn inventory. It's cluttering everything way too much. So info spawning empty bottle, info spawning empty bottle at yep. That can stay. Right. You please stop. If you success, please no. Okay, it was about debugging something, and I was like, oh, I'll just make it printed out. And it's like, but now I'm adding fucking 10 items, and then like they're just debugging everything into the console. Like these should also only be debugging when they're erroring, but also they're intentionally erroring. This is me testing to make sure that the water bottle actually can only be placed in the right orientation. Okay. Something is still... Yeah. The issue with too much shit is placing too much shit in too many places. All right. So something. Loading item descriptor. Item descriptor. Who is saying this? Item descriptor, something small, but who printed this? Who is printing this? Why are you printing this? I hate you. Well, I think it worked, but then again, I don't. Again, I where am I doing this? What am I doing wrong? So this is for each item. We load each item. Right. We load each item. Somewhere we like are loading in the inventory. So this is the inventory if it's a string. And then we add this. Add loaded asset. So we're adding it. Wait, do you return a handle? Oh, there we go. There we go. It's sub inventory equals sum. That's why they didn't have it. It's because this one assigns it when it loads it. Apparently it's never read, but that doesn't even make sense because it literally goes here. Oh, I think you're supposed to continue. Yeah, that would make sense. Again, this code is all really bad. This is all the piles of tech debt because I'm just trying to make something that can actually render so I can check to see if my logic is correct. I think also, just as you're saying, like to be able to quickly be like, which thing am I actually hovering over? I believe in tooltip when I say all right, so you have an asset. I'm trying to make sure that they've got different asset identities. So your index 0 generation 0, and then your index 1, and your same backpack. Do we have a small backpack, please? No. Okay. Fuck you. To make the backpack thing. So show item tooltip. So this spawns the item. How would I do that? I think we could probably just grab rendering. So rendered item points at rendering item. Rendering item, please. Rendering item. Cannot find rendering item in scope. Yeah, cool. No. Apparently that's private somewhere. What the fuck? Somewhere item. No, it's in rendering, isn't it? Rendering item. The rendering item is public. It's probably not in the preload. Yep. Yeah. Well, it seems to be working actually. Like it's like the logic isn't broken. The issue is that I'm like, again, I'm trying to modify the example and stick everything on top because if otherwise I just end up not doing anything for ages. So this here is, so we have rendered slot, rendered inventory, rendered item. We have rendering item. Also, I have no idea why there's like all these things up here that don't exist anymore. Let me just close all that stuff. Now, where the hell was I? Right, in tooltip, right. So we have our rendering item. So you're suggesting the issue. So this is show tooltip, and then this is tooltip. So I'm pretty sure because the item tooltip, we have like a queue of tooltip. Like this is tooltip actions, and then this tooltip action close, I think. Tooltip event type. This tooltip thing's very complicated, all because I wanted it to not be instant. I wanted it to have a delay, so it does a bunch of shit to make sure it has a delay. So I don't know if I've got Bevy feathers in, but we can be all like tooltip.clear. How do you know? What the fuck are you doing? Okay, I guess. Oh, okay, it's just setting. Okay, yeah. So that's removing all the shit from the tooltip. Show tooltip. No. Where the fuck was that tooltip event? Show item tooltip. Yeah. So we clear, then we position. Okay. So what we want to do is be like for item in description. No, rendering item dot iter. We say tooltip dot commands set dot insert dot entity item dot insert background color color black dot lighter. Maybe they're gonna work. Seems like a terrible way of doing this, but anyway. So basically, the rendering item lets us see like that. It's like every item that's pointing at this item. So when the tooltip is saying, "Hey, you've hovered over this item," right? Because that's how that checks. It goes, "Hey, this item," to grab the tooltip information. We say, "Hey, also when you do this, grab the items that are rendering it and set their background color to 50% lighter than black." So the idea with this is the issue is I'm never sending them back to clear, which is annoying, but this should like at least let me see which item is actually the item being shown. So as you can see, like when I hover over it, it grays the background. The issue is that when I leave, it never actually checks because it like retroactively goes back. But we can add that. So anyway, so this is 1, 2. So they're all generation 0 is the annoying thing. So this is generation index. So you're index 1, you're index 1. That implies that the big and the small backpack both have the same. That's, I think, an issue. So you got a different thing. But they got the same thing, which tells me that it's probably because I gave them the same label, which is a pain. So their label would need to be different, I think, for them to get different index, because they got the same index. But wait, are they the same item? Am I just being an idiot? No, I'm pretty sure they were different items. Small one. So you have index 1, and you're also index 1. Yeah. So okay. So they've got the same label. So I mean, the way to fix that is just to go. I'm fairly sure we do like dot inventory. So we just go format, and then it's I have a name, yeah, name, yeah. So then we just format that dot inventory, and then name. Right. So that should then give them different things because they should have different names. Theoretically, you could, again, this thing is about getting it to work, which means that like there's a bunch of ways you can break the syntax, which is if you put the name underneath the inventory, then it would be broken because it wouldn't have any way of knowing like how to distinguish them. So I would have to like load things. So you're 0, you're 2, you're 1. Okay, so now they are actually different items because they don't share the same label. All right. I guess I could make it unhighlight the object. The issue with this also is only highlighting the background color, which means it like we're just setting the background color, which means we can already see by seeing the sprite where the shape is. It doesn't actually tell us the bounding box of the underlying item. That was intended to be inside the thing, but I just want to like, again, as you said, like showing us which item we're currently hovering over is not that terrible of an idea, especially if we're trying to fix the tooltip thing. So show tooltip. So how do I close the tooltip? So there's a close event. The issue with the close event is we have no kind of metric. I guess that's where you do the cheeky thing of being like, we have this. So we need to say tooltip here and say current item like this. So I guess we want to say current like that. So the root is the actual tooltip node, and then current. So we would do something like if let sum old equals tool tip dot current, I guess dot replace. And then we say like on dot event dot entity, no dot item. Right. So we're going to, if the tooltip currently has it, we're going to replace it with the new item. Right. And then if we get to here, we're going to say if let, well, I guess we can do it here and be like and let okay, and then it's something like dot slash rendered item equals, right. This is the items dot get old. So basically we replace the current with the new item. Now the issue is that close doesn't call this, which means close would like when we close the tooltip, it wouldn't necessarily clear it, but when we open the next one, it would. So that's fine. We're going to say let equals okay, and then we say dot rendering items. We get basically the same stuff as up here. We just don't keep it all, and then we just say hey, remove background color. Wait, we can't remove the background color. Can we? Well, we could, but like we want to insert background color. Color linear RGBA, maybe like I want to say white and then dot like alpha 0, I think is a way to do this. I don't know. Set. No. Okay. Fuck you. With alpha? No. Well, I guess with alpha works. There we go. I guess. Yeah, that works. I don't care. That should make it go back to being invisible when you hover off it. Well, the other way around would be to couple the background color boundary around to the label. Well, the way that I'd want to do it is I would actually want to render, like when the tooltip goes over it, you render in a new square that's at the position of the item with the shape of the item. So the idea being that, like, when you hover over the backpack, it should then render a square where the backpack is supposed to be highlighting. Unclear. Oh, well, okay, that would help. I was going, why is it disappearing? Because when you hover over the same item, it gets rid of it, spawns it in and then gets rid of it. Anyway, so what this is doing is basically just going, like, when we get an item, set its background color. If we've already set something else's background color, clear its background color and then set our background color, because then, like, only the last item will have a background color. Theoretically, you can't have a tooltip open that's not pointing to the current item that you're hovering over, but, like, it doesn't undo it when you come over it just does it when you hover over something else, which, to be honest, is fine for now. It does mean, like, I can actually see the individual items. So again, I could really make the tooltip, like, way smaller if I just didn't. The other thing is also, like, we could make the tooltip, like, nowhere near as wide if we stopped printing, like, every single detail about the fucking asset. We only care. So can we be like, let id equals inv dot id dot, can I do anything to get access to that? Like, what, like, can I say id dot, we can untype it. Untyped would probably work better. I think that's it though. Like, I don't think you're allowed to touch it like that. So sub inventory handle. So this is public, so we could unwrap it. Because that's the issue, is that, like, it's printing out the fucking ridiculously long type name is why the tooltip's so big. So I guess we could like, match this maybe. Wait, no, can we just match inv? Thank you. Non-exhaustive pattern. Yes, please fill the missing arms. Thank you. So you would just return you. So I guess the strong handle we have to check to see if it's got a thing. So instead of doing that, can you just say new text is ID, and then this new text is going to say format. Can you just feel like UUID? Sub inv UUID. Right. So we do that. We don't need the phantom data. I'm trying to get all these yellow lines out of my face. Then we're going to go here. We're going to say format. Well, so presumably I can look at certain things like strong handle dot. Can I do anything with the strong handle? I don't know. I don't think so, actually. Am I not allowed to touch the strong handle? I would like to go to handle and go, hey, like, strong handle. What can I do? These are all public to the crate, and I can drop it. Okay. Can I, is this path a thing that I can do? I can call path and it'll give me an optional. Okay, yeah, that works. So we can say if let some path equals strong handle dot path. Wait, what? Why am I not allowed to do that path? Is that a private fucking thing? What do you mean? Handle. Could have sworn that I. What is this? Oh, we have to have the handle. Okay. So I mean, that's pretty easy to just be like inv.path. So that'll give us the asset path, else strong handle, and then don't format the strong handle, please. Inv.id index. I don't know if I can access the rest of the information. That's the fucking issue. You're just not going to do anything for now, or I guess you just say format, and it's like, can we just format the number 0? Thank you. And then you're going to format. No, don't just please paste just the path thing. Right. So I guess the question becomes: is there no way to get access? So we go handle. We go, hey, like, so we can do path gets us that, but like, it's kind of it. Yeah, strong handle name, which is the short name, the short name of the fucking asset. Index type ID path. How do I get access to your index though? So handle dot index. Yeah. But like, how do I get access to it? I'm trying to like format it in a way that like makes sense, because the idea is when you call like format, it gives you all this information that it's like, well, I don't need that, because the only type of asset that I could possibly be giving it, because it's like it's printing out the type ID, which is like, well, the only type of inventory, like the only type of handle that could possibly be there is an inventory handle. Like it's like Bevy wouldn't let you put any other thing, like or Rust wouldn't, like the type checker would not let me put anything else, but it still prints it out because once it becomes text, it's anything. So it's like formatting it, saying, hey, like it's an inventory handle. So I'm trying to go like, hey, if it's a UUID, just print out the UUID. Don't print out that it's an inventory handle and it's a UU. So it's the same thing. It's like when it's a asset ID index. Ooh. Wait, so if I said ID, asset ID, and then the asset ID index presumably lets me get access to the index. So that seems like a good idea. So it's the same as it's telling me the generation, but it's like the only thing the generation tells me is if it's valid, I guess. So we say, hey, get path. Otherwise we get here and we say match inv.id. This returns an asset ID. It's then some inv.id. Wait, what? Does it not return an ID if it's so when I call ID always returns true. The fuck? How did? How the hell did you pull that off? I think the AI just stuck something random in there. We fill the two missing arms. We don't care about the marker. Right. So instead of doing this, we match inv.path. Right. So if it's a path, so it's some p. Right. Then we return that else, and then we match inv.id like this, maybe. So we match this. This is that arm. I don't know what this else statement is. So this is none. Returns match inv.id. And then we match the ID and we say, hey, format sub in view UID, and this is sub if index. Now, why are you complaining? Because it's a fucking asset index. And I'm assuming an asset index has like a generation. But maybe, you better not have a fucking type. I'd be mad if you have a type. No, okay. It just has a generation. If they had a type, that'd be so fucking annoying. Anyway, that should work so that it doesn't Yeah, it's purely representative, but it's like at that point, like it's so hard to be like, I have to know how to format this thing to get like. So it's easier to extract the path if the path exists, extract the index if the index exists, extract the UID if the UID exists. Like see, like once I worked out what the data structure was, this is all I needed to do, which is just to say which type of sub inventory it is. Okay. So this says it's a sub inventory handle, and then it has the path, right? So this one has a handle. And then when I go over the other one, it should say that it's an index because the other one doesn't have a type path, I don't think. Ooh. Oh, look, it does. It says it's item backpack dot item small backpack dot inventory. Huh. So this one says it's an inventory backpack dot inventory. I don't know what's going on with that. I think it's because every time the tooltip was spawning underneath the mouse, and then the mouse wasn't over the button anymore, so it's like teleporting itself backwards. All right. Well, apparently it keeps track of the fucking path. I guess that kind of makes sense as it loads. So the idea is that it would then print something else. You know the path schema. Yeah, I guess because the thing with that is that, again, like what it was printing out was just like I would have to hard code some kind of way of like detecting where to split it, because it was like using the type name and it was just passing. It was printing out generation, as you saw. Like it was printing out generation before. Now it's actually printing out the name because I'm checking specifically for that. Apparently, if you just print a strong like I was doing, it doesn't print the type, the path, which is weird. Or maybe it was, and it was just like filling the text up with its path. But well, we can see which is which now. The other thing is we could also like look up the handle and like determine what it does. But now I know they all point to different things. The next trick is to go some kind of like weird handle route of like what are we going to get? So we need to be like sub inventory passing. So nothing seems to have any issues, which means that like now it's just like when you spawn an item, we call like dot spawn or something. We need to go to our inventory, and this should give us a bunch more inventories that we can then investigate, because like the inventories actually tell us like their size and shape and stuff. So we need to like tweak how inventories work. But anyway, so when we spawn an item, I think it is. I don't even remember how I spawn an item. This code is just getting to the point where it just needs to be rewritten, but I keep changing how things are structured. So in inventory, we say, so there's a new inventory, add slot, so no. It must be the inventory manager somewhere. So manager, inventory manager. So we open an inventory, we create inventory. So it's going to be the inventory command. So we can add an item, which requires that the item already has a thing. Right. So we can add item at. No. We need to spawn an item. So spawning an item, annoyingly, because spawning items and spawning items at requires it to know that the item can fit first, which is what's really annoying about this. So we then say to do cleanup if failed to add to inventory. So first off, the item inventory commands is going to need inventory description, which is assets to. Wait, no, inventory is correct. Descriptor. Right. So you need access to the inventory descriptors so that you can load the inventories, which is going to cause issues because we now need to go up to you and say, hey, you don't have that, which means you need access to it, which means it's the inventory descriptors is res asset this. And then you are like inventory descriptors, which is a reference to that. Right. Item descriptor. So we have inventory descriptors. You're trying to do something weird. Right, spawning an item. So we try to get the descriptor. So we spawn the item. This is where things are going to get a little bit weird. Well, not really, because we go something like, we spawn this item. We should probably not do the ID yet, because I need to be able to do other stuff. It's going to complain because I haven't got the ID yet. But I need to be able to be like, it's like if let sum sub inventory equals self dot inventory descriptors dot get. Wait, no. If it's some descriptor dot sub inventory. Right. This is the handle to the inventory. And self dot well, I guess we have to go into this because I only want the error to print. So it's like let sum inf descriptor. What would be code buffer? In the code, I mean, where you store a to be moved item definition abstract to be able to spawn in a new confirm handshake and remove the original. Yeah, so that's what I guess I'm trying to work out how to, like, because that's what I'm saying, like the whole thing is going to be redone because I kept just adding things as I went. So the issue at the moment is that the spawn at and the spawn should basically be sub things of each other, in that if you call spawn, the spawn should try and fit, and then it should call spawn at, or vice versa. Probably the other way. Yeah, no, that way. So when you call spawn, spawn would then like work out where it's going to put it and then call spawn at, so that you don't have these two copies of things. But I haven't quite worked it out yet. My main idea is that you return a result, which is why we've actually got a reserve somewhere. Apparently, I'm not sure where. But like when you have an inventory, you can call reserve, which is basically saying like work out if there's room. And if there's no room, then you fail. So you have to like swap items, I think. So like when you reserve, it would return to you like like what it hit, and then you can check to see like, I guess what it hit would have to return more than one, and you can go, oh, if it's more than one, it's like it's a different place where the logic's held, I guess, whether you want to swap items like that, because that to me feels like a I guess like an application level thing rather than a plugin level thing of, do you want the player to be able to swap in place, or do you want to have to do that yourself? Like, so the idea is that when you say like put this item here, if it returns back and says, hey, it hit these items, it's like, well, does the player get to pick it up? Does the player not get to put it down? Like that kind of thing. I feel like it's more of a like a use case thing more than it is if that makes sense. Inventory descriptor .get. Let sum inventory descriptor equals self.inventory descriptor.get. Sub inventory. Else warn item descriptor has sub inventory but does not correspond to inventory descriptor asset. Okay. So I guess this would return a not an item descriptor not found. It would return a inventory descriptor not found. I don't know if you need to return a handle. It should be like an asset ID. I know the issue is probably before is that I was returning the asset ID and not the handle. And the asset ID strips away things like the path name. Fine. You can return a handle. Okay. Because like, the idea being like inventory descriptor. And you just say like, hey, you failed to find this. Like I guess, but like my thinking is more like I'm going to check every spot individually because again, like Rust is fast enough. I don't really care unless you make massive inventories that are like stupid, like trying to add stupidly big things. It shouldn't take very long to check like every possible thing. But the idea is that you could have like not necessarily square shaped inventories with like a weird thing of being like my thinking with the backpack like is to have like one slot here and one slot here, so that when you put the other item in, it appears here and like here as like these slots don't have to be on top of each other. Bit masking would be kind of interesting, because then you could say like as long as their inventory was less or like 64 wide or something, you could turn it into that. But because each type would also have its own thing, you'd have to have like so many different bit masks. I think it would be more complexity than it needs when I'm just going to scan through each thing. So we're going to say return error. So we actually technically don't need the warning. We can just say you can like return error. Trick being that this is specifically saying the item descriptor doesn't exist. Inventory descriptor not found. And then it's sub-inventory.clone. So we return that, and we do that. So now we have our inventory descriptor, and then we have to like make a new inventory. Now the issue with making a new inventory is that because we have mutable access to said inventory, yeah, so because we have mutable access to ourselves, that's concerning. Yeah. I mean, we could maybe swing that. So that means that like we want this to actually have the middle reference. Like we need middle access to the assets, but we also have middle access to ourself, which would imply that we actually need to remove self and then add ourself back, which is that drop behavior I was talking about before, where we basically need to say match self current inventory add item. So your entity, okay. So we do that, and we're going to say like to do spawn sub inventory with descriptor. Okay. One. Right. So this is going to say that it needs to do that. Okay, and then we would say that e equals entity.id, and then you would just be e please. Right. Wait, what? Wait, you don't have a name. Okay, can you not? I guess we can just do item descriptor. Descriptor.name. The item has a name. One sub inventory for a descriptor. Right, so we're not going to spawn sub inventories because we don't actually have mutable access to inventory assets, so we would run into that issue of not being able to spawn it. And then it's like well, e apparently, and then none says failed to add inventory. Add to inventory. Yeah, this does exactly the same thing as what's annoying about it. I think it's just here, right? Like you call add item. Yeah. Right. So the spawn at's the issue. None of the backpack should use spawn at, so we can ignore that for now. Again, this whole API just needs to be rewritten properly. So so we have an inventory descriptor, and we do this. So this should just tell us that we need to spawn the inventory descriptor. But as I said, we are running into the small issue of we need mutable access to the inventory to be able to add the new inventory. Defining the space via bitmap, making masking out the inactive areas, yeah, and then checking for any boundaries per x, y that matches wide range in each. Yeah, no, that's actually like a really good way of doing that, I guess. Because at the moment, I'm effectively storing like the value as like basically a low high point, because I've only got rectangles at the moment. But like, yeah, you're right. Like if I stored it where it's like high low, and then like you returned a bit mask that was like an array of the length of the height, like where each row's bit mask, you could compare it much quicker and be like, do you fit? Because it's going to use up a lot of memory. quickly in terms of some things. But I'm thinking, yeah, like you're right, because like as long as the inventory is less than 64, it's like you're going to use like a single U64 per line and then check each inventory like that. It still runs into some weird stuff, but that would be a much quicker way of checking it than to check every single square. Maybe. Like I like the idea. Again, it's too complex for what I have in mind, but that doesn't actually mean that it's a bad like thing to do. So did you actually print something? You said sub inventory. One sub inventory for big backpack and small backpack. Small pocket. Did it not do it for the bag though? Or did it not spawn any bags? It could have just not spawned any bags. Definitely spawned a bag that time. Backpack. Okay, so it's saying spawn sub inventory, but like again, we can't spawn the sub inventory because we don't have access to the fucking sub inventory. So in theory, because again, I think the asset server would queue it, which means that we wouldn't be allowed to do it. Maybe not though. Maybe the asset server actually just immediately returns it. I think if we have access to the asset server lets you put an asset in. I think the main reason I wasn't doing that is because I think again it runs into that thing of it can only do it when it's been flushed. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I don't know how well that would work with multiple inventories, but I guess you're right, because if you had like each inventory had a color and then you could like combine the colors of those maps to be like certain slots, so like basically the more white it is, the more likely it can accept any item. And then like if you had a specific spot that could only accept one type of item, it'll be a different color. Okay, so again, to be able to spawn items and then be able to put things directly into said item, we would need I think we need access to the assets directly. So we'd have a look about like the asset server and be like, yes, here's a reference to the asset server. I'm fairly sure that it just queues the asset server, the pane. Now the inventory manager would need the asset server. So. But it does become an interesting like demonstration of how you do the like when dropped kind of logic. So we would make each inventory be able to would remove itself and then drop. Okay, so some inventory. Okay, so you need a S because I'm funny. Here's a reference to the asset server. So that should make everything compile again. Okay, cool. So then we need to say I want to say it's like ass dot self dot ass dot add. So we have to somehow be like inv des dot create inventory. You do nothing. You just create inventory. It's just that I need to be able to insert the fucking inventory. And then we need, okay. So we need to go to you, and then we need, yeah, okay. So creating inventory is going to do something. I guess it's not that hard to do. No, I need to type, thank you. Inventory descriptor. Thank you. So having one of you needs to be able to create an inventory. So we need to be like import inventory descriptor, and then be all like pub create inventory. Why is it all being so slow? I do not know. You return inventory, you take a reference to self, and you do that. And then can you just say like, for now, inventory default? No, apparently not. New empty, thank you. All right, so you do this, which is going to give me the new inventory. So, and then can we just put the inv in here? I do want to look what it does, but so we're not using it, which is saying kind of interesting. So you spawn this. The issue is that it's going to get lost in that when I add the item, we currently just add it by entity, but I'm going like, when you add an item, you're going to have to like specify the entry. Storing of a state in the color legend bitmap, aka per pocket, and item class definition color would be the upper 4 bits per channel byte, lower would be state stored to do transfer done none. Okay, I think I'm losing the plot where you're going. In case you wanted to do the some. Yeah, I mean more like because the way it works at the moment, it's not the best thing. Is because again, like I haven't gone far enough. I'm just trying to like expand the API before I go there. Is that different slots, like different like things can go to different slots of like so like the phone battery goes into the phone battery slot, and it's also a different size when it's in the phone battery slot than when it's not in a phone battery slot. And the same with the backpack stuff. So I was thinking for debug rendering is like if you could render the like where each type that a slot can accept is a different color. Yeah, it's interesting. Let invdest create inventory self ass add. So we need to check the add, but this also returns something. We need some kind of pointer to say. I guess we go back to like inventory here, and we go. I guess technically this is where it would go, isn't it? We like pub. No, wait, pub struct sub inventory. And sub inventory for the irony of it is just going to be it'd be item inventory. Item inventory. And this is just a handle to an inventory. Right. Which is also public. You need to be a component. Derive debug? No. Component, please. I want you to be immutable. Component immutable. No, it's immutable. Like that. Right. So you can have a item inventory, but you can't change which inventory that item has. The idea is that like every item could only have like one inventory. Like why would you be you'd have multiple things pointing at the same inventory, but you can't come in and be like, this water bottle's inventory that is that one is now that one. Because that would be a bit weird. Because that, yeah, you edit what's in the inventory. You don't say that this thing now points at a different inventory. Anyway, so this add, again, I want to investigate further, but we want to go, it's something like entity.insert item inventory like that. What it was doing is it was yelling at us saying, hey, like you're creating a handle and then never actually assigning the handle, which means it'll immediately be dropped. Item inventory. Yeah. So that's the inventory for a specific item, which we then add. So when I say add, it just calls self load asset. Loaded asset with dependencies asset. Okay. And then loaded asset says loaded asset into erase loaded asset, load asset untyped. Excuse me. Option asset path, erased asset path, load asset handle, let some path handle. Write infos path. Okay, so this is the handle. Yeah, okay. So self.send asset event, no asset load. Wait, where did you put it? Handle. Yeah. Internal asset loaded event. Yeah, so this is annoying. So this fires which means that it won't actually load it until the next frame, which means that this won't. This will work to add inventories, but it won't work if you try to then add something to the inventory of something that was only just spawned. Because again, it needs to wait 1 frame for the inventory to turn up. So I'll have to fix that. So what I'm thinking is instead we could probably, because I think it's like how handles work is, I don't know if it'll invalidate all the handles if we remove the inventory and then add the inventory back. Look, we got a bunch of inventories now. So its slots are empty, but that's kind of expected because that's how it works. Now these inventories don't tell us what their inventory is for, which is fine. Because again, it kind of doesn't actually make sense to tell us what the inventory is for anyway, in terms of like the inventory. But they have no size in them. So what we need to do is effectively not just return an empty inventory, and instead like return actual sizes for the inventory. But as you can see, it's actually spawning the inventories, but we couldn't use them because they don't exist yet. They're like queued to spawn. Yeah, so like when I call asset server.add, it immediately takes the asset off me and immediately gives me back a valid handle, but it doesn't put it into the assets until the end of the current stage, which results in basically like I can't, like up here, when I say open inventory, I get the assets and I get the inventory out of it. They won't turn up in the assets until the next frame, basically. Yeah, so what I need to do, I'm not entirely following what you're talking about, but like what I need to do to get it to work properly is I have mutable access to the inventory so that when I call create inventory, like I actually add it to the inventory assets directly. This doesn't have that 1 frame lag. The asset server doesn't require mutable access, so it has to wait until it can get mutable access to actually make the changes. It basically queues them up. So if I instead, when I call open inventory, instead of get, if I remove the inventory and return you, and then inventory commands, instead of being returned with a mutable reference to an inventory, if it returned you an inventory, and the ID of the inventory like stored inside, when I drop the commands, I can put it back. And then it can actually, like instead of taking the asset server, can take a mutable reference to the inventory assets, which would allow it to also create inventories that are valid at the time of creation. Whereas at the moment, they're only valid like the next frame. So I can spawn an item that has an inventory, but I can't then put something in that inventory. I would have to wait to the next frame, which is what I'm trying to avoid with the whole architecture, is because it's really annoying to be like, I already have to do it with my example. I have to make sure every item is loaded before I try and add an item to an inventory, because if the item hasn't finished loading yet, I don't know what size and shape of the item is, so I'd have to somehow queue it up to be like, well, wait until it's done. So effectively, you can't add items unless they've already been loaded. And same thing's happening with the inventories. Is every time you add an item, if it spawns an inventory, you have to wait a frame, which means like you can't just go like, oh, spawn an inventory, add an item, add an item. You have to spawn an inventory, add an item, wait a frame. I guess the next thing to check is to make sure it actually works properly. So we just basically go for, slot shape. So I guess we go let mute. Let mute inventory equals inventory new. Well, there's a new. Oh, new has a size. Okay. With slots, which is a vector of slots. Okay, we're just gonna say new because we need to kind of to fix it. Yeah, and then you return inventory. Thank you. Again, slots are the old way of doing it. We're replacing slots, but again, I need to keep it functional while I wait, while I test that I'm actually doing it properly. So now we go like inventory dot like add. So we add slot, and then we have to go like slot, and we define the slot. So the slot has a slot type, which is the vector of view. The position is shape dot offset. The size is layout, size. Yeah. And then the entries are there are no entries. So this should then actually give us inventories that have spaces. And then we can theoretically work out what the inventory actually is, which is kind of funny. We could also give inventories a name. Could do that. We can give inventories a name, and then have that name for no other reason than just for debugging purposes. Is to say like this is the inventory of. Right, was name. It's just an empty name. This is why I don't want to do it though, is because it's kind of dumb just to have like, hey, like all these empty names. So new, and then be like name. Technically use like a cow for this because like then copy on write means that you could have names that don't necessarily consume names. Then we have to go back to here and we have to be like, hey, like this is test inventory. You're the same, where you'd be you like a UI inventory. Right. So then we would then encode something about when you create an inventory, you return a new empty inventory which doesn't have a name. And then we come back here. Where is it that we actually fucking spawn the inventory? Somewhere. Completely forgotten. Something. Is it manager? Yeah. Right. Spawn item. Right. So we create the inventory, I guess mutably, and then we say we have the item's name. So we're going to say inv dot name equals format yeah. So descriptor name, and then okay. Interesting. Fine. The answer is fuck you. Entity .id. So we're just gonna go something like self dot commands dot entity rather than doing this weird like keeping the reference. We're just gonna do this because then I can be like entity, and that should tell us the actual name of the entity, and then we just again entity. Okay. So that will then print the name. I'm honestly not sure at this point. I'm trying to build the inventory, yeah, as a module, just like a plugin that can be attached to another game. I don't know, as the observer. Yeah, it's all getting a little bit confusing, to be honest. I'm trying to make it flexible enough to work. I like that it spawned way less inventories this time. So this is the UI inventory. This is the main inventory, and then this is like this is small backpack, which is entity 88, which I guess we should probably wrap that in parentheses just so that it's a little bit easier to be like. Right. So this is like the small backpack. So when we open up this, we go one of these. So small backpack 88 has an item inventory, which is, yep, with one slot 0, position, size. This seems incorrect because they should all have bigger inventories than size 1, but I think that's also partly because I'm passing the wrong information in. I don't know, maybe. Not you, don't care. Inventory has a name, and we say new. Okay, so it's the inventory descriptor. When we say create inventory, we iterate through, we give each slot. So what are we doing? So slot's position is shaped to offset. Don't these have a bigger size? Maybe? Am I encoding this wrong? You should have a position 0, 0 and a size 1. This is size 1, 1. But none of them have a size 1, 1. Where the hell are you getting this size 1, 1 from? None of these inventories state size 1, 1. What about you? Do you say 1, 1? You say 0 and then you 1, 2. How the hell are you getting a size 1, 1? I'm gonna just need you to print something, I guess. When you're doing it, because like where I feel like my code's just not passing it properly. It's somehow getting 1, 1 stuck into it. But none of them are 1, 1. Okay. So item descriptor, can we just like print line adding in slot. So it needs to be slot type and shape. So something doesn't implement display. That's yeah, that makes sense. And then I'm going to debug you as well. So we're saying something doesn't implement debug. Shape doesn't implement debug. Okay, that's fine. This shape, apparently you don't implement debug. Please implement debug. Mind. So this should tell me what it's printing out, because for some reason when it's adding the slot, it's doing it wrong. Which I don't know if that's that the descriptor is getting it wrong, which is why I'm getting it to print out what it thinks it should do, or whether the slot thing's getting it wrong. Okay, it's only 2 of them this time. We spawned 2 backpacks. Okay, so it said, yeah, they're spawning sub-inventory. So adding backpack. So adding inv untyped, right? And then the shape is 0, 0, 1, and its rectangle is 1, 1, which is incorrect. So this one's correct. 1, 2. This is the backpack. This is the inventory of the back. So the small backpack returned 1, 1, which means one of these should be 1, 2, which would be the backpack. So the backpack 1 by 2, which is correct because that's actually what's stored in here. No, in here 1 by 2. So why does the other backpack, the small backpack, why are you 5, 2? Why are you returning like the absolute wrong thing? Where are you getting 1, 1 from? It's bizarre. It's getting 1, 1 from somewhere. Interesting. Right, so that implies that the passing is wrong for something somewhere. Oh, I bet something's being defaulted to 1. It's probably passing in like completely the wrong information, to be honest. So when do we call that? It's in like item. Okay. Introduce a bug where you expect the value to be set, but put a value that should not work to break the point. Yeah, so I know where the bug should be because it's defaulting to something. I'm just gonna get it to print out what it looks like. It's the issue is that I need to track down the actual code that like does it. So it's inventory, and it's like in the inventory parsing. We pass the inventory at some point. Like where's this? Like here, load item descriptor. In that loading our item descriptor, we load the inventory. It's this, I reckon, is that when we extract, because the one that worked was the one that does its own file. but the one that didn't work isn't doing its own file. So the annoying thing is you are returning this from a string and returning the error, which means that it's just not finding an error, because I'm pretty sure it's you from string. You default to, if you don't find a W, you put W. And if you don't find a W, you put H. So it's just not finding the width and height, I don't think. So I'm just going to check to see if it's actually extracting the entire string, because what it could be is that it's finding something, that's for sure. But it could be like returning early, if that makes sense. Like instead of checking every line, it's only getting passed in like this, and then it's literally just returning a default value. So like when it parsed it, what did it actually parse? You see, it somehow it fucking stripped all the new lines out. Oh right, yeah, that's probably, yeah. That's my bad. That's because we push the str, and then it's we got to push a new line. Okay. Dumb. We're going through every line, and then we're stripping out the new line. I mean, even then, technically, so I think it should have worked that time, which is to say that you're 5 by 2, yep, that worked, and then you're 1 by 2, yep, that worked, and then you're 1 by 2, yep, that worked, and then you're also 1 by 2. So just lots of backpacks, but this one worked because it's 5 by 2, which is the backpack that's supposed to, it's that backpack. So it worked. It basically returned either the return code or index of what. Yeah, it was just returning the default value, which was 1 by 1, because I think the default of shape is 1 by 1. So we can probably, stop printing that out. I also feel like I should put this after that, because the idea being that, like, if the line is just a single, it ends with a semicolon, we don't, or the curly brace, we don't actually need to put the new line onto it. That's just a waste of, like, we have to do one more loop somewhere. Multiple times we have to do one more loop, which is kind of, so this loads that. Somewhere we have something. Failed to add empty bottle to inventory. Yeah, okay. Yeah, at one point it returns like every reason it failed to add the empty bottle, like every place it checked, which is kind of funny. So load. Okay, while let some line. Yeah, right. So we load the backpack, but then we're adding the backpacks. So the thing, that's what we need to do. Okay, so I guess I should commit this and be like, okay, so this loads add sub inventory when spawning item. Okay, so that loads the inventory descriptor. What was the other thing I needed to do? So we load the load, and then we set mode. No, not here. We're correcting something about when we're spawning an inventory, which I believe is in the manager. So when we're spawning an item, we create an inventory, but then we have to add it to the asset server, which means it has to spend at least a lag or two loading, which ironically doesn't actually matter, because again, when we add the item, we never actually add the item correctly. But what I want to see if I can do is say this is an inventory commands, which means we want this to actually be like the current inventory, but then we also want the handle, well, I guess inv ID, which is an asset ID to inventory, like that. Right. So that's how we want that to go. And then we go, hey, when we do this, this is like beyond my level of, I've never done this before. We're going to say let current equal self dot inventory assets dot remove. So removes and returns the asset with the given ID if it exists. Note that this supports anything that implements, which includes handles and asset IDs. Yes. Okay. in inventory. Okay. Question mark. So you removed it. Now, my concern with it removing it is that there is a non-zero chance that when it removes it, it also like resets. No, apparently not. Self remove untracked. Okay, remove the asset with the given ID if it exists. This skips emitting removed. Note that this. Okay, right. So that's what we need to do. We need to emit untracked. Yeah. Okay. So we have to remove untracked. Okay. The only reason we need to do it like untracked is because it saying like if you just remove it, it queues up an event to tell everything that's watching that it removed the inventory. And it's like, well, we don't actually want to do that because theoretically, we are going to put the inventory back. So then we say current inventory is inventory, and yeah, inv_id is yeah, unit into. I think ID is clonable, so we're going to let ID equal inv_id.into. Then you can be like a reference to ID, and then you are ID. Right? Is that how that works? No. EU copy. Fine. That'll work. So we get the ID, the inventory ID. So we remove it untracked. We keep track of the ID that we removed and the current inventory. Then we can come down to here. I guess we need to implement like inventory commands. So we need to be like import drop for inventory commands, please. Is it lowercase drop? No, it's core drop. What is it? Was it core mem drop? So is that how you do it? No. What the fuck is it called? Apparently it's just that drop. We do need to include the lifetime though. So drop just does that, and it just says okay. So you need to be a mutable reference to assets. Inventory. Right. I'm going to call this all inventories. Right. So when we say drop, we're going to say self.all underscore inventories dot insert. I don't know if there's an insert unchecked, but we have to part and say self dot inv_id and self dot current inventory. Put it back. Cannot move because self is borrowed. Okay. Let I equals self dot current inventory I. Okay. So the answer is fuck you. It's core mem take. Be reference to self dot. What do you fucking mean? It's not behind. It's a reference. It doesn't implement default. Yeah, that would explain. Okay. I mean, I can pretty easily just be like default. Like all these have a default, so we need to default. So the mem take is basically just saying that, like, not entirely sure why. I think it's because it's a mutable reference, so it's saying you can't set it to nothing. So I'm going, okay, fine, just remove it and put a default version in its place. Give it to me, but put a default version in its place, and then I'm going to put it back into the inventory. So when we hit when we hit it with the insert, we say match.into, and then this is insert with index, which is an internal thing, and insert with is it. This is my thing, is like, modified. Okay, that's fine by me. Except we removed it unchecked, which makes me wonder if this is going to fire at all when we put it back. Because how does it check? So it says replaced and then drain dense asset storage, insert this. So it's getting whether it replaced it, but the idea is we removed it, which means it doesn't actually know that it was removed. So I guess that's fine. My concern with this is effectively being like when we add an inventory, can I forcibly fire events, I wonder? So when you do that, like insert with UID. So we self.q push assets modified. Because I feel like it's going to fire and add it all the time. There's remove uncheck. I don't think there's an remove drop. No, that's something it calls on its own. Is empty len IDs iter mute track asset asset events. So I don't. It doesn't appear there's any way to insert like unchecked, which is fine, I guess. But I kind of feel like I need to keep track of get or insert reserve handle. Like what was it? Like the idea being that like if I add it back, it's going to trigger an add because I had to remove it. But like I kind of want to be like, can I force it to be a modified instead? Probably not by the looks of things. Because again, I don't. When I call remove unchecked, it's not going to remove untracked. Okay. So it just matches this and it says dense handle remove, dense storage remove, still alive. Removes the asset stored at this given index and returns some it as sum if the asset exists. This will not recycle. This will not recycle the ID. New value with the current ID can still be inserted. The ID will not be reused until dense storage removed dropped is called. Okay. Self.hashmap.remove. Self. Duplicate handles. Ooh. See, this is what I don't like. Asset managed by the asset server struct with live strong handles. Yeah. See, this is annoying because what's happening here is it's effectively forgetting how many handles exist for this thing when I remove it. Oops. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to pass what you say. The thing with like this is that the inventory commands never gets dropped. Like once you get an inventory commands, the only way to get rid of it is to drop it again. I don't call additional times like to spawn more inventory commands. So it's kind of like one of those. The only thing, like the issue I'm running into isn't like necessarily like any kind of like thing here. Like it's nothing I can do. It's that Bevy when you tell it to remove a an asset, it's how to phrase it. It's it's got a reference counting. Like it's so we go back to here. it has so in our self dense storage, hash map. Fuck is this hash? Okay, no. Duplicate handles. Assets managed by the asset server struct with live strong handles, originating from get strong handle. Oh, maybe okay, maybe it's not then. Maybe this is a different thing, because get strong handles does something weird. So maybe this is only ones that are done by get strong handle, which is like a different way of doing it. And maybe because it did say something about like dense asset storage, not flagging it as reusable. So the storage, this is your entry A, this is the length, and then this is your asset index allocator. And it said something about not flagging it as free. The issue is, what the hell does the yeah, I'm concerned more that like if you had like 5 or 6 handles to an asset, or like for example here, we're going to remove the inventory, do something, and then we're going to put the inventory back, and then it's going to be dropped because we're going to, when we put it back, which I guess we insert, which doesn't return a handle, so inserts the given asset identity into the given ID. If the asset already exists for the ID, it will be replaced. So this will never return an error on a UUID index. Okay, but wait, invalid generation error. This is what I'm concerned about. It's going to tell me that when I'm trying to put it back that it's not a valid generation, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like it's going to throw an error as I try to sneak it back in there. Well, okay. So the way that then this works is we say you create an inventory, and then instead of saying add inventory, we say let inv handle inv h equals self dot all inventories. I feel like I'm breaking the reference counting, because I want to remove it, and I did tell it to remove it unchecked, but the issue is that it doesn't seem to, like, it removed something else. When I removed it unchecked, it still removed something else, which concerns me, because there's the not you. So you say strong, and you say self handle provider get handle index asset server managed, which is weird. I guess they're all not managed by the asset server, which is kind of fun. The inventories are all spawned in by items, I guess. So if self dot contains ID return doesn't contain self, if self contains does not contain ID return none. Let index equal match index. Duplicate handles enter or insert 0 plus equals 1. This is what I'm worried about. Self dot handle provider get strong handle is the fact that it tracks the number of duplicate handles. So we want to go to like the handles strong. So the strong handle, when this is dropped, it sends, so self dot sender drop event. Erased index. So it's the index and the type, and then the asset server managed self dot asset server managed. So we mightn't have a problem because it's not asset server managed, but I still feel like that's wrong. So when I call drop event, some kind of sender receiver asset handle, okay, drop receiver. At some point, it has to receive the message, I guess. Do you do anything? No. When the fuck do you use these drop events? Strong handle. So you call drop, but like, what consumes it? I'm worried that it's going to just unload them because I removed the inventory and then added the inventory back. And then dropped the handle, but insert didn't keep me in a handle. I don't know. I'm concerned. Some inventory commands. So this needs to be like a mutable reference to wait. So you all of effectively this is translating into this is a bad way of doing this, but I need to remove because there's a thing in Bevy called resource scope. So I guess you just give it a reference to it, and then also like a mutable reference to it. Yeah, they've got a resource scope, and the way that the resource scope is exactly like how that just did it, where it's like we pull the resource out of the world. You apparently also don't need access to the assets over anymore, which is fun. So you pull the resource out of the world, and then you put the resource back in the world when it's done. So like it pulls it out and says, hey, here's your scope. You have access to the resource. When this scope is dropped, we're going to put it back. And the idea being that like if you want to like access two resources mutably at the same time, you have to take one out of the world so that you can access the world mutably again, because it's like guarantees like you can't pull the same you can't access the same resource twice because it's not in the world once you've pulled it out. And that's what I'm doing is I'm removing the current inventory and then putting a new inventory so that I can add new inventories. The issue, first off, wait, you can fail. Invalid generation error. I should probably unwrap. I'm going to unwrap now because I feel like if I'm going to hit this, I'm going to hit this immediately, but I don't think it can care. And the fact that it said that like that keep alive thing, it makes me think that like maybe it's doing something where the only thing that concerns me is that even removing unchecked still disregards the duplicates. And I'm going to duplicates got some other way, which obviously, yeah, like get strong handle. But if that's the only way that they got, then I should be fine. But if it's also tracking like, because it recreates the strong handle, and my concern with that is that recreating the strong handle means that effectively the asset's going to get dropped. I mean, it didn't immediately drop. So the fact that the inventory still exists didn't get like immediately cleaned up is hopeful, beneficial. Okay. So we have that's the main inventory, which is the one I'd be worried about disappearing, and then we have this inventory. Okay, so I mean it didn't. Well, that's actually kind of what happens at the moment is that technically they don't have to be in an inventory because you'll see here each item is actually like an entity of its own. Now, annoyingly, I should probably make a master entity that fucking holds all the child entities because the issue at the moment is that they're not parented to their corresponding because that's why I can render two copies. Is they're both of these pictures are pointing at the backpack in here wherever it is. Like the backpack item here is like this is the one that actually holds the inventory backpack. Probably that one. Yep, that's the only backpack. So this is the backpack item, and it's in both of these rendered inventories, but there's only actually one copy of it. And then this is the item inventory, which is the actual handle that points to this. So theoretically, like the item exists as its own thing. You have to despawn this entity. What is a bit silly about this is that the backpack, I think, should say that it's in an inventory. This is the items inventory, but it doesn't say that it's in an inventory, which is probably something that it should keep track of. Yeah, I should probably keep track of that. So, yeah, so the idea is if there's no strong handles to them, they'll be dropped, but that can't happen because the backpack, the actual entity that is the backpack item, like the one that holds the pointer, neither of these two backpacks actually hold the inventory in any way. It's only this one. And this one never actually, like, even though I despawn both of these, this backpack still exists. These backpacks are actually in here. As I'm saying, I do need like a bit of a parent object to say like, please fuck off and stop. Like, because what's happening at the moment is that actually there might be, yeah, there's a slight issue, which is if I despawned these two, then these two backpacks would disappear. But again, they don't actually, that would be these two like sets of slots, not the actual items. But I do feel like the item needs to be parented under the fucking thing when it gets put into it. So if that makes sense. So at the moment, there's no inventory item. So this is the items inventory. We need to do some kind of like thing like this and be all like, so this is the items inventory. The inventory and item, and items person sub inventory. Well, I guess yeah, that's what we want. So the idea is nothing's in that sub inventory. So we would we need to, when we spawn this in, like what the fuck do we do with this? Where does it go? We spawn the inventory, but I don't know what I do with the inventory. I think I just stick it in here. Yeah, we never actually spawn the inventory like this. So we're gonna like, I guess we should probably do that. So we should be like commands, commands dot spawn, like player. PP. I'm trying to remember what I was doing. Like player? Something like this. Oh, I really appreciate you like fucking talking like this, because it is keeping me like somewhat like focused on like thinking about the problem, which I guess is the reproductive thing. Which is like helping me like structure the thing. It's like the way you talk about it lets me kind of think about how like I'm misconstruing stuff. So we need to say that this is item inventory. Where is inventory? I don't remember where item inventory comes from. So item inventory is there, which means we need to go to like, because I don't think I bring the preload in at all. Okay, so we can go here. I'm going to say poly inventory, item inventory. Nope, apparently that doesn't work. Poly inventory preload, item inventory? No. Fuck you. Preload. So we need an item inventory. So this is an items sub inventory. Okay. Now, the annoying thing about this is that I need to somehow track something, I guess. I need to like parent things accordingly. Usually, I don't really want to use the parent system, the parent-child system. Mostly because I feel like that would break things in some way of being like, if an inventory has multiple inventories or something like, or if multiple things point to the same inventory, it's like which one gets to be the parent item. But I feel like each item needs to be parented under something. What was I doing? Oh, it's in here, wasn't it? Yeah. So this is this item's inventory. So this is the player item inventory. I'd like to call that an inventory, but then I'm starting to get everything gets fucking named the same. So we got inventory descriptor, and then the item inventory. And then we need to be like derive, debug, and component. And then I don't know if we want this to be immutable. Hang on, we can make it immutable. I don't know why the AI is making exactly the same fucking shape. The inventory this item is in. And it's like a pub struct in inventory. Wait, you're a handle. Pub handle to an inventory, I think. So this is your inventory, and this is the inventory that you're in. Yeah, exactly. So we have the item inventory. I guess we could call this a sub inventory. I want to call that an inventory. The issue is that like this is like the inventory shape. Anyway, yeah, again, it's difficult because it's like, well, and this is why I don't like, because if I could just have a handle to a fucking inventory, I would just put a handle to an inventory on it, and then in inventory would be something else. Anyway. So what I'm thinking is we might need like a throwaway thing, but again, that's starting to become like on the level of I don't want to control the player's use like that, or not the player, the user's use, where I am saying like you have to have them parented in a certain way. The idea is that like you would just use it, and it's like, well, knowing this stuff, you can access this information. So with the fact that you're the in inventory, so the way that the in inventory is going to work is we're going to go to the tooltips, no, slots, inventories, rendering, mod, tooltip. No, where do we put the fucking items in again? Manager. Oh god. Okay, so inventory manager, spawn item. When we spawn the item, we say, well, wait, the item doesn't go. Wait, it does, yeah. No, because we're saying, hey, you spawn an item, which means that this item here, when we spawn you in, you need to be in inventory self dot invid. Okay, so that's annoying because we need to say, I guess, that's interesting. I guess we would want this to be a handle to an inventory. But when you insert this, it needs to into, okay. So it just needs to be like a reference to this, right? Because I'll like reference to handle. Because the idea is that like we would then be like clone this, because I don't want you to be inside an inventory and then have that inventory despawn. Although it would be funny, that would be annoying. And then we say something like inv ID is here. So where did you pull this ID from? Right. So that means that this needs to be an inventory. Well, that's a little bit annoying. Because I want them to be strong inventory. Fucking. Well, I guess then you can go like that and you say inventory. The idea being that like if it doesn't exist, I don't want to bother cloning it. So then that would return that. Then we go mouse interaction. Something's happened here. Something's gone terribly wrong. It's about how the inventory renderer. Okay, right. Because okay, so the inventory renderer. So you need a like deref. Deref. Right, so that should mean that you can be the handle. So open inventory, to.inventory. So it's actually, damn it, you taking an asset ID as well. I was using asset IDs everywhere for some reason. I don't know why. Honestly, don't actually know what the difference is. I think it's just that asset IDs won't keep things loaded, which is probably a dumb way of doing it because, again, like if something unloads, you don't exactly want it to be like, okay, so you can open the inventory like that. Lovely. Okay, and then where are you pulling that fucking ID from? Probably you. No, you're the entity. You're the asset ID. So inventory manager, find item. Hey, why do I return asset IDs everywhere? Why did I think this was a good idea? Nope, you're returning an asset ID, which is an inventory.getter. So the answer is fuck you. Self.inventory assets. Ooh, okay, wait a second. I'm not doing that. That's actually somewhere where we need to. Okay. So if inventory dot contains item, can we say self.inventory assets? We've got that mutably, but we're not got you mutably, which is then going to say self dot strong. What does get strong do? Doesn't it just? This is my problem. Is that get strong, if self contains ID, you return some strong handle. Okay, wait, no, self dot. Maybe it's this bit that does it, but like this duplicate handle bit's what scares me. Handle provider, get handle. New arc. See, this is the problem. It says new arc. Oh no. That really concerns. So, and you need to be mutable to get it to be strong, which ironically means that this actually can't be returning a handle. It can only be returning an asset ID. Wait a second. Really? Why can you not iterate through with asset IDs? I guess because it's not allowed to. What? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Fine. We'll work out where the fuck we're using it and go, okay, so you, which is to say you, the inventory manager, any chance that we'd have to make find item mutable? Okay, so can we say let s equal self dot. Wait, we're not access to self? Oh no. Inventory manager dot make get strong. Yeah, I feel like as soon as we drop one, that's gonna be bad. Oh no. We just trust in the process. We trust in the process. To get strong, and then I guess we unwrap that. I don't know. We have to find inventory manager. And we go here and be like, yeah, any chance that you can be like, hey, so get strong. Get handle provider. Get strong handle. Cannot borrow self as me. Okay, so first off, you need to be mutable. So you that's going to make us a strong handle. Okay, so sorry, I was like getting really distracted. The given set of position inventory is essential for bounds into the module. Use structs for represent. Yeah, no, yeah, lol. Add a suffix view to the viewer versus the real inventory. Well, the inventory viewer has already got a suffix. That's the issue. Is that like there is an inventory renderer, and then there's an inventory sprite, an inventory node. The issue is that there's an inventory, the shape of the inventory. There's an inventory descriptor, the thing that you would write in the file. There's the inventory, the handle that points to the inventory. That's the issue. Is component that is an inventory and the inventory that's an asset both kind of feel like they should be called inventory. Otherwise, you mix meant to call parent-child and in non-code parent-child, which are different things. I think you want just the... Sorry, I do talk fast. So the issue I'm having at the moment is everything is just called inventory. And that runs into the issue of there's the inventory, the thing that tells you which inventory you have, but then there's also the inventory that like is the actual data structure inventory. And it's kind of going like, well, how do I rename these so that it's not like, I've got things called like inventory handle, and it's like, well, it holds a handle to the inventory, which is like, well, it's a little bit weird is I guess what I'm saying. So I'm going to just like unwrap like that. Let me say S. This should probably be more like, it's going to crash. I don't care. At this point, I'm getting a little bit over. So we pass in, wait, this opens the inventory, which needs a reference to the handle S. Right, because you may not open. Well, I guess that would imply that since we have a immutable reference to you, when we say open inventory, you can just like import into asset ID inventory, because then we can just say here and be like, hey, well, I guess we need to like let ID equals inventory.into. Then we pass in ID, and then we go let get strong handle. So that should work either way, and then we can just pass in inventory. I think that works. Yeah, inventory underscore inventory, exactly. Use the subset of int. Oh god. Yeah, so well, usually what I end up doing is I'll end up prefixing the thing that's like inventory with inventory data, or you call it inventory shape, because again, it keeps track of inventory contents, because then you could have the player has an inventory which points to the inventory contents, a handle to the inventory's contents, and then like anything that goes inventory related goes onto the inventory like handle. It's just, yeah, as I said, it's getting a little bit of the level of like, I can't go renaming everything because I haven't quite nailed down what the thing's going to look like, so I'll just be renaming things to rename things again. Okay, wait. Okay. Apparently the cursor holds, okay, so like s.id, I guess? Fuck is the cursor trying to do? All right. Okay, wait, so drop item. Where are you getting you from? So this is the rendered inventory. Rendered slot. Honestly, the rendered inventory I feel like should have a ID. So the idea is that if you find out that the inventory doesn't exist, you could just despawn it. Inventory ID. Right. No, you want to handle. This is why, like, because I'm using asset ID here because the idea is that I don't want you to say, hey, drop this item into this inventory to keep the inventory loaded. If it unloads, it just disappear. Like the item should just vanish, I guess. Or like maybe not vanish would be the more optimal thing. Why is inventory ID, wherever the fuck that's coming from? Where am I pulling this from? Here, which is to say the slot.inventory. You passed in that there. Rendered inventory. Okay. ID. Maybe that's why I was calling it into. That would make sense. Well, that's kind of the issue. Is because of the way that it's checking to see if it exists. It could be because if you tried to do something the turn that you call, like said spawn this thing, it's like kind of what I'm working around is if you said spawn this thing you would have to wait one frame for it to actually exist because of like adding it to the asset server and stuff. Hence, I'm trying to work out how to do it without having that one frame of lag. Otherwise, you'd have a whole bunch of weird things where you try to add something to an inventory where the inventory is no longer existing because it actually hasn't come into existence yet. Not that it has despawned, but also like theoretically, you could like queue some inventory movement up, but then the player might close that inventory, and it's like, well, do you still make the change? So open inventory, which then takes a reference to to.inventory. I think. Honestly, not entirely clear what I'm doing. Well, let's see if this does anything. I don't know what it's doing, but my concern is at some point my inventories are all going to drop. Like I think it's going to vanish. Because I'm doing this weird bullshittery where I'm like removing it from the world and assets and putting it back into the assets without. I mean, I could do a pull request and be like, hey, well, oh, something went wrong. Yeah, see, here's the issue. Just created inventory. I have an expect, which is spawn the inventory. So self test c dot create inventory, and then we let mute test and we open the inventory and we expect that the inventory exists. We just made it. This is in the test. So when we create the inventory, something's failing somewhere. All items loaded. So when we say create inventory, we say self inventory add inventory. So that handle kind of has to exist. So what the hell did I do wrong in open inventory? Oh. What's the bet that I just removed it? Right. So what was happening is I was removing the asset untracked, which is still tracked. And then I was trying to generate a strong handle for the asset ID that existed, but like it exists. It didn't exist because I just removed it, which meant that it just immediately crashed because it returned none because it went, give me a strong handle with that one I just removed. So the order of these is very important, which is annoying because I was trying to avoid making the strong handle unless I actually needed the strong handle. That's why I was saying you can pass in an inventory that doesn't exist. But anyway, that's fine. So we have all these inventories now. We have this inventory. Okay, so that means that like this item, like, so we have the player, and the player has their item inventory. And then each of these things. So then the phone should say, oh, apparently, oh, in inventory. Ta-da! Okay, so one thing we could do is reflect the inventory, but I feel like that's going to result in some weird-ass shit happening. I want to need like a feature gate for EDUI. The EDUI inspector will be incredibly useful if I set it up, but it's also going to take ages to set up. That's there. do I do it? Do I do it? Okay. I need to pee really bad, so I will be back. So let me mute my mic. Okay, so to only one inventory, aka either or enum, to create a view of the given inventory for each. I mean, the created view then can only show what is real. There is no in between. Okay, and then okay, then the resourced assets will be dropped once the item is no longer referenced anymore or not. Well, I mean, we can test that. The thing is, so we have the bottles, and this is the annoying thing is the bottles of water can technically need to spawn with items inside them because they are a loot thing, not an item thing. But in theory, we can go bottle, go in. I forgot how to do it. Backpack inventory. So inventory. So we can say that these bottles now have an inventory, right? Which is I'm just going to go to my code because yeah, there's actually like a canonical way of doing this, which is in some ways stupid, but also like kind of the whole point. So water type. I like the idea if you could theoretically put shit inside your bottle. Like if you put small shit in the watertight bottle, then the water won't fit. So like the marbles are sitting at the bottom of the water. It's just 2 by 3. Like I just thought that's really dumb. So this will spawn a bottle inventory, and then we can like check to see because like we can spawn a specific inventory in and then drop the bottle, which would be the only thing that it's pointing to it, I guess. Now the concern is that when we remove the bottle from the inventory, it's not going to. Okay. So we have to. But presumably the inventory manager can spawn items. It can't, but like it can't. It can, but it can't, kind of thing. Of like, so we have the empty bottle, which is we have the loot table, the handled item descriptor. So somewhere we spawn. Yeah. So test inventory, we spawn the empty bottle. This returns us the result that is our entity. So we're going to say let. I guess we like match the empty bottle, and then so we return the item. So on a failure, we would print the error, and then here, like this is we can call this empty. This is like we'll just call it bottle, I guess. So we have the bottle. So the bottle's going to get spawned, and the bottle's going to get its inventory added. But then I want to go to like the very bottom and be like, hey, commands, can you just like despawn this fucking bottle? I kind of need to say take the fucker out of the inventory as well. Where's the inventory? No. Can we say test inventory dot remove item bottle? Please remove the bottle from the inventory. I kind of want to do the same thing again of being like, I'll just let R. Actually, no. Wait. We can. It's called like DBG or something. You can just like debug, like that. I think. No, it says entry doesn't implement debug. That's fine. So removing an item apparently returns an entry, and apparently this entry is not debug. So fuck you. We're just gonna make you debug because again, I like this code. It's getting out of control. But look at that. So that's gonna tell me if it managed to. Wait, how come you? How are you still returning a fucking thing? Isn't it? You're supposed to like print out the result. Oh, you still return the result apparently. Ugh. That's weird. I don't like that at all. All right, so you're going to try and remove the bottle, and then I guess, well, we'll know if the bottle got removed. That'd be funny. We're going to go like commands. Don't spawn it. Dot entity bottle.despawn. And then we find out if the bottle still exists. Can we also just like get rid of the item? Okay. The idea being that the bottle will definitely spawn as an inventory. You want to nest inventories in items, aka each item is an actual inventory, potentially by default, but only if it has the property that it can contain bottle. Items will be treated as such, so you don't actually have no regular items. But all inventories, well, so kind of, but it's more like any item can have a sub inventory, so like there's no such thing as a but that's it. Like any other like customized behavior of an item like this is done with components. It's just that I can't traverse the like, you know. So what I could do is effectively say you can't automatically say like put an item from here, like check. So like what would happen is if you pick them up off the ground. So I got the game that I'm referencing, right? If I pick up an item, I don't have anything that can hold extra items. Empty you out, maybe? So these batteries can go in this light. So I'm pretty sure I picked them up. Nope, they go into the backpack first. I can't put electricity. I need to like fill the backpack in such a way that like, see, they go into the flashlight if there's room for them to go into the flashlight rather than into the bag. So, but to do that, it means that I need to have this, I need to check this pocket, but then I need to also check the flashlight, and I can't do that without having like a reference to the inventory. Originally, I had the entity have a reference to the inventory, which worked, except it ran into that same issue of you couldn't spawn this inventory, spawn the flashlight, and then put something inside the flashlight all in the same turn. You had to wait for things to spawn before you could put them in, which means once all your inventories were made, you could put things into your inventories, like into all of them. But if you spawned something that had an inventory, you couldn't put anything into that inventory until the next frame, which I guess isn't really that big of a problem, but it's just a bit annoying because, like, for example, if you wanted these water bottles to spawn with an inventory and water in them, you ran into the issue. It's spawning to me empty bottles. Yeah, so you want the water bottle to spawn with water in the bottle. You'd have to spawn the bottle, wait until next frame, then add the water to the bottle, because the empty water bottle and the full water bottle, like you couldn't access the inventory of the bottle to add the water. Anyway, now we have to work out if weird ass water bottle exists. So we spawned and then despawned the fucking bottle. I don't know what these numbers represent, but anyway. So we despawned the water bottle. The empty bottle is gone. So we're going to see if there's an inventory for bottle. There's empty bottle 85. So the inventory, it still exists. So who the fuck owns this inventory then? Because empty bottle 85, bottle 85 is gone, I think. No, empty bottle 85 still exists. Never mind. Which one is empty bottle 85 then? Excuse me. Which one of you owns empty bottle 85? Maybe it's not empty bottle 85. Maybe it's a different empty bottle. It's almost certainly not. It's the last empty bottle. Yeah. So we either didn't end up despawning it, or we happened to roll 2 empty bottles in a row. Which I'm going to say possibly we rolled 2 empty bottles in a row. Are you empty bottle 85? I don't think you're empty bottle 85. I don't even know what asset you are. Something tells me the empty bottle 85 didn't get despawned. So your small pocket, and then you're another empty bottle. Your empty bottle 90 is my guess. And then there'll be another pocket. And then this is going to be small pocket. No, is this one? There's small pocket, small pocket. Where's the other? And then there's another empty bottle. So you'll be empty bottle 92. So that implies, first of all, it's just not working. Did it throw an error? I keep seeing like your messages pop up, but I'm just very confused at the moment. Yeah, I guess kind of. Like it's not that you don't have regular items, it's that any item could potentially be in inventory. Otherwise, you can't recursively search. That's it. Like that's the only condition that makes, like, every inventory has to have the potential of having a sub inventory, yes. But that's more about, like, because I want to be able to spawn an item and then also check that item's inventory. Only then it would be not doing yet until you next frame if a real. It's not necessarily rendered. It's just like that's what the annoying thing is that it means that you can't like spawn something in and put items in it in the same frame unless technically you could in that if you like if that inventory descriptor could describe it, so you could make it that a water bottle could spawn with water in it, but you couldn't like say spawn a bottle and then add water. You'd have to spawn a bottle with water in it, like, which I think makes it a little bit more complicated. I would like the idea of being I like being able to go spawn me a backpack, now add this to the backpack, rather than the way it works with that lag is you go spawn me a backpack, next frame, now add this to the backpack, okay, now put this inside that thing. Like, you know, like it gets annoying because you can't just chain everything together. You've got to know when you'd be trying to put something somewhere where it's not allowed to go. I don't know. I'm trying to follow what you're saying. So what I'm kind of doing, what I'm doing is each item is pointing to an entity, which is like this item, like, you know, it points here. And it also points to its sub-inventory if it has one. But that's kind of it. Like, this entity also points to said sub-inventory, but this entity may not exist yet. So I can't, otherwise I would just query the entity and get the pointer. That's the problem, is that like when I do it, yeah. Yeah, okay, so because even if you do it the other way, you still run into the issue. It's got nothing to do with rendering. It's entirely to do with the fact that, like, if you're searching an inventory to find a space, because I want it to be like again, the game kind of does it, but I don't have a bottle to show you, but like, well, actually this works. So if I pick up these and then I click on that, they go inside because it checks this recursively, like basically to find if there's an item in there. I don't think this game specifically, like, because again, this is the base point, but not necessarily has the ability to put an item inside an item inside an item inside an item. In that, you can definitely do like a few layers deep, but it works in that like no item in this game is bigger on the inside than itself. But you can put things in like in a tin, and then you can put the tin in your inventory. Like, I guess like the flashlight. You can put the flashlight in the box, and that's like 2 layers of recursion. And the box holds this inventory, and then this, and then the flashlight holds this inventory, which I can get like, which is, yeah, there's 2 layers of recursion. But I want mine to be able to like have like as many layers of recursion as it needs, in that like the backpack can have a pocket that can have a can which can have something in it. But I don't know, yeah, it's adding a lot of complexity, but if I can get it to work, it'll work great. But the issue is, apparently, did I just like not, well, so, and did it throw an error or something? Did it not despawn the fucking bottle? So added empty bottle to inventory slot. Okay. Removed item. Okay, so it definitely removed item 85 from the bag. That's why it doesn't turn up here. But we didn't despawn the fucking item. Who still has a reference to it then, you little piece of shit? I don't think the inventory at all, because it's using the old code. I don't think the inventory at all keeps a reference to the fucking thing. So we spawn a bottle of water. So down here, did it ever throw like an error saying it encountered an error in commands despawn closure, entity not yet spawned, is not spawned, enable track location. Yeah, it didn't despawn the item because I tried to despawn the item in the same turn. So annoyingly, again, you would never really do this, but I'm just trying to. All right, we're gonna like pub struct die. It's like derived component. I guess I'll just call it kill. It's like pass it an entity, and it's not even going to be a component. It's just going to be an event, right? And then we're going to go pub no fm kill, and this is just on kill. Don't even do that. Just message for kill in on dot event. Is that how that works? No. Okay, fine. Commands dot entity on dot zero despawn. Okay, then we add an observer. So like up here, getting a little bit out of control. So we're like app dot add observer kill. So kill will then let me effectively queue the despawning of an entity. So we say trigger kill bottle, and then we just need to work out. I mean, admittedly, we could even query and go like, "Hey, which fucking handle is disappearing?" But we already know because they spawn in order, and that seems to actually render them in order. That the bottle that despawns is going to be the top entry. So that means we can check to see if the top entry is the bottle, if it's if it's the second entry because we spawn the main inventory. So then we check, basically like if the top entry still exists. It still didn't like that. Encounter an error in commands. Entity is not spawned yet. Okay, you're annoying. So fine, we call this a component. So I guess I'm going to give you your component kill, and then we just like kill, which is commands, and then we say query, and then we say entity item, and it's fucking entity. No, with kill. Thank you, and then just be like for item in items, and then entity despawn. It needs to be that one frame behind, and apparently fucking transforms are too good. So we're just going to do this. It also means that we don't even have to worry about doing that. Actually we do, because you return a fucking transform, don't you? So we have our bottle, and then we can just say, hey, so commands dot entity bottle dot insert kill. Hang on. And then we would need it to be add system to update. All right, now it doesn't matter how long it takes to fucking spawn in. We could even make this popular. I don't know why I'm making this efficient when it's literally the most like, I'm too lazy to make a proper test, so I'm just making a piece of code that does it. So this will effectively anything that I flag kill will get killed eventually. Eventually, because eventually it'll spawn and eventually it'll have the kill component. And if there's a kill component, I kill it. I just despawn it, but no difference. Okay, so test exercise proposal. Are you able to list in at runtime the actual existing items and use the tooltip of the names referencing a given item, show flags properties that matter, because that is effectively part of the logic from what I gather. Not sure. I'm not entirely following what you're asking. So what the fuck did you have a problem with? So you said entity not yet spawned. The entity ID is not spawned. Did I continue despawning it? What do you mean? Who threw this error? Don't tell me. Is it you that's doing it? Why did it panic? Why? So it's saying it hasn't spawned yet, but surely entity bottle, you queue it up and you return, you spawn the item. So it should exist by that point. Right, so the bottle is definitely there. It's a little bit, I guess because we removed the bottle. Yeah, okay, so spawn, okay. We spawn the inventory for the sub-empty bottle. So that means that, wait, Why did the empty bottle spawn before the rest of the fucking inventories? What? Well, that's concerning. Where's the actual inventory then? Excuse me? I'm not entirely sure why I'm doing this, but anyway. So we create the inventory with the test inventory, and then we say let the test inventory, and then we say open the test inventory and execute. Then we say the empty bottle is that loot, and then we say the bottle is the inventory spawn item, and then are you returning the wrong entity? Did we despawn the player? No, the player's still there. The player still has access to the item inventory, but the item inventory of the player is gone. Excuse me? Excuse me, but what? We tested to remove bottle. We didn't despawn the bottle. Why is the player no longer exist? Did I break something? Oh, probably. Let inventories add test inventory. Yeah, you need to yell me about that. That's this old code. Where did the player's inventory go? Inventory. No. Okay. Well, you see, my concern is that this inventory doesn't seem to exist anymore. Right? Because this says empty bottle inventory. What happened to the player's inventory? Maybe it's just some. No, I'm pretty sure I checked the entire list. Actually. So I'm very unsure. To be honest, like, why is so the empty bottle inventory is the top inventory? But why is the empty bottle inventory a different inventory? Where is the player's inventory going? Because it's the very first thing I create is the player's inventory. So what the fuck did I do with the? Oh no! Is it doing what I think it's doing, which is like this is what I was worried about? Is that the test inventory, when we open it, we drop it, and it removes the inventory. I guess we can also detect that, can't we? Detect drop. So this would be like messages. I think it's despawning because we modify it, and it's hence the only one that's despawning is because it's the only one that we add additional items through. It's the only one we reopen it. I think that's what's happening, is it's getting dropped because we're dropping the handle, and as soon as we drop a handle, it's the only handle. Everything else should have been in that inventory and therefore preventing it from being dropped, but maybe, I don't know, actually. Fucking who knows. No, it's a message reader, asset events for inventory. We go for, yeah. So this is going to detect asset events, which is if an inventory drops or if any of that happens, this will print it out. So okay, happening update. So I think actually what's happening, potentially, is that we remove the empty bottle. So we test removed the empty bottle, and because we yanked out the empty bottle was considered inside the inventory, which means it has a handle that can now be dropped. Then we so we added it to the inventory, which gave it a clone of the handle. We then removed it from the inventory, which gave us a handle that is dropped, or could potentially be dropped. Actually, I don't think it does shit, but anyway. Yeah, I don't know. But I think that's what's happening is we're pulling that out, and then when that inventory, when we drop that handle, which is we get to not remove bottle, we get to, is it here? So this is the test inventory handle, and because we clone a copy of it, right? So received asset modified. Well, apparently it's just spamming the shit out of this. Something is reading these, and it's not supposed to be. Excuse me, but where are you reading this? Who is reading these inventories constantly? What is doing that? Do you potentially have like an ability for me to see like where that came from? I don't think so. No, you just have the asset ID. Why? Who is spamming this? Something is constantly modifying the inventories, which means something is accessing it mutably. I guess we can just ignore just mutable ones, but like that's odd. Asset event. So added. We don't care about modified because it apparently just spams the fuck out of me. And then removed. And I think I haven't. What's it called? It's called like ID, right? And then unused. Well, I guess what we do is we say modified, and we say I guess is it dot dot because that makes it like capture everything, and then we just say like underscore or other, and then we just input other. So this should just stop it from constantly spamming me with that this has been modified. I don't know what's touching it constantly, but obviously something is constantly like accessing the inventory assets and modifying every single asset. Nothing should be, but something is. We'll get there. Something's dereferencing something it's not supposed to. So we added a bunch of inventories. We removed this inventory, which is inventory 0, generation 0. Oh, look, we added it back. So we added 0, then we added 0, and then we... God damn it. So the unused appears to fire. We added, and then it says unused, then we removed, and then it says unused. First off, what the fuck fired the unused? So I think that's what I was talking about. That's the idea of like, no matter how many items we put into that inventory, it got dropped. Small bottle, empty bottle. So it got dropped when nothing was pointing to it. The issue is that a whole bunch of things are still fucking pointing to it. It's just that when I removed it, it So we have to somehow keep the reference count, which I guess was why I was keeping the handle. So it's somewhere with like inventory item manager. It's you. So when I pass you an asset ID, now maybe it's because I should like definitely be giving you a strong handle. See, because here's what annoys me is getting the strong handle does what I want, which is increment the duplicate handles. The issue is that when we drop the strong handle, it removes the duplicate handles. And I have no way of fucking removing it unchecked. Because this is all Bevy stuff. I can't touch that stuff in there. Like, I can't just make it not do it. So there's removed untracked, removes and returns the asset with the given ID if it exists. This skips emitting a removed event, right? Cool, that's fine. Note that this, okay, which includes handles and asset IDs. This is the same as remove, except it does not emit, okay, so it does exactly the same thing as remove, but it doesn't emit the remove event. Right. which is that it strips the fucking number of times that this handle exists. And it removes still alive. So remove still alive appears to be that it just doesn't kill it. Remove dropped. So that says dense storage index entry equals none. Allocate recycle index. So this removes internal and then none returns none. Sum returns generation index equals dot generation value dot take dot inspect self dot len minus 1. It means self dot len. Maybe I'm just doing something wrong. I mean, maybe I should just not be doing that. Maybe that's the issue, is that I'm doing a handle because I'm grasping at straws what I'm doing. Because every time you remove a strong handle, like it makes this, every time you get strong handle, it increments the number of handles, duplicate handles, by 1. But the issue is that if you remove, it removes all duplicate handles, which means that it resets this to 0, which means that, like, if I do this and I said, actually, you don't hold a handle, you just say, we just pass that ID. Then we come back up here and say, actually, you're not inventory manager. But inventory manager, yeah, cool. You don't, not manager, inventory component. You aren't a handle, you're a asset ID. So my thinking here is that because you don't okay, that's kind of terrible. So the reason I think what's happening there is I was keeping a handle, which means that when we dropped this, we also dropped the handle, which would then clean up. Okay, fair enough. So now we don't drop the handle. The issue is I think we still run into that same issue. Maybe no, maybe not. Maybe I need to get handle instead of get strong handle or something. Because I think what's happening there, maybe. I'll have to check that. See, I can't give you in a handle because you don't have that. But I can maybe upgrade it to strong. So alright. So we need to be like when you get to here, we need to somehow make a strong handle. So we need to be like self dot all inventories dot, but it's actually itself. So that's why I was keeping the handle dot get handle provider dot reserve handle. No. Well, yeah, as long as I don't make a duplicate handle. Whenever I clone the handle. I bet it's okay, so don't make a duplicate handle. Yeah, so what's happening is if I kept a handle, it would work fine. It's only because I was making a duplicate handle that the increasing the duplicate handle. So to explain, so I think what's happening is when I was doing the get strong handle or whatever I was doing. So that's good. So up here, when I was making a new one of these, right, I was calling, like when we open an inventory, we're passing in an ID, not providing a handle. We remove the tracked version, which annoyingly, for whatever goddamn reason, clears out the duplicate handle count, which I think it uses at some point to be like, hey, when a strong handle's dropped, so remove dropped, right? So I think this is what gets called, I'm not entirely sure. So the idea is match self duplicate handles, right? If there's no duplicate handles, none, it does, it returns nothing, it just skips this. If sum 0, self.duplicate handle is removed. So if there's no duplicate handle is removed, otherwise sum value minus equals 1, return. So the idea is if I drop, because the strong handle is reference counted, if to get to 0 strong handle, like if there's no real references to that strong handle, it gets dropped, then basically it goes in here and goes, hey, is there another reference counting of the same strong handle? And if it's like yes, then it just returns. But because I removed the asset, it fucking forgot this number. It just said, oh, there's no other fucking duplicates of that. So, that's what it's doing, is it's saying, like, if I make a second strong handle, it forgets that the second strong handle exists. But I wasn't allowed to make get mute untracked. Get mute. Get. Okay, so get strong handle increases that count by 1 and then gives you a different handle. It's the index, it's the asset server managed, it's the path. So it's just like, it's just the metadata. Like it just gets you, but it's a reference counted thing is the important part. When you call get handle, it returns a reference, an arc strong handle. So I need to, but now it goes, oh, but there has to be an additional arc. The issue is that when I remove it, it fucking clears it out, which means that if I cloned the handle, that is actually a really bad way of doing it. That's such a weird bug. Because that's got to be a bug in that, like, I was thinking, cool, if I take it out and I put it back, then, like, all the other handles are still valid because I never told that I took it out. The issue is, if I take it out, it clears the duplicate handles and says, oh, there can only be one handle, because it specifically says that it will keep the other handles. Like, it says that it won't flag it for being reused, which means that when it comes back, unless there are no duplicate handles, which is such a, okay, yeah. So this is actually, like, I think it's a bug. So we remove it untracked, because it says about, like, removing it untracked will keep it alive. It says, like, it won't flag this ID for reuse, which kind of implies that when we put it back, it doesn't make another strong handle. Which, yeah, okay. So it's kind of bullshit, but we have no way. We effectively have to take in a handle here. Because if we do my little magic trick, well, I guess we just can't return a handle anywhere else. The issue is that when we spawn an item and we say that this item is inside this inventory, this item can't keep the inventory existing, which maybe that's how you want it to be. But you can't be a handle because I can't make a clone of the said handle. Because making a clone of said handle will be cleared out the next time you open the inventory. So we need to effectively either make this an asset ID and therefore no longer able to keep an item loaded. Which I mean, I don't know if that's actually that bad of a thing. It's the equivalent of saying, does an item being in an inventory stop the inventory from being removed? If the answer is no, then the idea is if you drop the inventory, then the inventory should probably clean up all the items that are inside of it. Which, I mean, fair enough. I was kind of hoping that having an item in the inventory, I guess, does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one, but okay. So in inventory becomes an asset ID. So the idea is that, like, having items in you doesn't stop you from despawning. But you own the inventory, so you do stop it from despawning. Okay. So, question: can I like reflect you? And can I register you as reflect? I just want to see what it says if I say in inventory. It should just tell me like handle, and that like maybe that the handle doesn't implement thing. There's a way you can like register a type. So this is for the inspector. But I think not 100%, but I think that's a bug. Like that. So much so, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go Bevy, and we're gonna go look and see if it's fixed in the new version. We have to go to GitHub. No, the new version's also only like probably a few weeks away, or maybe even like less than that. I really need to get working on videos again. Somewhere GitHub. So I have no idea where that is. So that's like asset server. We need to like work out what where exactly that is. Where manager. So this here, when we say insert, okay. So it's not insert, it's remove unchecked. Let's go here. Where is this folder? This is assets. Okay. We're going to go there. And I'm curious. So assets. The only thing I could think of is if you could make a strong. Oh no, this is example assets. Sorry, we need to go to like it's like crates, maybe assets, scr assets, and be all like remove unchecked. Okay, so remove unchecked asset into ID, right? Matches and then index, and it says, yep, self.duplicate handles remove. So fucking weird. Well, what the hell does the other one do? Because it's the dropping of the reference count, I believe. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the dropping of the strong handle, and therefore, no, yeah, that's it. You only drop the underlying item when the other stuff's dropped. Where the fuck is the to get strong handle? I want the strong handle. What do you return? You return an arc strong handle. So this does all this stuff, and it basically just says, hey, get strong handle, and it says and it says index is just the index you gave it, and then type ID is self.type ID. Drop sender is the drop sender clone, metadata, path, and asset server manager. I don't know what meta. This is a function that takes in asset metadata. Okay, who knows what that is? I want to know what happens when we drop an asset server. So asset server, when you're dropped. Okay, you send erased asset server index. Asset server managed self dot asset server managed. So it's the drop event. There was the so it was like the not the strong handle. Gotta go back to the start. So where is it? Okay, remove unchecked. So there was like remove dropped. Let's check that. So self.queued events push unused. Okay, so so unused. If exists self queue push removed. Remove dropped. Dense storage, remove dropped by index. I saw somewhere it was like it subtracts remove internal. Yeah. So remove internal. It deducts something value, which is entry sum. Option A. Oh, I bet it's the self dot then. Yeah, okay, this is just subtracting its length by 1. I was going, it definitely subtracted something by 1. Self dot flat. Oh, fuck, who knows? All right, yeah, that just seems like a weird thing. Like the fact that like when you despawn something. Anyway, this is the UI inventory that now no longer gets despawned because I no longer grab a handle, remove the sentinel, and fucking drop the handle. That's so weird that you can do that. Anyway, we have the empty bottle. Somehow we have to despawn the empty bottle. My concern is that for some reason we can't seem to despawn the empty bottle in the turn that the empty bottle gets despawned. That appears to be a bug, maybe in my code, because I can't imagine that. So we remove the empty bottle. Loot. So we insert kill onto the empty bottle. Now, this should work fine. I can't imagine it not working. Like I can't see why this wouldn't work, because I'm sure I've done this like a gazillion times, but maybe it's got something else going on. Okay. The asset loading problem forcing you to artificially delay. When and where do you need assets actually? Versus when do you spawn them? So I need the item descriptors to be able to spawn the items. Like the descriptor has to be loaded because the descriptor contains things like the shape and the type of slot that it can fit into. So it has to be loaded in order for me to check to see if it'll fit. So you can't like spawn an item that it doesn't actually exist yet because I can't check to see if it fits. So theoretically, you could like queue it, and I may add the ability to queue it as a way of like you can spawn items that don't exist yet. But you can't say like put this item in this inventory unless you know what shape that item is, because otherwise it's like, well, it may not fit, and I can't return immediately, hey, it doesn't fit, if I don't actually know if it fits. So maybe I'll do some kind of queuing system of being like, I'd like to queue this and wait until it's actually loaded, and then you'd have to like emit some kind of like, hey, this failed, but like then you know where it came from. So there's the items aren't just so I guess I'm a bit of a confusion. Items don't have assets, like items aren't assets. The inventory asset is the actual like what's inside the inventory. The thing that needs to load that I'm passing in is the descriptor of the item. So you want to spawn, like it's similar to how like when we were doing the inventory descriptor, we described the shape of the inventory, but the inventory descriptor isn't actually the inventory. Like changing the inventory descriptor won't change an inventory that's already spawned. It's just like how the inventory looks when you go to spawn it. So it's the same thing of being like, if you want to spawn an item, you have to know what the item shape is. And so you need an item descriptor. And so it's the same idea of like, theoretically, I think I have it that like you can, well, you would be able to add an item to an inventory like without the descriptor, but like you need to then pass in the descriptor. You need to say the size and shape of the item, and part of passing in that is like the size and the shape of the item. Like you define that in the descriptor. So again, they're not handles. They're descriptions of like where it can fit. Like the because we'll go back to the item thing. Like I'm not spawning the items. I'm describing the shape of the item. Say in here. So like go to the bottle. So the bottle has that if it's in an untyped cell, like if you're trying to put it in untyped cells. So at the moment there is no way of doing a shape that's not all the same type. So basically, if you're trying to put it into untyped, this is the shape. It's 1x4. So the idea would be that like the phone battery makes more sense. So we have phone battery. So the phone battery, if you're trying to put it inside of a phone, as it's treating it as a phone battery, it's a 1x1 item. So the idea is that when it's inside a phone, the phone only needs a 1x1 cell to accept a battery. It's just got a dedicated battery slot. But if you're putting it untyped, if you're putting it in your backpack, it's 2x2. And it's also got a different icon, or it can have a different icon. And the icon can be smaller when it's in the phone. Or when you slot it into the phone, the icon is actually smaller than when it's in the backpack. And the idea just being a way of being like you can define this. I feel like maybe should be a float and not an integer. Just the idea being that you can define that that the icon is in a specific place when it's in a specific slot. So you could make it like the icon bigger while inside a slot, like by 10% or something, but that's a different story. Yeah, the item descriptors are just like what's used they describe the shape of the item and like how to spawn the item, basically. Whereas once they're spawned, it's different. Like then it's the entity. The entity actually contains the ground truth. The backpack only contains the shape of the item in itself, whereas the entity contains all the information. Like if you, for example, like had durability, the inventory that I'm building now has no idea what the durability of an item would be. That would be on the entity. Because it doesn't matter for me putting it inside the inventory. Like it just goes, I only need the shape and the offset, like basically where it is in the inventory. So something's bitching about this not yet being spawned. Really? Wait, what? How was nothing else having this issue? So you spawn an item, and then you call spawn, yeah? Entity self commands spawn ID. Don't I also? I'm very confused, to be honest. What do you mean? So I need to like pass it up a frame? This is what? I'm unclear about why I can't spawn. Not yet spawned. I thought you could do that. That you could spawn an entity. Like, because the idea is like you can't do something and then do something else. Does it mean like nowhere in this entire thing do I ever like modify these entities? How the fuck does my insert thing work then? I bet it's it'll have something to do with something. I think you can't use entity. No, this makes an entity command, and then it's self.reborrow. What the hell? When I do insert on you self queue entity command insert bundle insert mode replace. How am I able to despawn? Oh, I think I've got it. So I think what's happening is when I say spawn item, maybe the test inventory is a reborrowed inventory. Like when we do this, we say like self.commands. Maybe not. Self.commands. No, so it should be after. I don't know, because I'm sure I've done this before. I don't actually understand at all why. I mean, it would explain why you need the entity commands to be entity commands. I mean, technically that one is the reborrowed one. The issue with this is, I guess, spawn item needs to return a fucking, well, entity commands, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Unless it's something I'm doing in here. Wait a second, yeah, no, because I'm doing exactly the same thing here. Self commands insert entity. So, what the fuck do you mean I can't? How are you different? So we have the bottle here. But why are you wherever this fucking spawn item is? Manager? Because we spawn it here. And then I say commands entity, which is exactly self commands entity. And we insert it here. So the queue's ending up in the wrong order somehow. Because you can do it as long as you're in the order. But then when you return, the entity. This isn't reborrowed. The fuck is your problem? Do we do something else? Maybe I'm not allowed to. Look, and I do it again. What? Alright, so I don't get it. I don't know what's different. So my assumption is it would be this. Do I use is it this? I can't imagine so. So we remove the bottle and then we say entity, entity, insert. So do I use bottle again? Is my fuck up that I'm doing something with the bottle? No. So I'm inserting the kill component on you. Maybe if we just stop despawning. Maybe it's actually here that it's got a fucking issue with. Maybe it's got nothing to do with this and it's just a weird coincidence. That or somewhere else. Somewhere else could be touching it. That's interesting. Okay. So not yet spawned entity. No, it's definitely when it's trying. But it's this. Oh. There it is. No, it's not your commands. It's is it S? S's commands? No, it's test inventory dot. That's what's wrong. Inventory commands. Right. So what's happening is I have these commands. And then I'm also getting a separate set of commands from here, from the inventory manager. And they're two separate queues. So if the entity has spawned before I do anything with it, then it works. But if it hasn't spawned, it crashes. And I guess the order of operations means that this one gets flushed before this one. That's weird. Fair enough. Okay. That fucking throws me, but anyway. We should probably skip added as well. So we added the empty bottle inventory, and then at the bottom, and then I guess nothing got removed. Why did we add this inventory like 4 times? That's a bit weird. So added. Sure. We added you, and then we just added you 3 more times. My assumption is something's opening and closing this inventory a few times, but that's fine. Okay, there's probably a open, and we probably should have like a read, maybe. I don't know. Right, that's why it's silly this. We never killed it. So now that we're actually able to get to it, okay, I think we've tracked it down, and then when we despawn the bottle, nothing I think keeps a reference to it. So when we despawn the bottle, hey, it removed the inventory. That's fun. So I guess that's a good kind of test, isn't it? So we I don't know, but it works. Question mark? I'm just gonna commit this because again I actually don't know what's going on, but it seems to be working. So we need to do some kind of weird thing where like in inventory, when it despawns, it needs to remove itself from the inventory. So currently, I don't think I can actually see what's inside the inventory, which is a little bit annoying, but you know. I could probably actually turn that on now, to be honest. But well, I guess I can see the shapes. Fine. So inexistent. Huh. Okay, so we need to well, I guess give you an on despawn equals like self on I feel like on despawn is different though, because yeah, well that's the point, isn't it? Like it's it's working, as in like I honestly it's more that I forgot what I was doing and I've gone like I fixed a bug, let me commit this before I break something. So we need to like impl in inventory. So my issue with this is I feel like I need to go like mod inventory underscore relationship. Right, we have to create this module, and I'm going to move these little bastards. And then we're going to pub use. Well, no, I guess you put it in the preload, wherever the fucking preload is. So I guess you can be pub to the crate. Right, and we have to put it in the preload. So the inventory relationship is just like these things, because they're going to get a little bit annoying. Use it's like trying to stack all this shit together, and also use crate preload. Thank you. So we get a lib, and we go, hey, your preload, and we say, hey, okay, so inventory relationship. Mostly because they're going to get like kind of big. I guess that's the way to look at that one. I'm in Australia, so it is currently 7:30 at night for me. I've been streaming since like 10 o'clock this morning. I probably should have like stopped and had lunch, but I'm kind of not hungry. So I would like to register this properly, but I'm just gonna get rid of that for now. I do feel like I need to make the inspector work properly, but anyway. So the manager needs to bring in the crate preload. Use crate preload. Thank you. That should fix its type issues. Cool. And then we come back to here and we go, okay. So like remove from inventory. So you're gonna be like fn remove from inventory. So you called on despawn, and my concern is that on despawn doesn't actually have access to the item, the stuff that I need. So we need to say you are a mute world, which is a deferred world, something like that, and then ctx, which is a hook context. Right. So it does nothing at the moment when you remove it. Oh, 1 p.m. In Germany. Yeah, fun. So we remove from the inventory. So the way we need to remove from the inventory is, first off, we need to say let some. See, here's my thing is, because I'm calling it on despawn, I don't know if it'll be there. It might need to be on remove. I mean, we can actually just make it on remove. Because again, it's immutable, which means that you can't get here unless you do it that way. So remove from inventory. So we're going to say inventory which equals self dot it's world dot get ctx dot entity else return. We're going to error. Entity does not have an inventory to remove from. No, it's self, please. This is usually I unwrap this, which honestly is just error. Entity does not have in inventory, but it was removed. I think this is a Bevy bug if this ever happens, but anyway. Can we say in inventory like that, and then can I make you like a reference, please? No. So again, we just we go something like here cloned. Or like copied? Copied. Are you not allowed to be copied? Weird. Are you not copied? I guess your type isn't copied, but anyway. Well, yeah, you're not copy, but like you're copy, aren't you? Yeah. I'll still make you clone, but you know. And then we still unwrap you into in inf like this, so we can say, hey, give me my inventory. Okay. Now we could do like the whole inventory manager, but like that uses so much bullshit. So we're just gonna go like let mute this is like let sum mute inventory equals world dot resource mute assets inventory else return. No inventory exists. No inventories exist, but the item was removed from one. I mean, it's not wrong. Dot get mute. Well, warn. Honestly, this feels like this is where you would end up if you had already been removed. Like this is one of those, you can't remove this item unless you've already removed it from the inventory, but this is about like if you despawn the item, it should be removed from the inventory. So we're going to say inventory, because if this happens all the time, then it's just going to be like just ignore it. Like if every time you remove an item from an inventory, it already doesn't exist because you removed it from the inventory first. So we're going to say inventory no longer exists. Right, and then we say inventory dot remove item. Wait a second. What is reserve? Remove. So inventory don't currently have a way to remove by entity apparently, which I find bizarre. I feel like maybe I just didn't make it public, but anyway. So we say inventory to remove, and this should just remove it from the inventory. And then I feel like I want to print that it came out, but anyway. We have to go to inventory and go, hey, inventory. So something. Remove item. I know this is reserving item. Reserve and then gets a lot. Okay, so we're gonna go like pub remove. So this takes in mute self and an item, which is an entity. And result. Well, you would just return an option because you either did or you didn't. I guess a boolean, and then we take self dot I could make this an entity hash map as well, like, but that would, again, currently, because of how the items work, you can put the same item in an inventory twice, which I do feel like is something that you'd probably want to be able to do. In that, like, certain items, maybe. Okay, self dot. I do feel like you want to be able to have like certain items be redundant. Does retain? No. Fine. You don't return anything. Just remove this. This will remove all. Remove. We should probably actually just call it remove all, because you know, then it makes a little bit more sense for later. So it's remove all instances of an item from an inventory. Thank you. Okay. Well, by that logic, you're also not allowed to have an inventory item in more than one inventory. So it would be a bit weird to have the same inventory in it, same item in an inventory more than once. But maybe that's just a thing that you can do. All right. Remove all. Yeah, no. Okay, it should definitely be removed, and we should also almost certainly be using a So what do you contain? You have a sub inventory and a shape. So we're gonna go to your entry. I'm gonna say, you're an entry and you're a shape and you're a sub inventory, and then we're gonna come back up to you. I don't know why you're yelling at me. I'll come back to here. We're gonna say that the inventory actually has an entity. Entity map. Entity hash map. So the entity hash map is just, you know, it just uses the entity as the key. So then we can do all that stuff. So we go, hey, so self item retain. Well, we don't even need that. We can just say self dot items dot remove, and then item. And then you should return like a boolean, I believe. No, I think you return you're in an option. So I guess you return option. Where the fuck did you come from? Your entry. Right, so you just return an entry, which is to say item remove, and then like that. Right, so self items remove. These are all complaining. I'm not entirely sure why, probably because the type changed. So this would be a entity hash map default. Entity hash map default. Annoying that I changed it, but anyway. All right, so now when we add the item, instead of pushing, we're going to insert. And then entity, and then the entry. And then we remove this. And we go, well, apparently you did the same thing, which is fine. Now, this might break the inspector, because the inspector's not going to know. But anyway, temporary value dropped. Inventory. There's another one to say. This would be fine if it returned a mutable reference, because as I said, like when I get to the end, I don't own. I know I do still own it, but like I'm pretty sure this would be fine if this returned a mutable reference. But because it returns mute and mute then doesn't exist, it's no longer okay. Because otherwise, the world would live long enough for this to be borrowed mutably, for this to be mutable, but like because it gets dropped in between, it disappears. Anyway, assets dot So this, and we don't even need this mute because we're actually grabbing a mutable reference to it, and then we can say, hey, remove this. So this should mean that like when I despawn the item, it should remove it from the inventory. Now the issue with this is it still going to be visible in the inventory? And who goddamn knows? Okay. I think after this we probably work on some debugging stuff, because again it's getting to the point of like there'd be interesting information to know by drilling into the debug console, but like if it doesn't print the debug information to the debug console, then it's kind of annoying. So we go here, we go, hey, so this is this inventory. Then this one is empty bottle 90, which means that it actually despawned the item. Right, cool. So then we go here and we go, hey, items. I think items is gonna not, oh no, it is working. Cool. So the inspector actually does it. So there's 95, 94, 93, 92, 91, but there's no 85. That's the important part. There's no 85. Because 85 was goddamn removed. There feels like there's too many items, but maybe that's just because I spawned lots of items. Lovely. Your size is 12 by 14. Yep, near the backpack. It annoys me that again, it's a hash map thing, so it's a random ordering. But sub inventory none. Wait a second. Why do you not have a sub inventory? Oh, I just don't. Yeah, no. Sorry, when I add the item, I in no way store the sub inventory. I forgot because it's the old way of doing it. But we can now look at all the items inside of an inventory. The empty bottle has, yeah. Oh, it's got no items, but it has space for them. Right. Okay, side quest. Sorry. Don't forget, I only have 1 week spare time experience with Rust, aka max 20 hours so far. Where, when, in which context do you actually spawn? Where do you jump from the scripter? Like, where in the code, I mean. So in here, so this is the example. When we open an inventory, so we create the inventory, which just inserts the inventory into and gives it a handle. I don't know why I do it that way, but anyway, we open the inventory here. Then down here, we say spawn item, and we pass in the descriptor, a handle to the descriptor, which ironically doesn't even need to be a handle. I think we hold in so we're passing in an actual handle, which might change. Anyway, so we say spawn this item, and we pass in the handle, which we should probably, again, start refactoring all this. So we're going to say this is anything that impulse into asset ID item descriptor. So this is our item descriptor, which we pull in. We then, apparently, no, you need the handle. You suck. Fine. Never mind. We've got the same thing. Once you spawn an item, you're not allowed to like drop it. Anyway, so we pass in, so we get the descriptor out of the assets here. And then here, this is when we turn it into an actual object, this line here. So at the moment, we don't actually really do anything more than, so we say that it's in the inventory that we're spawning it into, which is a bad idea. Don't do that. I just realized that's a very bad idea because yeah, very bad idea. We should fit the item and then spawn the item anyway. I'm just gonna put it back because I'm too lazy to try and make this work properly. So this is where we actually spawn. So we get our commands and we spawn this item in. So at the moment we're giving the items the name of the item. We're descriptor.spawning. The fuck's this do? Oh, this returns a bundle. So this is like if I wanted to have the ability to the descriptor spawn returns a bundle. So if I wanted like some kind of marker or flag on the item itself, descriptor.spawn returns like all the extra components. So like if you wanted to make the water bottle was, you know, something or other. I actually don't know what you'd use this for, maybe durability or something like that. So you would spawn it in with this. Again, not necessarily the best way of doing it. My thought with this is more like a script thing. I want this to be like spawn as a script, but anyway, I haven't got around to doing it yet. Spawn just returns a bundle. So in theory, I could like program a bunch of shit into the items so that they get this when they spawn in. And then in inventory, obviously, because this is the inventory we're spawning it into, this is stupid because this implies it's already been put inside the inventory and we need to actually check that it fits. We never actually check that it fits. So dumb. Then that's it. Like that's where it converts from being a descriptor to actually being an object. We continue using the descriptor because the descriptor tells us other things like the size and shape of it. But in theory, we shouldn't have done this until after we checked that it was going to fit. So annoyingly, we spawn it first. And the reason we spawn it first is because we need to check that it has space. So yeah. So yeah, we should probably check that. So what I need to do is have like different things that I can do, I guess. So this is where we can actually start refactoring the code to work how I want it to work, because I've changed my mind about how the API should look, and it makes a big difference to certain things. So we're going to say we need to find the inventory for something first. So first, find the inventory. We're already in the inventory. Okay. So I feel like the inventory needs to get its own thing, but anyway. So at some point we need to rework slots into the correct shape, which is like the hash map version. But for now, they can stay. I assume. I don't know. Inventory. Weird, strange, annoying. I think it's inventory command. So the manager. Okay. So I need to maybe split this into its own little thing and then implement something in there and call it good. So we're going to go mod inventory commands is its own thing. So we have the inventory commands. Well, inventory should be able to do it because inventory, I don't know. Right, never mind. I'm trying to work out where to put this fucking thing. So what we need to do is be like fit. Fit needs to take self and item underscore type, which is then an item descriptor. Right. And this will return an option. It's like a inventory transform or something. What the fuck is this? So an entry which has a shape. Okay, so you're going to return a shape. Thank you. Shape. But like a shape, which I think is different to a shape. Not entirely sure. Okay, so you return an option shape, which is just going to be like to do. Okay. Okay. Like, yeah, so rubber duckying things. Okay, so I don't know what our manager's doing. We're just going to get rid of the inventory commands. So fit. All right. Well, fit's just gonna do this. We need a pub try fit. Or maybe can fit, which is like takes in self and its shape. Right. So the idea is that can fit doesn't actually care what the item is. Fit is saying like try every orientation and every position. Does this can this item be shoved in? Like fit is like it's like work out if it can fit. So the property is like fit would try like every orientation, every position. Whereas can fit is try this current shape, where the shape is the offset, the orientation, and the layout. The idea being that can fit, well, so can fit also needs a type. So cell type. Or is it slot type? Slot type? Okay. Everything has got terrible names. I really want to feel like I should call this cell type. We're renaming it randomly, just to throw everyone off because like the get's going to be miles. All right, so we have can fit. We have the shape. So I think the first thing we have to do is check the bounds. So we need to say like, well, what do you contain? Well, let's stop saying well. Firstly, this needs to not contain more than one type. So I'm going to right now fix this and say hash. This has to be a hash map which takes in cell type, and we're going to go with new shape. Okay, so we are going to go and say fuck off with all your old shape. We're going to go shape again, because I need to make sure it's the new shape, but the idea is that like I should only have to modify the places where I actually use the shape. Apparently everything fucking uses that. Anyway, so this is slot, which is the cell type, and then, okay. Okay, we have a lot of things to fix. So a lot of this is just annoying, is what a lot of this is. So need to be like, well, first off, I think we get rid of new. New should just give us a name, and then like new can just be this. Right, and then there is no new empty. Okay, there's no new empty. And then you are instead impl into vector. No, your impl iter, where your item is cell and shape, and then we just say collect. Right. So adding an item. So the item descriptor. So we iterate through each slot, which I think we don't need to do that now. Apparently we return none. I mean, this should really tidy up a lot of the stuff, though, I think. Whoop. I don't know what I fucking clicked. That wasn't good. Shift tab, please. Shift tab. Okay. So for each, and so slot.cell type. Okay, so that would be, it's like, so cell type, and I guess shape. Wait a second. No. So you're like item.size. I feel like I need to be able to ask you what ones you can do, because it kind of feels backwards to check. More or less because you'd want you want the slots to have the majority of, like, you can sort of accept anything, whereas the item itself would be the one that's restrictive. So it either goes into everything or it only goes into some things. So I need to kind of go like, item descriptor. Item descriptor needs, fits, what, cell types, which takes in self and iterates through cell type, which is then going to say self.size.iter.map. This again also feels like it's one of those weird things of being like, these should be hash maps for one, and they should also be anyway. So we're going to say here, which is cell types, which is then going to be item descriptor dot cell types. So this is going to iterate through all of the fucking cell types, and then if item can go in some slot, in this slot type, try the next one. Okay, So well, at that point, I feel like why don't we just return sizes? Right. So it's here items. So you like this, and like shape. So expected something, something, something. In integer yield this. Okay. So you return that. Oh no, because I think is it a reference to that? Is that why you're yelling at me? Okay, right. So then we go, okay. So slot type and shape. Right. So iterate through all your fucking types and all your shapes. Just sizes. Right. So now we have the slot type and the shape. Right. To do, find first empty space that can fit this item. Why are you doing that? What dot fit? Okay, so I guess you would call self dot fit. Okay. And then you pass in the item descriptor. It's a fit. Do you need the item descriptor anymore? I don't think so. Then you just need the shape. Okay. No, can fit. So it's like if self dot can fit shape. Added item to inventory. This method takes 2 arguments, apparently. No, I don't think it takes this. You just shape. Wait, no. You do need that. No, that's the cell type. Never mind. Going like we don't need the thing. We do. We need this the slot type and the shape. This is like the own kind of thing. So you also need to be a reference just because technically it could be cloning strings around. So something can fit and then something shape. Apparently you're double dereferenced, so that's fine. Right. So we have shape, but apparently this is the wrong type of shape, so we have to go fix that shape, but that's fine. So if can fit, we return, otherwise we go to the next one. Sure, that's fine. So we add item to inventory name, and then we say the entry is entry shape.clone. Cool. And then the slot type is slot type.clone. And then we slot.add entry. So then it's self.items.insert. Except, oh yeah, entity. And I guess new entry. Sure. I'm gonna break a bunch of stuff later, but anyway. Wait, what do you want it to be? You're an entry. You're an entry. Apparently this is the wrong type of entry. That's fine. Oh, you're already doing that. Alright, cool. So you have to return the fucking cell type and shape. Like that. And then like don't return I. I was like my way of being able to have like multiple inventories in an inventory. We end up like not doing that because slots are stupid. Then you return again. Okay, why don't we just do this then? We have this entry, which is then you're storing the entity for some fuck's sake. What is this? I need to pass in the sub inventory, don't I? So shape.clone.into. You need to return the shape. I need to access all the sub inventories. So that's what like part of this having access to. Right. You're not the right place to have this. Like you are, but you aren't. It needs the sub, which is then just like optional. I feel like an item. Like the actual inventory itself should probably not be holding open the sub inventories. The idea being like if you despawn an item, it shouldn't really do that. Anyway, so sub inventory. Well, can you just pass in sub inventory? And then you return the shape, which again is shape.clone. So we add the item and then we say entry and then we say slot type equals slot type.clone and then we insert the entity with the entry. And then we return the slot shape. You know, so we have the entry and we have the entry.clone. Which has the yep, and then your shape.clone. So can fit shape. Okay, so with that, we apparently can't clone the entry, which is okay, interesting. Do we need to clone the entry? No, we don't. We can just pass in the entry. I don't know why we're trying to clone the entry. So sub inventory is yelling at me because I guess the cloned. No, wait, why are you complaining? Because it's supposed to be an asset ID. That's why. It's also wait. What? No, it's to an inventory as well. Because again, you're adding an item. The thing with this is that like technically adding an item should check that kind of thing. But anyway, self item insert. So you insert the sub item like, and you do this, and then we do this, and then we go, hey, shape.clone. These are two different types of shape, which I can fix later. I think. Honestly, I feel like add item at is just a terrible way of doing it. Sub inventory would be only relevant though when inventory with the bottle from example or not. Okay, no need to nest, just describe. Yeah, so the issue with this is that again it's that weird fucking structural thing. Adding an item doesn't like is different to spawning an item. So spawning an item, we look at the descriptor and we spawn the item in. Adding an item, we need to already like the item may already exist in the world, and so the item already has the asset ID and all that. So the idea is that like theoretically this should actually probably be private. You should never be calling add item like outside. My crate should be calling it. You should be using the inventory manager to add an item, and the inventory manager will have like access to everything that has a sub inventory or like has inventory or whatever, like and it will pull this and call it. Like so this isn't like you doing it. This is like you've requested to add this item to your inventory, and it's like, well, if it's got a sub inventory, I need to pass that in. That's the annoying thing, is because the inventory itself has no access. So this is more like a private, like internal thing of like, I'm adding this item, so I need to be able to check to make sure that the item fits. Like if anything, add item should probably just be like this, and it should just insert the item into itself. But I kind of think that the descriptor makes sense and say we should return the cell type. Even then, like add item should just take in like a shape. Except it should be shape. Like that's why I had the item descriptor though. That's the issue. Is we want to add an item and this and this. Yeah, so it gets. Okay, I'm trying to just keep the original shape. So the idea of that is that you're passing the item descriptor. We check the item descriptor. So like we then check, can it fit this shape with this slot type? That's the thing, is we need to check the item sizes and check in the shape. So we're going to go to sizes now, and we're going to say, actually, sizes, can you return shape? shape, please. I don't think it likes that. So it's saying that it's not allowed to do that because your size is not shape, but it is shape. Thank you. Can I track down this other shape and just like kill it? Can you no longer exist? I would like to replace you with shape, please. I feel like you've got a lot of code tied behind you. Anyway, we're going to say that we're going to keep refactoring until that shape no longer exists. Mostly because it's starting to get on my nerves that every time I use the word shape, it's like, oh no, but you're using the other shape. So we have to track down, I think it's in the prelude would be where that would probably be located. So we go to lib and we go to prelude. So this is shape. Thank you. So question, inventory. Right? Because that's where it's going. It's going into inventory and then going to shape. So we have mod shape here, and then somehow we must have been like, yes, we're pub using all the slots. So we're going to say pub use shape shape. Right. We have our shape. Lovely. So now we don't have to clone and not into all that because shape exists. So apparently shape doesn't implement clone, but that's a little bit weird. Right. So impulse slots can go because we don't do that anymore. Apparently impulse slots can go because we don't do that anymore. We can add a slot, but like adding a slot more like we need to do something else. The slots stop push. So we can add a slot. But adding a slot needs to take in like a cell type and a shape. And then it's shape. So then it would self.slots insert cell type shape. Right. So when we add a slot, okay. So I'm going to track down where the next issue is. The new with slots, yep, like this. So you're complaining because shape expected type found type. So this shape doesn't apparently implement clone, which is weird, but okay, clone. You can be clone. Thank you. I feel like the layout might need to be RC or something. I don't know. We can get rid of this because again, you don't exist. We have a default layout. We have that layout. Right. So basic inventory is apparently broken. So start from the top. Inventory. So can fit is a to do. Fits to do. Contains. Well, contains is pretty easy. It's self.items.contains. It's actually not technically correct, but it's what I'm going to do for now. Because theoretically, you'd have to iterate through all of the children's children as well. So we're going to say something like to do iter recursive. Well, actually, no, you can only check that. The iter recursive stuff is so this is like returns true if the inventory contains this item directly. Because the idea is that this inventory here doesn't have access to all the other inventories, so it can't actually check recursively. Okay, so get slot, you can go away. You don't exist anymore. Okay, so pub reserve items, reserve item at. I'm going to say that maybe we just don't reserve items anymore, and it should be done like differently. Add unchecked. Honestly, that's what add does. Maybe, I don't know. Add slot, so add slot to that. Add item at. To be honest, to do. I just need stuff to start compiling again. Okay. So honestly, I feel like add item should just take a shape in, and then add would be that shape. which actually kind of implies that this entire thing just goes away, maybe? Not sure. Right, all the rendering's a bit busted. We're gonna go to slot. I'm gonna go, what is slot broken? So we have slot fit. So first off, I don't think slots exist anymore. We might want this code again just for the sake of actually I feel like this whole thing, wherever this is it in inventory? Slot can probably go because slot was the old fitting logic, so I don't want it to be like completely all commented out because apparently cell type comes from in there, maybe? Okay. Bit weird. Okay, cell type. Let's cut you out. From str for cell type. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you work that way. So we wanted to go to inventory and go like get up here and be like mod cell type. So we go there and we have like, now we have cell type as its own kind of thing, and that's just all cell type is just a type that can be the type. Then we have to go back up to inventory and say slot doesn't actually exist. So I'm going to bring this down here and go, hey, these two, they don't exist. Item is its own thing. That's the old fit logic. Now, why do you not work? Because we need to say cell type and then be like pub use cell type. All right. There's something down here is having a problem. So orientation. Orientation has to come from shape. So we're just going to pub use all of shape then. Right, so that fixes a lot of that stuff. So you have an entry and you have cells and you have shape. So we're just going to get rid of all of this stuff. We also like don't want to have a slot. So you have an orientation, a shape, and a layout. Are all things that you have. So then we have like cell type. Right, so you're getting annoyed because I haven't imported the right stuff. So you're like, use Bevy prelude. Right, apparently use cow. The issue is that I want this to actually probably be more like I think it's R. It's like RC. Like this. Well, it's probably an arc actually. Right, arc. Which means it's STD sync. Arc. So the idea of using arc here is that like whenever I clone this, because now when it's cloned, before we were cloning it and we're using like a static string, but now it's like or it would clone the string, but now the fuck. Don't think that's how that works. I think I want to say that you can say like can we say like s.into? I don't think that'll work. Maybe it will. So can't find from string into scope. Maybe that's the problem. No. Right. So now you're gonna complain about this, which is fine because you can't make it from a string, but we can go like to string and then into. No, really. You don't even look from string. Okay. Dot the chars. Into chars? No. One of these does it. ASCII chars? Arc. No. There's a way to do it, but it's like I don't remember how to do it. It's like custom dot. Fine. Char dot collect. There's definitely a better way of doing this. I don't remember how to do it. the AI seems to think collecting into a vector is the correct way to do it, but I don't think that's the correct way of doing it. That turned it into like a fucking into boxed slice. No, something slice maybe. Dot to string dot into so there's a box slice. Fine. Don't call it an array of chars then. Call it an arc stir. I can't find a valid type. I honestly don't know why that took me so long to realize. So the arc, yeah, is that we're like a reference, we're atomic reference counting it, which just means that it's thread safe. And then we've just got like, so it's basically a pointer to a string slice. But it's like we're reference counting it. So the idea is that every time you clone this, we copy this, because the cow meant that like copy on write, which just means that like and it needed to be static. So if you give it a static string, it would use like just a pointer. But if you gave it a string, it would clone the string around. Whereas arc is basically saying, if I give you a string slice, make a string, put it on the heap, and reference count that. So it means that it stays cheap even if it's a string. Whereas the cow, I think, becomes expensive because it technically stays a string. So copy on write, the idea is that like when you try to modify it, it'll convert from a string slice into a string, so you can then modify it, and then it'll stay a string if it's owned. Whereas the arc is like it'll always be basically just a reference counter copy. Anyway, so we have inventory, and we say new, and then we say hey, create inventory new, and then so we add slot, and then to add a slot, we pass the correct thing in now, which is just to say I guess we can say with slots. Wow, that makes that so much easier. It's just inventory with slots, and then it's self dot slots dot iter dot clone. Cloned is an iterator thing. So what are you saying, that this is an iterator? Dot as not iter like that. It's dot. No, it's dot iter. I need to modify how that looks, which is to say, so you're returning this, which weird. What is my difference? I must be returning something else. That's inventory with slots. Where's my inventory descriptor? What the fuck is this returning? Iter returns a reference to a reference. Maybe. I don't know. What do you mean? That should be the same type. Let C equals self dot slots dot iter dot cloned. What? Intuitive? No. The fuck is your idle? How do I not be able to pass this in? Do I clone you and then pass you in? Okay, apparently that's how you do it. You clone that and then pass in the iterator. I guess that makes some sense. So this is mode, and this does all this weird stuff. All right, so this is because shape. So shape is first of offset, and then it's shape has layout. Right, layout, and then layout becomes layout rect, and you become rotation 0. Right, so that should make the item descriptor work again, which was the thing that was complaining the most, which is why I decided to rip it all out, because I was like, I need to find these places. So then somewhere in here, this returns entry, which we've apparently done differently. Right, so this is the inventory manager. This is remove item entity. So this one is the one that needs to do it recursively. So remove an item from the inventory recursively, searching through sub inventories. Right. Lovely. So not entirely sure why I made it like an entire trait called searchable, but you have an entry which is actually, honestly don't care. We want to return an asset ID inventory. Right, because this is the inventory that it came out of. So we go like returns the inventory the item was removed from. Right. I don't think we care about the shape or anything. So effectively, we go here, we go here, we go, okay. So we say remove item. So the inventory commands, this is getting annoying. So we have items. Right, we will point it to the item. And then I think these items all want to have like, it's like option sub inventory maybe? No, wait, the sub inventory stored on the thing. I don't care. At some point I want the sub inventory, but like, we don't care. We come down here. Wait, no, this is spawning item. Removing an item. So we say, removing an entity. This is the inventory command. So for slot entry. Okay, wait. So if self dot contains item, return okay self dot invite it. Okay, so again, I'm gonna put a little comment here and be like, if this inventory contains the item directly, return it, remove it and return it. So if self dot contains, can we say self dot remove? Is some. Okay, so we remove it, you know, obviously. Then we're going to go for like through each item. So this is going to be, I guess we don't care, entry in self please spell self dot current inventory dot items. Can we call that a function? I guess we call it items, and then we can just say entry like that, because then when we iter the items, it'll return the entry. So you need like a pub iter. I guess we can say iter sub. and then this will take in self, and it will return a whose item equals asset ID. Something like that. And then we say, sure, that'll work. So self dot items dot values. So it's iterating through all the items, it's getting the values, it's filtering this, and it's saying entry sub inventory. Except we don't want to return that. Wait, maybe we do want to return that. You return option. So if it's none, it filters it out. So it's like filter map. So the idea is that this will say this will only return this will only iterate through the things that actually have sub inventories. So we can go back to like the manager and we say wherever the remove item was. Remove item. So then we say for iter sub inventories, we say, hey, this asset ID, and then we say can we say self dot I don't think we can. So we have to be like so we just have current inventory. So we do this, we go, okay, let inv equal self dot get inventory entry. No, it's more like let some else warn failed to get sub inventory when trying to remove item from inventory skipping. Continue. Okay, thank you. The AI is a little bit verbose, but you know, the issue is we want to check all of these things sub inventories too, which kind of, you know, is gonna, I would want to call it recursively. So you iterate your sub inventories. You iterate whether you contain. Like something tells me that I want to pass in. Where the fuck was I? Manager. I feel like I need a function that's like that doesn't take in mute self. So we need like a fn remove internal. Right, so removing internal doesn't take in self. It takes in a inv with a reference to an inventory, a item, which is an entity, right, and assets, which is a reference to assets inventory. I guess no, we call it find. Right, and then option. Inventory. Right. So the reason for doing that is we're going to go if self dot contains item, if inv dot contains item, return inv dot id apparently. Well, that's a pain. I guess this has to be a start or check. Okay, we're trying to make it recursive so that it's a little bit easier. So like asset ID inventory. So this is like a helper thing. So we're gonna say let some inventory equals assets get failed to get inventory while trying to find item skipping. Return none. All right. So then we're gonna say if item contains, if inventory contains item, return check. Right. Then for inventory sub inventories, we'll grab the entry. Then we say for each of these, we say wherever the hell we are, find. So entry. This feels like it should return a result because I want to be able to basically bubble back up that like, hey, one of these entries is missing entirely. But we'll ignore that for now. This returns none, which skips it. So we say we iterate through this. We then call inventory command find, and then we want to check entry. Then we want to pass in the item and the assets, and then we go if let some found return found. Okay, so this should work because when we call find, we're basically recursively searching down. So we check that the current inventory that we're looking for exists. If not, we write a warning, and then we say if inventory contains the item, we return, hey, this inventory is the one you want. Then we go for every sub inventory in the current inventory, and we go one deeper. The idea being that like theoretically you could probably nest deep enough to cause issues. Interestingly, I've just considered that you could also probably put an item inside itself. So, yeah. It is entirely possible to make looping inventories. I don't know how I would stop that. The only thing I'm thinking is like you somehow make it so that you can't put it inside itself, but then you just have multiple levels of recursion. So what I'd probably want to pass in as well is say like find and then checked is new hash set hash set, which is then like asset ID inventory. Right. So when you get to here, the very first thing you do is say if well, don't even go down a level, I guess. So you say for this, if checked dot contains entry, continue, and then we check each entry. Well, no, don't do that. When you find it, first thing you do is say checked insert checked. I mean, each of those should return none, so that's actually fine. Well, I guess it's when you get to here. We're returning some by that point. Maybe. I don't know. Basically, I don't want to say you've checked it until you actually manage to check it, so that's why I'm doing it like after contains. It's like if you checked it and it didn't have it, insert it into the checked, and then iterate through each of these and go, hey, if you've already checked it, just don't check it again. Then check it, because when you call this, it'll run at least this far. It could return none. which is part of like why we return. Like if you checked it immediately, then you would need to check all the nuns multiple times. But again, you shouldn't be nesting inventory circularly. This is just again a catch to be like, please do not fucking do that. Can we actually do that as well? Be like, we're gonna like error and be like, inventory has circular reference, already checked this inventory while looking for item in inventory. Lovely. So when we say remove item, we say self, like this, self find. So we need to, so remove item. Let mute checked equals new hash, and then we say mute checked. Ooh, what the fuck are you doing? Checked. So I guess we do this, and then we're like, okay, or, and then the error is remove failed, item not found. Item. So we have to check. What are we checking? Checking is the inventory, I guess. So this is self.id, inv.id. The item is the item, and the assets is a reference to self. Brand self dot all inventories, like so. So that should recursively check all the way down. I've also just realized that I could do the same thing in here where I already did self.find, never mind. Apparently I'm cooked. So spawning item does some kind of weird thing. Spawning an item at, again, I feel like we moved the entire API. Don't spawn an item at. I feel like when you spawn an item, you pass in like a location for the item to spawn. But anyway. So when you add an item, so that makes me go like here. We want to be something like this, and then like I was doing up before, and be like option, yeah, static item inventory, right? So that's what this does is it basically says, get me the item, and if it has an item inventory, get me it. But like, so it'll only return items, but it'll also return anything that has an item inventory. The idea being, apparently, this is not allowed to be reborrowed. Right, because you're different. Yeah. So that's maybe this. We need to pass items down. So right. So when we say add item, we say get me the handle for the item. So this is the handle and sub inventory. Right. So then we say descriptor is self.descriptor load. So this loads the descriptors. And then we say match some current inventory add item. Subinf dot map s dot 0 dot id. Right, because adding an item requires a sub inventory. That's the idea. So basically we're saying, hey, if it's got an inventory, sub inventory, give it the sub inventory. Then this will return something, none. Apparently this returns none not yet implemented. So when we say add item, this add item complains. Okay. So sure, you can return not implemented yet. This returns something. I don't know what it returns. Self add item. Add item returns the cell type and the shape. Okay. So you return the cell type and the shape, and we say added item to inventory in slot. Added item to inventory in slot at with slot type. So we want to go something like I guess it's slot. Shape. Something doesn't implement display apparently. That's fine. Both of these can just be default. Debug, please. Just print it out, you know. Okay. Reborrow, like whole. Reborrow is like reborrow the lifetime. So it's saying like it has mutable references, but it's not telling you that it has mutable references. So you're effectively saying like because they're only valid for like the local lifetime. If you reborrow something, you let it you're effectively saying I want a new copy of you in terms of lifetimes. So the compiler, I can show you the thing. So if we go back up to reborrow in here. So when query reborrow is probably the worst reborrow. It's much more obvious with commands. So the commands reborrow. So we're implementing commands with W and S, where commands is W and S. Then when we reborrow commands, we're saying we want a new copy of commands that has the same W, which is the world lifetime, so how long the world is alive, but with an erased S lifetime, which the underscore just means that the compiler gets to decide. So the compiler just gets to choose whatever lifetime it thinks is appropriate. So it basically is the equivalent of saying, hey, I know that this component is going to live for WS, but this component will live for W and whatever you decide. So whenever I drop it, that's the end of this. So it's just a way of like re-upping the lifetime, because otherwise you end up with situations where you're trying to borrow something where you're like, hey, I know that this bit of it's going to live way longer, but this bit isn't, and I need this bit to like, I need to know how long this bit lives, but I need it to be shorter than this bit. So I guess the example would be to go where we're using it. So manager. So what's happening here is we have the inventory manager with its W and S. And then we have the inventory commands with its own W and S. And we're saying that these Ws are the same. That's what reborrow is doing, is saying that the W of this commands is the same as this W. But the S here doesn't have to be the same as this S, which lets it have a different, like, be borrowed at the same time without having to guarantee that this is always valid while this is valid, because they're actually like different lifetimes. It lets the compiler basically like treat them as different types at a different point. Otherwise it gets confused and basically says, oh, but this needs to outlive that. And you end up with this situation where it keeps telling you that W needs to outlive S and S needs to outlive W. And it's like, well, it can't be both. So you have to reborrow it so that it basically picks a new lifetime and doesn't try and make the lifetimes fight. So self.commands entity item. So when we add an item, we say add item here, which I guess checks. This is why I'm thinking what you should do. So adding an item should add the item. And then when the item is added, we say commands entity insert. So we insert the shape and then the slot type, which is just called slot now. Now, this is about rendering it, and I don't know if this is necessarily the most appropriate thing. When we add an item, we should probably, instead of inserting the shape and shit like that, we should just insert in self dot in and then can you just return, apparently you return slot, which is incorrect. Oh, okay, no. So add item, and then this returns, I guess, shape. Can you just return nothing, actually? Just be happy that you did a good job. It's a little bit weird because it does nothing. So all we're doing is saying self commands entity item insert in inf self image. So when we call add item, it checks to see that it'll fit. It checks to see if this entity can fit. If it can fit, it inserts that this entity is in this inventory, which is a little bit weird way of doing it. Again, in future, I would kind of like want to replace add at and be like, can we just make add have a shape or something? Like the idea would be add at is then a entity and also like a shape. Is it a shape? Yeah, it's a shape. Apparently a shape, but it's just a shape. But then again, you would also just return that you actually succeeded to do it. So the very first thing you do is grab out the handle and the sub image, like that. So then the next thing you do, so this is adding at. So this says this, and it says match self current inventory. So, because this is the annoying thing about it, is we effectively go, hey, get the item descriptor. Well, no, you don't even need the item descriptor. use item and entity. Because we've already got the shape. Well, So I guess because you don't need the cell type. I don't think we actually store that anyway. So we like maybe. We still need to know if it can fit. Like if it accepts a certain cell type. So the idea is that the shape has a layout, an orientation, and offset. So really it's only the layout that we care about. So self items get. So this gets the item, and then we get the descriptor, and then we say for slot type slot shape in descriptor dot sizes. Now I feel like this shouldn't return a shape. This should just return a layout, because again, we're kind of defining the offset when it's in that slot, which could be somewhat interesting to return, but it also just doesn't make sense, to be honest. So we're going to say if slot underscore if slot, no, wait, what is it called? If shape dot layout does not equal slot shape dot layout. Continue. Right. I think that's it. So then we say self dot current inventory dot can fit. If self dot current inventory can fit slot type and shape break. I think you just return, but anyway. So you would self dot can fit no self dot current inventory dot add item. Apparently you need the item descriptor, because again, adding item. I'm getting annoyed because everything's fucking named the same and I keep renaming shit. Okay, so where is it? It's back to but then it is bounded by the reading direction or not. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is first hit counts is actually what I want, which is that basically the idea is you would prioritize them when you declare them, that if it finds this particular slot type, it will try and go in there first. The idea is that you prioritize it. So the like battery type, like the battery slot, is always first, because that means like if it's the best fit, like it can give things a priority as well, but like the idea is it will fit in the best slot type, because that's the top, like the first slot type it tries is considered to be the most appropriate slot for it to go in. So you'll notice when I declare the battery in the items, when I declare the phone battery, I declare the battery and then I declare untyped. So if it ever finds a phone battery slot, it'll go in there. And then if it can't go in there, it'll try to see if it can fit in a normal battery. And that's where that kind of thing is going. Is a little bit weird. So when we say fn add, so we pass in the shape. The shape is I don't know if the shape's the best idea. So add, if you pass in the shape is basically checking to make sure that it's actually a valid shape before it tries that specific type. And then we go down here and we say self can fit. So we check the can fit, which is like going to do all the collision checks. And then we say self current inventory. So we need to go to the inventory, wherever that is. And we need to like, I guess add in an insert or something. We just need something that lets me put an inventory in without having to check it, because we've already checked it. Pub, and then insert underscore item. Right, which just does that. So it needs to be an entry, which is a shape and a sub inventory. So we have the shape and the entry. Yeah, okay. So now we have to go back to the manager and go, okay, so add item is now, we're going to insert insert item, which is going to, again, not care about the item type. It's going to take in the entry, which is item, and then the sub inventory, which we just need to like map and then it's like a v.id. v.0.id. I need to implement like something. I'm not sure why this is doing what it's doing. So if you get to here and you successfully do that, then we're going to return. Okay. Right. So the can fit does that. No, no. So I'm still unclear. Oh, right, because you need to be result add failed, no slots that accept this item. Unclear. Oh, because you need to be an entry. So it's entry, and then it's shape.clone apparently. Okay, yeah, we clone the shape and then we map the sub inventory into the inventory. So I'm going to maybe add like a item inventory into. I feel like I need this mapping to go the fuck away, just because it's a little bit annoying that I have to keep doing that. Anyway, so adding an item requires some kind of spawning an item. So when we add item at, we specify the shape, which because the shape contains all the information. So the offset, the rotation, and the layout. We check to make sure that the layout's actually valid for where we're trying to put it, because that's the idea of like if you're trying to stick it in and the descriptor doesn't even have like. So the idea of being like you can't change the size of something, but even then we may not even need to. Oh no, that's right. So what this is doing is actually making sure that like we need to work out which of the slot types are valid ones to check, because that's like the idea is that the descriptor tells us it can be in like these 4 different things, but it's like we're saying, hey, put it in as a 1x1. It's like, well, actually we have to check that it is valid for it to be a 1x1. Otherwise, it'll end up being like if you pick it up out of a battery slot and put it somewhere else, it'll yeah, can fit. My fitness versus oh god, fit more fit more, fit less. Okay, so if current inventory, so we insert the item, and the inserting the item, apparently adding the item checks if it can fit. I don't know. So we say, yeah, if self.current item can fit, self.current item insert item. All right, so yeah, so this is the spawning of an item. So the first thing that we want to do with the spawning of the item, so when we spawn this item in the inventory, I guess is apparently get the descriptor, which is self.descriptor.get item descriptor. I feel like I want this to be a handle to an item descriptor, because if you fail it, short chance. Right. Then self.all get. Okay, so we don't do this anymore. All right. So spawning an item, we spawn this, then we check. Okay. So first we have to check can fit. So we need to be like like for slot type shape in. No, surely we can just say like. Right, yeah, no, it's let shape. Oh, right. We call self.current inventory. Oh, wait, can we just call fit? Descriptor. So fit should return, yeah, so like let some shape equals self.fit, else return add fail. No slots except this item. That is incorrect. The add fail is entity, not an item, no slots in inventory. I'm gonna say inventory full. No, does not fit. Item does not fit. Has no size defined and cannot be added to the inventory. No, it's just item. There is no space big enough for this item to be enough to put this item in the inventory. Okay, so it returns entry, but yeah. Let some shape self-fit carries meaning. Yeah, like that's kind of is the like the way I'm trying to structure it, is that like it's yeah, like I keep naming shit one way and then doing something else. Like the idea of like the adding the item for some reason is the thing that checks every orientation, and it's like really it shouldn't be doing that. So it's let some shape equals self-fit. So it should probably be try fit, right? And then otherwise we return. So fit just says yes or no, which is, I guess, makes sense because it's saying it doesn't fit or it does fit. No slot in inventory. Well, technically it could return a couple of different things. Does not fit. That's what it's called. Does not fit. Wait a second. You return asset ID inventory. Now you passed in a handle, so technically I could return, like I could print out something like the path. I don't know. Does not fit. Let some shape. Well, actually, we can just return descriptor.name, couldn't we? But anyway, I'm going to return the descriptor because it makes a little bit more sense when you're trying to print this stuff out, maybe. Yeah. All right. So you get the shape. So you say, hey, fit the shape. So now we know it fits. So then we can do something like this, and we have the shape. We can do the sub-inventory stuff, which again is about like spawning in the sub-inventory. And then we come down here and we go, I don't think we actually need any of this stuff because we can just say self.insert item, which is then going to be entity, and then the entry is the shape, and it maps the sub-inventory if the sub-inventory exists. Okay. So you have an inventory to the end. Let sub equal else none. Something like that. And then so we add this self all in page. All right. So then we have to, so this is the item's actual inventory. Well, I guess it's more like we want to go like sub option this equals this, and then we can say here before we like insert it, we can say sub equals sum. Otherwise, sub equals none. This is another like really cool Rust thing that I didn't learn until like only like a year ago. Is that so you can declare it up here like this, and you effectively say like, hey, I will later assign to this, and then the compiler makes sure that at some point between here and using it, which is to go sub dot ID, some point between me declaring it here and me using it here, I must have assigned to it. And because I didn't make it mutable, there's no mute here, I can only have assigned to it exactly once. So the idea is that like if I had like a whole bunch of like nested paths or something, it would not let me if there was a possible way, like if some branch or combination of logic would ever let you not assign this, it wouldn't let me. So I can declare it here and then say, hey, if you get to here, it's none. Otherwise, it's some. Otherwise, I could make it mute and equal none. And then like here, I could set it to some. Or I could make it equal here and then like return that. I just think it's nicer rather than having to like declare it here and then push it out the bottom here. I would rather declare it here, assign here, and then pass the handle here. Because otherwise, we'd have to keep hold of the handle so that we could like declare it here and return it up. Just like a little bit neater. Anyway, so then we can stick the sub inventory in when we insert an item. Then we come up here and go, okay, what the hell do you take in and what are you returning? So you insert the item. I think technically spawning an item. Oh, you need to return the entry. Yeah. Okay. So you then when you get to here, you say okay, entity, entity, please. Right. So you spawn that in and you say, hey, here's the thing. Otherwise, you add failed, and the add failed is that the item descriptor is not found. The item does not fit. This might need to be changed because technically, like there's a does not fit and there's not enough, like not the right type of slot. But in this case, they're both the same. It's just that the fit failed. Okay. Now we have to like again continue moving down here. I kind of want to work out what's wrong with you, or like what are you doing? What am I doing wrong? I think I'm just adding slots in the wrong way. So you would be like an array that's like this. That says that you're like 5, 7, no, your cell type untyped 5, 7. Oh, wait, no. Shape. Position 0, 0. Wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. How are you taking a shape? Expected cell type found shape. Oh, sorry, it's not an array. It's because we're only adding one. I thought this was like declaring it. No one. Cell type untyped. And then shape is offset 0. Size is what size? No, it's called. The orientation is orientation. What? Degree 0. And then layout is a layout rectangle 5 by 7. Right. So we say new inventory, and the new inventory is the test inventory. And so that fixes the 2 bugs up here, like all the 2 compile errors up here. Now, mouse interaction is all over the place. So rendering is going to be a bit weird. I think we could like tweak how we do it. So update displayed item transform. Why do you not like this? So we need shape. Change shape. Inventory shape is not a component apparently. Ooh, okay. Right. So render slot does with the rendering kind of needs to be completely redone, but anyway. This is the update the rendering transform. So honestly, just make you not do anything. Yeah, you don't do anything. Actually just probably remove the whole thing, to be honest. Because this actually technically shouldn't even really be here. Oh look, there's do something from earlier. So rendering items, rendered items. This stuff is in render, which is like the old way of doing it. So like this is like old code that I actually don't feel like porting, that I literally want to rip out anyway. So now you're complaining because spawn window. Okay, so this does something. Again, spawn window, I'm going to bite the bullet and say, I have an instance of you somewhere else. We're going to get rid of this, get rid of this. Again, old code that was doing something but is no longer doing anything. I only kept it around because, again, it did stuff in terms of the testing, like make sure that the examples looked the same. I needed to keep it doing it. So spawn inventory is just like not a thing anymore. That was like how you would declare something like to render an inventory, you'd call spawn inventory. Because again, I needed to like somehow delay it by a frame so that everything is actually loaded in, but we shouldn't need to do that anymore. The spawn inventory window. This is in render node. Update inventory. So these all do need to be done. Okay. So update node. Update icon node image. So this tells me that I need to store the cell type that I stuck it in. Because I don't actually want this to have the shape, but this is in. So we have to get the inventory that it's in. So get the item, we get the item descriptor, we get the descriptor, we get the handle, which is to say in. So we have to. No. You're in that inventory. We could say that in inv has. Well, I mean, is there a reason not to have you be the one that keeps track of what specific inventory? Like, can we just say like hub cell type? Because again, it shouldn't be changing, and I just feel like attaching it to the actual entity kind of implies something that's not true. So you just check that specific inventory and get rid of it. So then somewhere up here we've got something wrong because in inv. So you insert that. Right. So spawning an item. Entity. So when we call fit needs to tell us the cell type. So what type it was and where it put it, basically. Because otherwise it doesn't really work. Vector manager. Okay, so we have cell type, and then we go here and we go, hey, go. So you're in this inventory and you're this cell type, and you get spawned. Because the idea is if it doesn't fit, it returns doesn't fit. You're the same. So when you add the item to the inventory, we say add item. I guess we need to match in slot type, and then we say, hey, look, that's where you went. Shape, and then we say slot. Because theoretically, you don't need to even return the shape because the shape is stored inside. Is there any overloading, aka unique function signatures to be used coupled to a context? No, the only kind of like overloading you can do in Rust is that you can use generics, and so you can like you'll see me do it occasionally. Like it's like impl into something. So like when I've declared like into impl, like here, into impl string is saying that like it's a way of doing generic, because the other way to do it is t where t impl. Like this is just like what's it called, syntactic sugar. Do string. So it's not really overloading. It's just saying that like text can be any type that I can turn into a string. So the idea is that like this is just syntactic sugar for doing that, where t is a thing. So you don't have to declare the type. So you can just pass in anything, and if that thing happens to be able to turn into a string, it works, which is what this needs. And so the idea is that when we go to this function, it calls .into, so that's why it only needs to care what it is. So it just needs to hold the string. So it's just anything that can be a string. There's no overloading. Like you can't have a function that does different things based on what you pass into it. It cannot. You can just sort of tell it what types, like what functions the thing gets passed to, and it has to directly use them. Like there's no overloading like in C++, where you're like, if it's two integers, you do this. If it's an integer and a float, you do this. If it's an integer and integer, you do that. Like the signature in Rust is there's one signature. There's monomorphism, which is that if the signature meets a certain rule, it might like do some compile time optimizations, but like technically it's the same signature, which is that this type implements this type. Otherwise, they're a different function. And the generic is just a way of doing that. So I don't know what this is fucking doing. Detect drop. So honestly, I do not care. All the inventory stuff is actually probably going to be much easier now that I like just know where stuff is. So what we're going to do actually is we're going to say, please disable the clicking of the inventory while I same thing with here. All this like interaction stuff, like try pick up. Can you just like not? Like I think everything should be fine in terms of like it's just a little bit annoying. I don't have to fix all these when it's like I don't even know if it's rendering properly. Right, so this is show tooltips. Tooltips is interesting. Okay. So again, I feel like you're gonna run into some issues. So shape.ui transform. Right. So this is update image node image. Right. So you're doing something. So this is spawning an inventory window. I don't know what you're up to. You're spawning this. So this iterates through all the slots in an inventory. So we spawn an inventory window for anything that's added an inventory node that has a render inventory. And we say for entity node in new. Okay, so we get the inventory, which is the inventory manager to open node. Else failed to open inventory for node. Theoretically, there's like a weird cheaty thing I can do. Like I could reinsert this so that it tries again. So basically it's saying, hey, this inventory hasn't loaded yet. Like, and then just keep trying. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, so style, and then we get the style for the style, and we get the background color, and we get the background color, and we clone. I think this is actually the background image, and we clone, and we say entity insert image node, image color background. So, technically we override that. That's a little bit weird. If let some background image style, we override the background node's image, which I think is a little bit weird because if you pass something in, theoretically, we would want to use that instead. I don't know why I'm doing it. I think because the other option would be to go something like option mute image node. Maybe something like this. Image. Or this would be that background. Background. Something like that. Actually, I don't even think I need to do that because it gives me access to the mute that we will consume. And then I guess we consume all of the new anyway. Stop umming. So you get to here and get to here, and we go, hey, so if let some background image style background image, and then we can go if let some mute image equals background image equals background node. Otherwise, commands entity insert background with default stuff. The idea is that if you've given me a background image, I'll override it. If you haven't, I'll just insert a new one. And this also only gets done if you've actually told this thing that it styles with the background. So for I in slots, I don't know what this is doing. This is like spawning a bunch of stuff in a specific like way, right? So this is a slot node, item node. So this is like for each slot. So I guess this is one of the advantage of being like inventory. Like everything's in inventory, is that we effectively go oops. So we style you have a rendered inventory. We grab the inventory with our inventory commands. So we style the currently selected node if the inventory exists. I guess, well, I mean, technically you can do that without the inventory existing. We don't even need to do this bit. I don't know what this is doing. This is command spawn. Not entirely sure what this is doing. I don't want to delete it because again, it's doing something. Alright, so I think what it's doing is we're saying like commands. We would probably need access to all the items. Do we even care about the items? It's an item node and we put the entity in, that points to the item. And that's kind of it. I don't think each slot needs its own thing, but that would be an interesting, like we do need to somehow render that, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to go about that yet. I guess the way you go with that is you go commands dot spawn like 4 slot type shape in inventory dot slots. It'd be something like that, and then we'd spawn this in, which is going to be this stuff. So we have to go like get it to be able to actually do that. So to do that, we need to go here and go. Okay, so this inventory thing here, inventory node. Where's our inventory come from? Okay, so this inventory needs a like a fn slots. Which needs to take in that, and it needs to like do that. And then it's like, hey, it returns a cell type and a shape. Right. So the way that that works, I guess, somehow, we go to rendering. We go, okay, item nodes. Nope. Yeah. Spawn inventory window. So you are going to have the slot type and the shape, and then we do this. So this is a weirdly thing of it. So this is a slot node. Okay. Then apparently I've called you a render slot, but I don't actually know if I care about that. And then the same thing with I've called you an inventory, and then the inventory actually points to the root. So I probably do need the render slot thing, because that's like how you would check your style. It's how you would do all that stuff. But anyway, name new format name new format. Okay. This is like a really weird way of doing this. So I guess we do the same thing. We grab this, we go, hey, comment this out. I'm in, out, in, out. So we do that, except it's not slot, it's shape dot size dot x. No, okay, wait, no, so we need to like go up here and be like let size equal shape dot size as vector 2 times 5 this, and then be like you are size dot no, what, self dot x, no, size dot x, and then your size dot y, and then you would top and left. So that would be let pos equal shape dot offset dot as I vec 2 times by this, and then this just becomes pos dot x, pos y, pos x. So now we just need to add size to shape, and that should be basically all of this. So this is the styling thing, and this is the tiling thing. Okay. this is the styling thing, and this is the time. Okay, fucking dumb. Now, the interesting thing with this would be to go. This needs some kind of way of rendering a specific image, but can't be bothered with it right now. So at the moment, it's just going to do this, which is just say cell style icon thing. So we still need the size, and then the child of, okay, entity. And then we also want like a z index of like -1, I think. That basically having a z index of -1 would mean that it should always, I think, like nodes with communities are treated as if they have a value of z index 0. So from what I understand is like the lower the value is always rendered below. Yeah, so nodes with a higher z index will appear on top of sibling nodes with a lower index. So they will be stacked in order, like in the children's list, like so the first child will be at the bottom, unless the z index is different. So they're treated as 0 if you don't give them one, and so we're going to treat all of the slots as -1, so they'll always render on the below, and then we'll treat each of the items as, I guess, we can call them 0, and that will mean that they always render on top. So then how do we spawn the items? So it's like for entry and entry. So we can say for item in inventory dot item. Did I not add that item iterator? That's kind of dumb. Anyway, go back to here and go like, hey, slots, and then also pub items, which just again iterates through all the items. I don't think we care. Oh, actually, we probably do care. We need to know the actual where the item is located. I don't know if it matters, but again, this thing doesn't actually keep what the item is, so that does kind of make sense. So we're going to go item and shape. And then how do you spawn this? We effectively just set lights. Let's set them. Whoop. We do something like this. And paste this in. Now, from my understanding, is like it's going to effectively be guaranteed that it's in a certain place. So anyway, so we let size is equal to shape.size. Right. Does the end? What the fuck's the entry contain? I've forgotten. Items? What's an entry? Oh, it's a sub inventory. I don't feel like opening the sub inventory. Maybe we can make it like a recursive thing. Back to item node. No, inventory nodes. No, not here. Okay, so we say apparently root.spawn, but that's not correct. It's just commands. It's all like indented a little bit too far too. So for each item, we say that you're a render item, which is just yeah, item like that. So you need to shape.size. Yeah, we can do that. And then we just want to like width is apparently size.x. Oh yeah, because it says that x and width. Yep. Okay. So theoretically, the other stuff can all come in too, but we kind of have to work that out later because I think there's some weird, wacky shit that happens. So the only thing we're missing now is that like these both need size, which means that both of these need shape. So probably the easiest way is to go here, to go shape, and go, okay. So that's technically you, I think. Yeah. We want to import enum size. Wait, what? My brain is dying. Oh god. Right, so this just returns the size, which is your size, and then Can we import shape? Wait, import shape, please. Shape, brain, shape. Now, the issue with importing shape is that we do actually probably need to apply the orientation. I'm going to pretend like it doesn't matter right now, but I'm pretty sure when we say size, we are going to need to apply the orientation. Maybe not though, because maybe because of the fact that we do the rotation after, we don't need to. I don't know. Pretend like we don't need to. So fn show item tooltips enum item. No, this is all different stuff. Node. Okay, so mode. We spawn you. We have hey shape.size. So your entry. Okay, so the entry is apparently different. So I'm going to deref you because derefing you means that like effectively I'm saying that you're a shape. An entry is just a shape, but it's also a shape that can technically hold an inventory. It could have an inventory. Let me go back here. We go, okay. So this is the update inventory node, which is that the change. If you changed the render item, I don't think I'll ever change the render item, but I guess you do you. So then we have the image node, the image, the item node, right? Which is what item it points to. So rendered item node. Item node, I believe, is the parent. Maybe. Rendered item. Maybe. Oh god. So update item node image. So for something tells me that the way that I would be doing this is I'd be triggering changed on this, like by going up the propagation, triggering change on this, which then would cause this to trigger change, which would then, the idea being that like to make sprites and not sprites independent of each other, which is, so display mute. So we have the image, the node. So what the fuck have I got wrong here? So first off, in-inv slot type. So we have to get the image, which is the in-inv slot type. So apparently it's just one. So right. So we fetch, yeah, okay, the item. We grab the item. We grab the in-inv. Wait, no, it's just called in-inv. Yeah. So descriptor. We have the descriptor. Get the image. And then go here and say, hey, so you return. So get image takes in a reference to a cell type. So reference you, and then else. 0. I had the right 0. My brain just went like, no, that's not the right 0. Does not have an image compatible with type slot display. So we then have an image and a size. Now, what's interesting about that is because I think we set the size before equal to the space. I guess that's the idea of being like we want to override it. So then we say style, and we get the style for this, and then we say size is style.cells times the size as vec2. All right, and then we say that your transform is equal to shape.ui transform with cell size. Let's not do that, but in future. Then we set your node position to absolute. Again, let's not do that. Let's set your width to size.x and set your height to size.y. And then we say your image is equal to your image. So this should then go back to rendering the node properly. So what are you complaining about? Something about shape not being in an inventory. I mean, fair enough. Somehow the shape was keeping hold of the icon, but like you're the rendered item. We don't actually need the shape. So this is drop item, which probably means that the drop item shape Yeah. That's into that inventory. All right. Asset ID inventory. I'm thinking we go like fuck that. We say, hey, drop inventory shape. So the click gives us the inventory and the shape. The commands, and we have a hand. The hand contains the actual held item. The inventory, render inventory. So we shouldn't need the render inventory. So it's going to be like, yeah, because we can just like say, hey, so if there's a held item to it, otherwise we say like, hey, let some inventory manager, inventory renderer. Except that becomes click dot inventory. So inventory asset not found, ignoring drop. And then we go like let OK. The icon shape is icons. Dot get held entity. Held dot entity. Okay. Why are you? Item. Rendered item. And then we say rendered item is an entity. And then we say match. We have the inventory manager. We say, hey, inventory. We open the inventory. We got the item. So how do we conclude? It was like add item. Right? Is that how it worked? No. Okay, so we match inventory. We do something. This is a very weird way. Honestly, the clicking is probably not the best way to. I actually don't know if this even works. Yeah, I think this is the old way of doing it. Sorry. Okay. Well, again, we're gonna just disable everything that happens, because there's no point if it's not even going to render properly trying to fix this code. And I also feel like this is the wrong location. I don't think that we actually do the mouse interactions in here anymore. I think they're done inside of rendering and interactions, because this was like the old way I was doing the mouse stuff. Are we not bringing in like the whole preload? We are bringing the correct preload in. Why are you not bringing in shape then? Rotate held item. Honestly, I think this whole module can go. I feel like tooltips is underneath this module, so maybe not. Yeah, tooltips is entirely underneath this module. Goddamn. Right. It's going to complain about something, I'm sure. Mouse interaction plugin. Turn that back on. Turn that back on. And then just get rid of these two observers. No. Wait, you didn't even do anything. Come on, you can go away. Why are you not working? Why do you have 9+ errors? Can you run this example? No. Where exactly is the error? Oh, I missed like a little folded section. That's stupid. Okay, now tooltips is complaining. That's fine. I don't mind. Tooltips you can so show item tooltip is the only one that seems to be broken. Is that basically show item tooltip is saying that we need the item. And I guess an in right. Cool. So we get the item and it's in the specific inventory. We could even do like an optional like in inf so that you can like select one that's not. Anyway, if let some old, this should work fine. Rendered. Wait a second. What? Oh, I probably removed too much stuff. So there's rendered item and also in inf. So I removed too many things. So then there's rendering item in inf. And then we enter a rendering item. Why am I not able to edit you? Editor? Why can't I not iterate you? That's a bit weird. Oh, because... So, that's why you're the end one. So like cut that out. Paste that one back in. So then you would work, and then you would work, and then rendered inventory. So we replace that one, and then we get the last thing, and then we iterate through that, and then we iterate through that. And then we clear out all the tooltips, and we go down here and something like detecting hover. Wait, look, where's the final error? It's up here somewhere, apparently. In here? Must be. All right, so we are no longer spawning shape because right, we have to actually look up the inventory. Okay. I mean, that's not that annoying, to be honest. So debug info, something. So size, flex, shape. Right, this is doing something else entirely. So this one's the one that we need to look up the slot ID and the shape ID, which we're coming from somewhere else, which is that we need to say, I guess, if you're down here, we need to go like inventory, which is then like a res assets inventory. Oh no, my OBS is deciding that it's had enough. Well, no, YouTube's just yelling at me. Never mind. OBS is still working fine. That's actually nice. Anyway, so when we get here, we need to. This is a little bit weird, but anyway, I want to go like let info equals inventory get. So let sum else. Do you just return then? Cool. So this is now the inventory. Now we don't get to know what slot type it's in. Oh no, we do, because in inv. Okay, so this is in inv.1. So this is the slot type, and then the shape is we have the entity, right? Like the tooltip tells me that. Yeah. Okay. So, wait, no, not the entity. Maybe. Yeah. No, okay. You're the yeah. Never mind. You're the one I got. So we're gonna say let shape equal info dot get shape on dot no, what's it called? Event dot item. So this gets spawned here because it doesn't matter which inventory like it is that can happen. Then we get the shape, which is to go, hey inventory, get me the shape, and then we're going to say I guess sum else return. It should really return like put some kind of error out, because really you shouldn't be able to do that. But anyway, that would imply that you're inside an inventory but not inside the inventory, which is again an error state. But fn get shape. So self item entry. So you don't have a sub inventory. Cool. Apparently you have some kind of mouse interaction hand, which I have now since removed. So the mouse interaction plugin is gone. The tooltip plugins get to survive. Hey, look, these ones are now throwing the errors. And I think it's because I changed a bunch of the types. So again, get rid of the mouse interaction plugin. You can give the tooltip plugin. Come down here, and we were like, hey, test spawn at. So apparently we don't have a spawn at anymore. Okay. So we can add spawn at back, I think. And this spawn inventory is just not a thing anymore. So You just don't do that. Instead, you would do something like spawn. That's the UI version, and then you would spawn a you become, because this is supposed to render both commands dot spawn. So you would be a render inventory new test inventory handle clone, and then sprite inventory sprite. I should probably reverse those and call it a sprite inventory, but then anyway, and then this would be a inventory node, like that. So this one would spawn one of those two. It's apparently not rot its degree. Oh, 270. This one is degree 0, and again, still no spawn at. It's just not a thing that you can do. Update man, yeah, you can go away. That was about making sure that the inventory had a chance to spawn before it tried to render it, because otherwise it just crashed. You're fine. So this is the basic inventory. So the only thing we're missing is spawn at. Interesting. So you're the same. Basically, the only thing you're missing is spawn at. You also have some weird slot hangover stuff. So you do this, and then we say test inventory. And to add slot and be all like add a slot, which is going to be a cell type untyped, and then a shape. Your shape is, sorry, offset 0. Size is, I guess, it's going to be the small one. So this is like 5 by 7 apparently. That's what I keep doing for everything. So this is 5 by 7, and then this is going to be wait, no, it's not. It's called layout. No, orientation. Yep, yeah, it's layout. Thank you. Thank you. And then we need to like test img.add add slot cell type. Oh wait, we can't add multiple slots of the same type. That's right, because now it's a hash map. Well, that's interesting. How do I get around with that? Wait a second. This is the this is the the UI inventory. So I guess we just make you really big, like you're like make you like 30 by 30, or like 50 by 30. Make you nice and big, and that should just spawn in like a nice big inventory that we can mess with. And the idea would be that the backpacks would be the ones that have 2 slots, because the backpacks actually can have 2 slots, because then yeah, okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Anyway, the inventory interaction plugin is going to go. I should probably comment it out because I don't want it to come back. It's just that so the only thing I think left, and this is degree. This is also degree. So it's only really the spawning at, and this is degree 0. Right. So spawning at is the thing that needs to be done, which is to go test inventory and these spawn at. Again, this is like kind of like a, how do I name the API? We're going to go with inventory, something inventory. Manager. So spawn at, we have spawn item. So spawning an item takes in the item descriptor. So spawning the item says fit. Which, I mean, guest goes like pub spawn item at, which takes in mute self item descriptor. Now, I feel like this is going to be a little bit redundant in the weirdness of this. We're going to go here first off. So do this. So basically exactly the same thing, except we want to go you. So you check that it can fit, and this returns you the type that you can fit. But then, as I was saying earlier, as I kind of wanted to be like, hey, this should be like here. I also don't think you should be taking a handle to an item descriptor. There's a reason that you were taking a handle to an item descriptor. Right, because my thing is like, I wanted to give it like a thing of like, you can just take in a reference to it, but then the item itself needs to keep a copy of it. Right, because we yeah, the item new descriptor. Well, again, these descriptors don't actually need to hold the item and keep it loaded, because theoretically you can't actually spawn them in if the item doesn't exist. So the item itself keeping it loaded is a bit rich, but then again, if you spawn an item in with a descriptor that you made specifically to spawn that item in, you don't want that like that's the only item holding the descriptor. Anyway, so you have the item descriptor like this. So then you're annoying because internal. So I have to have the internal version because annoyingly, we then say internal. So you take in the, not the item descriptor. Okay, no, you take in, well, I guess, yeah. Descript. Which is a reference to an item descriptor. Right, and then the handle goes there, then the descriptor goes here. And we go, hey, so you did that, you did that. It did return the cell type. Okay, so we have the shape and the cell type. I guess the cell type should have to come first. Cell type and cell type, like this. So the only reason I'm doing the internal is it's like a separate thing. Is I want all the spawning logic to be in one place. The idea is that you check, use self.fit, and then pub fn spawn item at does exactly the same thing of being like, you take this in and you take in a shape this time, and then you say, hey, get the descriptor, and then we say cell fit, no, okay, so we say for cell type slot shape if layout, so descriptor sizes, so if shape.layout equals slot shape layout continue, so it does not yet, and then if self current inventory can't fit the shape with that cell type, return otherwise, and then does not fit, so otherwise you return and cell type it needs to be cloned. Right, So the idea is that you pass in the shape of where you want it to go. And then we check and go, hey, what cell type would it need to be that shape? But then we check to see if this inventory can accept that cell type with that shape. And then we do that. So my thinking being that you don't exactly ever really have a situation where you're like, hey, I need it to go in this exact location in this orientation, but also like, well, like I need it to go in this location, but I don't care about the rotation, because that would be like weird, because the idea is like you either are moving it into an inventory or you're moving it from an inventory, if that makes sense. So this one would then be, so you run into the annoying thing of this is why we spawn at, yeah, no, okay, that doesn't work because we would need so we iterate through your sizes. Well, here's the thing. Sizes should actually just return a layout, because returning a shape doesn't make any sense, to be honest. Right, so you're either you're an offset, an orientation, and a layout. So when we go to item descriptor, wherever that happens to be, that's an inventory descriptor. Item descriptor. This is loading item descriptors. No. This is all like weird loading stuff. Item descriptor, loader. Yeah, you. Item descriptor. So when we say sizes, I think this should just return a cell type and a layout. Right. Because the rest of that information of the shape kind of just implies that something's gone wrong, I guess. That makes sense. No, maybe not something's gone wrong, but like value valid sizes. I think these are the same thing. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Too much duplicated stuff. So loading the item descriptor down here. So, because I'm pretty sure down here we just have this whole thing where we're like, hey, like this, and this. So where is it? So size is the wrong type now, which is fine, because size just does this, which is, it's actually no, one of these is mode, pass size, layout. Right, so you now return a layout, which is that you have an X and a Y, and then you say shape. You don't return a shape. You say a layout rect XY. Makes a lot more sense, to be honest. So pass size. Okay. It's because that's supposed to be a layout. So now that all should be the right type again. I'm going to go back up here and we go, okay. So this just checks the layout, and it says if, so we should say slot layout. And then we just say, if you do not equal the slot layout, continue. I don't know why it can't like reference equal that like that. That's weird. So add at, so we pass in a shape. The issue is that like, we're passing in the layout. We can just ignore the layout, I guess. Well, kind of. So then like you'd pass in the shape and you say can fit. Because the issue, I guess, is kind of like the inventory stuff. Is that like theoretically you could be trying to place it somewhere where it was in a different type of slot, so it needs to just check to see if that like maybe. But again, I feel like spawn out, right, should just, it takes in a shape, but like, we don't actually want it to take in a shape. We want it to be like, offset, which is an IVEC2, and a rotation, orientation. I'm just gonna rock because I can't be bothered. Orientation. Haha, good job. All right. So then we say like, yeah, for this, then we say, all right. We need to be like, let shape. Let shape equal shape. So then we need the layout to be scripted. I mean, we could just declare the shape down there, I guess. So can fit shape. As well, just be like, well, then we spawn item internal. So that would be a shape. No, we just need a layout. It's default. So then we say, we need immutable. And we say shape dot layout equals shape dot clone.